Chapter 1 Dead to him. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the husband hadn't come home yet. He should have gone to his mistress's place and not come back for dinner. Shi Yan put away the cold meal on the dining table. When she was about to go upstairs to help him iron the clothes he was going to wear tomorrow, the cell phone in her pocket rang. Picking it up, her husband sent her a WeChat. "Grandpa wants to see us have a child before he dies. Get ready, I'll be back in half an hour." Shi Yan's heartbeat suddenly missed a beat, so excited that her hands were trembling. 3 years ago, her husband's grandfather was seriously ill and forced him to marry her. But her husband didn't like her and forced her to sign divorce papers and a superficial marriage agreement on the same day she got the marriage license, asking her to play the loving couple with him before her grandfather died, and then she would move out after his death. He says he will never fall in love with her, much less touch her. He has a sweetheart and is going to keep his wife for her. If she can't stand the loneliness, she can go out and find a man, as long as Grandpa doesn't find out. She originally thought that her marriage with her husband would be like two parallel lines that would never intersect. She didn't expect him to figure out that he wanted to have a child with her. Shi Yan hurriedly went to take a shower, changed into sexy pajamas, sprayed sweet perfume, and turned on the ambient light in the bedroom. She carefully prepared for their first night. But when he came back, he brought a man into the bedroom. In her stunned look, he pushed the strange man to the bedside and said indifferently, "You'll sleep with him from today, and when you get pregnant, he'll leave." Shi Yan's heart suddenly ached as she looked at the man in front of her incredulously. "You want me to get pregnant and have children with another man?" Qin Shohan coldly said, "Or else? You don't think that I will personally impregnate you, do you? Don't be delusional. I told you on the day we got married, I will never touch you in my life. My body and heart both belong to Ruyan. You don't deserve it." Shi Yan's heart sank to the bottom. She shouldn't have gotten her hopes up for him. Full of expectations only to be rewarded with some humiliation. "But what Grandpa wants to see is the child of the two of us, if Grandpa finds out." Qin Shohan interrupted her in a cold voice, "You just need to carry the child and let Grandpa see you from pregnancy to birth. I'll take care of the paternity test, and I won't let him find out the abnormality." Shi Yan clenched her fists hard, her nails pinched her palms hard. Qin Shohan said impatiently, "Don't waste time, hurry up and start." The man bowed to Shi Yan and prepared to do it. Probably verifying the saying, "The real death of the heart is not a big fight," Shi Yan was surprisingly calm. "Is it true that apart from you, it's okay for me to conceive anyone's child?" "Fine, I'll find a way to conceive a child myself, but I won't accept the man you arranged. I'll go out and look for myself. If you don't say yes, I won't cooperate with you." Going out to look for it on her own, at least she could still retain the last shred of dignity. Qin Shohan stared at her coldly for a few seconds. Looking at her calm demeanor, he was unexpectedly inexplicably annoyed in his heart, feeling that something had changed, making him feel uncomfortable. After a while, he said, "I'll give you 3 months. If you can't get pregnant within 3 months, I'll arrange a man for you every day until you get pregnant." Leaving behind these cold and cruel words, he left with that man. Shi Yan smiled to herself. His desperation had made her crush on him as impossible to hold as a case file. He could not love her, but he could not humiliate her. There was no need for her to hold on to this relationship. Shi Yan went to a famous clubhouse in the industry. As she drank until her consciousness was hazy, she saw a tall man in overalls, looking around and walking past her eyes. She reached out and grabbed the man and said through her drunkenness, "Tonight's cooling down. Does little brother want to hold a 36.5-degree beauty to warm up?" The man seemed a bit speechless, staring at her for a few seconds before slowly speaking, "You recognize me?" Shi Yan drunkenly shook her head, "Not important. I don't want to know what your name is, I just want to know how you call it." Xiao Chenyan hooked his lips and picked her up in a princess hug. "Don't you regret it?" In the dimly lit room, the charming atmosphere lingered for a long time. It wasn't until the light of the morning sun shone through the gap in the curtains that Shi Yan stopped the man's movements that wanted to continue. "This won't work? Forgot the bold words you said last night?" Xiao Chenyan's voice was low and teasing. Shi Yan's breath was unsteady as she said, "Last night was me being short-sighted, only wanting to enjoy it all at once. Now I feel that sustainability is more cost-effective. We'll be here for a long time to come." Her soft little hand lifted up, gently stroking his well-defined and delicate features. Her fingertips slid all the way down, stroking over his neck, firm pecs. This man, no matter his looks or body, is at the top level of the pyramid. "You follow me in the future, I will give you $100,000 every month. How about it?" Xiao Chenyan's eyes narrowed slightly, the color under his eyes was dark and unknown. "Are you trying to adopt me?" Shi Yan corrected, "It can also be said in another way, called Saving the Lost Youth. You lack money, I figure color, we're a perfect match, aren't we? Xiao Chenyan raised his eyebrows. Where do you see that I lack money? Shi Yan rightfully said, if you don't lack money, why would you go to a club as a young master? Xiao Chenyan fell silent. Last night, in order to avoid being tracked, he casually took a piece of clothing and put it on when he passed by a locker room, not realizing that it was the working clothes of the club's young master. He looked at the stunningly beautiful woman underneath him and asked with a smile on his face, do you think I'm only worth 100,000 a month? Shi Yan stared seriously at his face for a few seconds and said, with your face, 100,000 is indeed a bit less. How about this, I'll raise it to 300,000 a month for you. 300,000 is quite a lot, besides, my looks and body are not bad, you sleeping with me does not condemn you. Xiao Chuanyan's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, feeling the bone-crushing afterglow on his body. He said with interest, 1 million a month, not a penny less. Shi Yan looked at his face and thought for a moment, 1 million is too much, I can't give you an answer for the time being, let's add friends first, I'll give you an answer within a day. After leaving from the hotel, Shi Yan drove to Dingshang Group. In the president's office, Qin Shouhan was all chilly. When he saw Shi Yan walk into the office, his face showed a displeased look. Why are you here? Didn't I warn you not to come to the company to find me? Shi Yan sat down on the chair opposite him and said in a faint voice, transfer $6 million to my card, I'll leave after I get the money. Qin Shouhan furrowed his brows. What do you need so much money for? Shi Yan said, looking at a man, I want to harbor him for 3 months, 2 million a month. There's nothing wrong with her, the middleman, making a bit of a difference. Qin Shouhan's face sank. I'm your husband, not your old man. Don't you think it's too presumptuous to ask your husband for money when you're keeping a man? Shi Yan said righteously, you don't touch me and you want me to get pregnant on my own. I haven't mastered the ability to reproduce as a lone female yet, so I can only go outside to find a man, and let other men fulfill the task that should belong to you, and this cost is naturally borne by you. If you refuse to pay for me to find a man, then I'll have to whore out you, my husband, at home for nothing. Qin Shouhan's face reveals a touch of disgust. Don't daydream, I only married you to make grandpa happy, I don't like you, the only person I like is Ruyan. Shi Yan said indifferently, I don't care who you like, although I don't have the ability to get your heart, but if I want to get your body, I have the strength and means to do so, not to mention that I still have grandpa as a helper. If I go to grandpa for help, do you guess if grandpa will force you to room with me? Qin Shouhan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, veins rippled on his forehead. You're quite good at pretending, I couldn't tell you were so sharp-tongued before? Shi Yan said teasingly, in the past, I liked you and treated you as a god, now I don't like you anymore, you are just a nerve in my eyes, there is no need for me to continue to curry favor with you, in the future I will face you with this kind of attitude, you'd better get used to it as soon as possible, if you can't get used to it, then you'll just put up with it. Qin Shouhan was so angry that his face went black. Why are you as good as possessed today? Shi Yan knocked on the desktop and urged, cut the crap, hurry up, are you giving money or body? Qin Shouhan snorted, are you intentionally using provocation to force me to share a room with you? You die this heart, my body and heart, both only belong to Ruyan, you don't want to get me. He operated on the computer for a while, and Shi Yan's cell phone received a message alert of $6 million in the account. Shi Yan glanced at the arrival reminder and raised her eyes to look at Qin Shouhan. You like Ruyan Lu so much that you were willing to keep your body for her because she saved you 10 years ago, and you promised that you would repay her with your body? In fact, the person who saved you 10 years ago was me. Chapter 2 Addicted that much? Enough. Qin Shouhan coldly interrupted her, you've claimed Ruyan's credit more than once, I warned you not to challenge my bottom line again. Shi Yan said, I didn't risk claiming her credit, the person who saved you was really me. Qin Shouhan indifferently said, although I was fuzzy in consciousness, I couldn't see her face and didn't take note of her voice, I saw the clothes she was wearing, and I've sent someone to check, the set of clothes I saw was Ruyan's. Shi Yan explained, that's because after I saved you, she took advantage of me being off my feet and forcibly switched clothes with me. Qin Shouhan interrupted her with boredom, do you take me for a fool? Such a poor excuse, do you think I will believe it? I'm warning you for the last time, if you dare to claim Ruyan's credit again, I won't let you go. Looking at him with that forced look, Shi Yan instantly lost the desire to continue explaining. She couldn't produce evidence, but what she said was the truth. In the past few years, she had told him the truth more than once. But he didn't believe her. He only recognized the set of clothes that he had written down during his unconsciousness. If he didn't know better, he'd think the suit had saved him. In the future, if you have the chance to know the truth, don't blame me for not honoring my agreement with you, I tried my hardest, you're the one who didn't want me. Leaving these words behind, Shi Yan turned around and walked out of the office. Shin Shohan's heart trembled, and inexplicable irritation rose in his heart, as if something had lost control. He looked at the documents in front of his desk and fumed for a moment, picked up the phone and dialed his assistant Shin's number. Check Yan's movements last night, see who she spent the night with last night. Shin's actions were quick, and he came to report in less than an hour. Mr. Chin, according to my investigation, the young lady went out at 11 o'clock last night and went to the Heatwave bar alone. The surveillance in the bar was hacked for a period of time, so I couldn't find out what the young lady did in the bar. The surveillance near the bar was hacked for a period of time, so I couldn't find out at what time the lady left the bar, and at 9 o'clock this morning, the lady left from the hotel next to the bar alone, and after that, the lady came directly to the company. Shin Shohan's heart of that annoyance instantly disappeared. It seems that last night she was alone. She didn't go to find a man at all, deliberately said those words in front of me, just want to change the means to attract my attention. Rather, it makes a good hand of desire, but unfortunately I'm not interested in her. This kind of tactic doesn't work for me. He himself didn't even notice his own twisted mentality. Obviously, he was the one who asked Yan to find a way to get pregnant on her own, and even personally brought a man back, wanting to force her to have sex with a strange man. But when Yan really planned to go out and adopt a man, he actually felt exasperated in his heart. After learning that she spent the night alone last night, he was inexplicably relieved again. Shin Shohan said, by the way, my stomach is a bit uncomfortable, go make a cup of stomach tea and bring it to me. Shin's said, the tea bags are already used up, that tea bag is personally prepared and sent by the young lady every time. Today the young lady didn't send it over, I'll go call the young lady now and ask. Shin Shohan frowned and called him back, wait, don't go to her. When has she ever forgotten something like this? This time it must be on purpose, wait for me to let you contact her to find presents. It's just a cup of tea, it doesn't matter if you drink it or not. Just like the person she was, it didn't matter if she had it or not. Yes. Shin's didn't say anything else, went to pour a cup of hot water in and went to get busy. Shin Shohan's brows, however, frowned more and more tightly, the burning pain in his stomach made his face turn white, his whole body broke out in cold sweat, and his hands were weak and feeble. In the end, he could only ask Shin's to go and buy stomach pain medicine for him. Sitting on the car, Yan dialed Xiao Chenyan's phone, let's meet, I'll send you the address of my private villa, you bring your luggage and go over, you'll live there during our cooperation. The man's lazy flirting voice came from the phone, addicted to so much? It's only been less than 3 hours and you want it again? The corner of Yan's mouth twitched, I want to give you the money, and by the way, I want to arrange a place for you to stay, in the future, we will all meet there. If we go to a hotel every time, our kind of purely materialistic feelings will easily be caught by the police. Xiao Chenyan let out a low laugh, you have a point, I'm still at the hotel from last night, come and pick me up. Hanging up the phone, Yan drove to the entrance of last night's hotel. After arriving at the location, she didn't see anyone, got out of the car and looked around for a while, and was about to call and ask, when a tall figure suddenly came to a stop in front of her, carrying a powerful aura that couldn't be ignored. Yan looked up and saw a handsome man of roughly 1 meter 9 or so standing in front of her. Something wrong? She frowned and asked detachedly. Xiao Chuanyan said with a smirk, what, you don't recognize him with his clothes on? Hearing this familiar voice, Yan recognized him as the man from last night. From last night to this morning, the room had not been lit up, and she had only seen his face vaguely through the dim light, not looking closely enough to recognize him. Because of his words, the people around him cast strange gazes. Yan's face turned red, keep your voice down, is this honorable? She took the lead and got into the car. Xiao Chenyan let out a low laugh and also got into the car. Yan brought him to a villa that Grandpa Qin had given her when they got married. I only talked to you about the price this morning, I didn't talk to you about the specific requirements, so I'll briefly talk to you now. Yan walked to the sofa and sat down while saying, first, the time I want to see you will basically focus on the night, so you can move freely during the day and don't arrange activities at night to make it easier for you to be at my beck and call when I have a need. Second, during the period of dealing with me, you have to stop associating with other customers, I don't want me to spend a lot of money and have to share a man with someone else. Third, you can't break it off with me just because other rich women pay more money, you need to wait until I say it's over before you can take on another customer. Fourth, no pictures or video recordings, no revealing our relationship to the public. Fifth, neither of us are allowed to investigate anything about the other. Basically, that's all, you can raise any comments you have. Xiao Chenyan sat down next to her, his posture was lazy and casual, I can't be on call, I have other work, sometimes I need to work overtime until late, occasionally I will travel, it's not possible to be free every single night. Yan is surprised, aren't you a full-time duck? Xiao Chenyan said, ducking is only a part-time job, I have other jobs during the day. Shi Yan asks, $1 million a month can't make you quit your job? Xiao Chuan Yan said, it's only enough to buy me out of my night job, the day job is a different price, you can't afford it. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. If I can't make it to the appointment because of overtime, I'll find another time to double make it up to you. Shi Yan thought about it and felt that the impact wasn't too great, so she nodded and said, yes, then it's settled, send me the card number, I'll pay you a portion of the money first. No rush. Xiao Qinyan suddenly moved closer to her, his magnetic voice carrying compulsion. I'm going on a business trip out of town tomorrow for a few days, so while I'm free now, let's advance a few times to you first. The corner of Shi Yan's mouth twitched. That's not necessary, I'm not that horny, I don't need to ask for it every day. Xiao Qinyan grabbed her hand and put it on his abs. Since we met, your eyes haven't moved from my body, are you serious that you don't want it? The firm touch coming from her hand made her heart beat faster unconsciously. However, her attention was not on his words, but thought of a problem. Muscles are soft when they are not in a state of strength, but the abs under her hands were hard and full of power. So, was he tensing his muscles hard on purpose? Ha 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 ha. She didn't hold back her laughter. What are you laughing at? Xiao Chuan Yan had a puzzled look on his face. Shi Yan laughed until her face turned red, and while laughing, she said, muscles are all soft in a relaxed state, but your abs are so hard, are you quietly exerting yourself? Pfft, forget it, let's not talk about it, it's good that you're willing to put in the effort for me, ha 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 ha. The corner of Xiao Qinyan's mouth held an evil arc. Do you like it hard that much? Chapter 3 Married and Single. Shi Yan's face heated up. What are you talking nonsense about? I'm talking about muscles. Xiao Chuan Yan said with a wry smile, I'm also talking about the same thing, although it's not written the same way, it's pronounced the same way, so I'm sure you like it just as much. Shi Yan. Without waiting for her to speak, he kissed her lips. He kisses her lightly and shallowly at first, and only deepens the kiss when he sees that she doesn't resist and is somewhat cooperative. Both of them were at their fiercest age, so naturally they were more than just limited to a passionate kiss. Within a few moments, the living room was filled with the scent of spring. Until an abrupt cell phone ringing, Shi Yan only slightly awake. She originally wanted to hang up the phone, but when she saw the word husband on the caller ID, she instantly came to her senses. Don't move, I'll take a call. Qin Shouhan would never take the initiative to call her, and now that he took the initiative to look for her, there must be something. Xiao Qinyan saw the word husband on her cell phone, and the breath on his body instantly went cold. You're married? Shi Yan kicked him while saying, let's talk about this later, I'll take a call. Qin Shouhan's unhappy voice came from the cell phone. Where did you go? Why aren't you at home? Shi Yan said, don't you always want to keep a distance from me? You should be happy that I'm not at home. Qin Shouhan laughed coldly. Do you think I'm looking for you because I miss you? Don't daydream, if it wasn't for Grandpa, I wouldn't bother with you. Have you forgotten that today is the day to go back to the old mansion to accompany Grandpa? Shi Yan then remembered that today was Friday, the day to visit her grandfather. She and Qin Shouhan usually lived in their matrimonial home, and went back to the old mansion every Friday night and stayed until Sunday afternoon before returning home. Shi Yan said, I'm busy with something right now, you go back first, I'll drive myself to the old mansion later, I'll personally explain to Grandpa on his side. There was a sudden bit of an accident over here, and Shi Yan's voice became a bit strange at the end. Qin Shouhan's puzzled questioning voice came from the cell phone. What are you doing? Why is your voice so strange? Shi Yan said with a calm face, working on the reproduction of life. Qin Shouhan laughed coldly. Do you think I'll be jealous if you say that on purpose? Don't play this little trick to attract my attention anymore, I won't care and I won't fall for it. Don't think I haven't watched the Japanese NEET variety show. You're standing on a fat dumping machine right now to answer my call, right? Shi Yan said, then have you seen the famous Japanese movie Sleeping Husband? You're perfect to play the husband who sleeps from the beginning to the end in it. You. Shi Yan didn't want to listen to him anymore and directly hung up the phone. She just wanted to question Xiao Qinyan, but he took a step ahead and pinched her chin to question her. Explain, what's up with that husband of yours? If you're married, then there's no need for us to continue, I don't want to be a debugger between your couple. Shi Yan said, although I'm married, I'm single within marriage. The corner of Xiao Qinyan's mouth twitched. Chinese is really profound, secretly evolving such an out-of-the-way word behind my back again. Shi Yan is too lazy to take care of his flirting. Don't worry, there won't be any catching mistresses. My husband and I signed the divorce agreement on the day we got married, and he is also very supportive of me looking for a man outside, and he's more anxious than I am if I don't look for him, fearing that I'll have thoughts about him. You heard the call just now. I'm not at all afraid of my husband finding out that I have a man outside. He also has a woman outside. If he dares to come and arrest you, I will take you to arrest his woman to take out his anger, and won't let you suffer. Xiao Chenyan raised his eyebrows, finally no longer caring about her being married, and lowered his head to kiss her. Shi Yan sidestepped his lips and gently pushed him. Don't make a scene, hurry up and finish, I have to rush back to accompany my elders for dinner. Hurriedly ending the fight, Shi Yan went to the bathroom to simply blanch, and then drove in the direction of the Qin family's old mansion. Qin Xiuhan was waiting for her at the entrance of the manor. Shi Yan got out of the car, handed the car keys to the bodyguard, and walked side by side with Qin Xiuhan towards the manor. Qin Xiuhan glanced at Shi Yan, who was walking at a steady pace, and snorted disdainfully. She still lied that she was looking for a man last night and just now, but now the lie is not broken. Shi Yan didn't know what he was brainstorming about, but suddenly hearing his mocking laugh, she felt like he was suffering from some major illness and silently pulled away from him for a while. In the old mansion, Gao Yejin was staring at the servants with a stern face as they laid out the dishes. Qin Xiuhan obviously became a few points more formal and politely said, "Mom, we're back." Shi Yan also called out a perfunctory mom and stood by the side with no expression on her face. Gao Yejin looked over with a sharp look. "Who are you showing your face to?" Shi Yan faintly said, "Don't you also have a stern face? Learn from you." Gao Yejin sneers, "I died of my husband, did you die of your husband too?" Shi Yan. This super Xiong mother-in-law of hers, as if the whole world owes her 360 degrees of indiscriminate attack, her own son is not even spared. "Watch what you say, Yan Yan's husband is Xiaohan, aren't you cursing Xiaohan?" An old voice suddenly came. Elder Qin walked down from upstairs with the butler's support. Gao Yejin glanced at Elder Qin and said sarcastically, "You have more than one grandson, what's wrong with me picking one to curse?" "Oh, I forgot, your other grandson is dead, along with your son and his mistress. You have a good life, you have grandchildren when you are alive, and when you die and go to hell later, you will still have grandchildren down there. Doesn't that make you think it's good to be alive and good to be dead? You'll have grandchildren wherever you go anyway." Elder Qin's lips trembled fiercely, unable to utter a single word. Shi Yan glanced at Elder Qin and felt a bit sorry for him, being scolded like a grandson at his age. But she could also understand Gao Yejin's resentment, which was all owed to her by the Qin family. Chapter 4. Don't be like a bitch, both. 10 years ago, while accompanying his lover and illegitimate son on an outing, Xinjian accidentally stumbled upon several professors who were vital to the country's development being threatened by spies. As a veteran, Xinjian stepped forward and carried the spy who was strapped with bombs. Between his lover's illegitimate son and a group of experts, he chose to carry the spy and run in the direction of his lover and illegitimate son, and then was blown into human fragments together with them. After the incident, Xinjian was posthumously honored as a martyr. Gao Yejin became the martyr's widow. This title was like an invisible tablet of chastity pressed upon her. From then on she couldn't smile in front of people, wear brightly colored clothes, buy luxury goods, eat a lot of fish, travel around, get together with friends, or even start a new relationship. Otherwise, someone will scold her for being a bitch and heartless. Her husband has only sacrificed for the country for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years, and she starts to seek pleasure. For the sake of the family's interests, the Qin family could only restrict Gao Yejin's behavior and also hide from the public the fact that Xinjian had a lover and an illegitimate child. As long as Gao Yejin kept living in grief, the netizens would pay for it and support the Qin family's business. After Xinjian's death, the Qin family's business got better and better. Gao Yejin became the only victim. Strange to say, Xinjian has a son and a father, and soon after Xinjian's death they were dressed in scantily clad clothes going in and out of high-end places, laughing and joking with people outside, but no one scolded them, instead saying that Xinjian must be very pleased if he saw them pulling themselves together to live a good life. But Gao Yejin cannot come out, she must always live in pain for Xinjian chastity to be able to do, otherwise they will be abused, the Qin family business will also be boycotted. Later, Gao Yejin seldom went out, only a few times a year. Her temper also grew worse. The grievances in her body could feed 10 evil sword immortals. The Qin family could only suffer. The meal was set up and the family sat down at the table to eat. Toward the end of the meal, the old master suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Yan Yan, you and Xiaohan have been married for 3 years and still don't have a child. Is it because you don't want one, or is there something wrong with Xiaohan?" The old master had only mentioned the matter of having a child with Qin Xiaohan alone before, he had not spoken to Shi Yan, and now while they were all there, he asked directly. Cough cough, Shi Yan didn't expect the old master to ask so directly and almost choked. The old master continued, if there is something wrong with Xiaohan, then go to the hospital as early as possible for medical treatment. I hope that before I pass away, I can see you guys have a child that belongs to you. Shi Yan hurriedly said, don't say that, Grandpa, you will definitely live a long life. The old man shook his head, don't say any more of these verbal words, just tell me honestly, before I die, will I be able to see you and Xiaohan's child? Gao Yezhen said with a cold snort, why are you asking Shi Yan? You have to ask your good grandson about that. The flowers at home don't bear fruit, maybe the flowers outside are already fruitful, like your deadbeat son, hiding surprises for you outside. Qin Xiaohan's face instantly darkened, Mom, don't talk nonsense in front of Grandpa. Gao Yezhen sneered, you know in your heart if I'm talking nonsense. Pa! The old man slapped the chopsticks onto the table with force, Xiaohan, do you have someone outside? Qin Xiaohan lowered his eyes, he didn't want to admit it, but he didn't want to lie either, he could only touch Shi Yan with his foot under the table. Shi Yan put down her chopsticks, Grandpa, don't think too much, a child will come, we never wanted a child before because we were worried that if we had a child, we wouldn't have the energy to take care of Grandpa, so we have been using birth control. Now since Grandpa wants to hold great-grandchildren, we will work hard. The old man's eyes lit up, and he patted the back of Shi Yan's hand with relief, good boy, don't blame Grandpa for forcing you, Grandpa is doing it all for your own good. Shi Yan gently nodded, I know, Grandpa. After the meal, Shi Yan and Qin Xiaohan take a walk in the manor, pretending to be intimate to do a play to the old man. After strolling for a while, Ruyan Lu calls Qin Xiaohan. Lu Ruyan on the other end of the phone didn't know what to say. Qin Xiaohan softened his voice and coaxed, don't worry, I won't be sharing a bed with Shi Yan, I promise to keep my body for you, so I'll definitely do what I said I would do. Although Grandpa is anxious for me to have a child with Shi Yan, he is only forcing it verbally. Don't be blind, Grandpa won't drug me. Alright, don't cry, I'll go find you as soon as I leave the old mansion on Sunday afternoon. Shi Yan listened with a bad taste in her heart and was planning to move forward first. But at this moment, Gao Yezhen suddenly leapt out and walked to Qin Xiaohan with a stern face. Without waiting for him to react, she snatched his cell phone. I don't know if it was accidental or intentional, but the phone was pressed to amplify the sound, and Lu Ruyan's aggrieved and delicate voice came out from the phone. Oh, husband, I miss you so much, we haven't seen each other for 3 months, it's not easy to finish filming a movie and have a break, but I can't meet with you right away, I'll miss you at night and think about not being able to sleep, I miss my husband's embrace so much. Gao Yezhen snorted coldly, the sky isn't even dark yet, you're just being flirty here, you're our umbrellas under the sun to avoid the sun? Yang, just take the soles of your shoes and pat yourself on the back, don't come here to be a bitch, is Qin Xiaohan your husband? Just screaming here. Lu Ruyan originally didn't understand what the previous sentence meant, it wasn't until the next sentence came out that she heard clearly that Gao Yezhen was scolding her, and it was dirty. She was angry and aggrieved, Auntie, we are equally women, how can you use such unpleasant words to insult me? Why would a woman make things difficult for a woman? Gao Yezhen laughed coldly, I speak human words when I see people, ghost words when I see ghosts, and forceful words when I see pushy people, you have the good sense to do such shameless pushy things, are you still afraid of being told off by me? Lu Ruyan gasped in anger and hung up the phone crying. Qin Xiaohan snatched the phone with a dark face, Mom, why are you scolding Ruyan? Ruyan, she has a sensitive mind, unlike Shi Yan who is so thick-skinned, how can she scold and not react, in case Ruyan she can't think straight? Gao Yezhen said sarcastically, can she be a mistress with a thin skin? Qin Xiaohan was a bit upset, Ruyan is not a mistress. Gao Yezhen said, if she's not a mistress, who is? Is Shi Yan, your legal wife who is on the same marriage license as you, a mistress? Qin Xiaohan frowned, the person I've always wanted to marry is Ruyan, it was due to grandfather's pressure that I married Shi Yan, I told you that when you found out that Ruyan and I were hanging out, why are you still calling Ruyan a mistress? Gao Yezhen snorted coldly, regardless of the reason you married Shi Yan, she is your wife, and any woman other than her who gets involved with you is a mistress. Don't say anything about being pressurized, since you were pressurized to make a choice, then bear the consequences, how can everything go well in the adult world? There are gains and losses. You can either carry on to the end, not caring about your grandfather's death, or if you chose Shi Yan, live a good life and give up the woman outside. Don't be like a bitch, wanting both. Chapter 5 Looking at it is angry. Qin Xiaohan was half dead with anger, his face was black for a while and red for a while, I can't talk to you, in any case, this is my business, you care less. He took his cell phone and left quickly, dialing back the phone as he walked, anxious to coax Lu Ruyan. Gao Yezhen looked at Shi Yan. Shi Yan nervously swallowed her saliva, you can't scold me if you scolded them oh. Gao Yezhen said with hatred, you have a body if you want a body, you have a look if you want a look, you take a higher configuration than Lu Ruyan, and there's the old man as an assister. You actually still lost to Lu Ruyan, that vixen. How in the world did you lose? How in the world did you lose? Shi Yan touched her head and said weakly, I tried to be nice to him, tried to cultivate feelings with him, but he refused to give me a chance, so I couldn't do anything about it. Gao Yezhen said, if pleasing doesn't work, then seduce, and if seduction doesn't work, then use force. Ever heard of love over time? You and him for 3 years, I don't believe he will still look at you with empty eyes. Shi Yan, although the speech is not rough, but this is also too rough point. Looking at you, I'm angry. You're not a weak woman. What do you pretend to be virtuous? Didn't you throw me 3 meters away with an over-the-shoulder fall the first time we met? Why don't you use this energy on your husband? All your strength is used for cooking. Don't you know how to directly dominate your husband? Gao Yezhen cursed as she turned to leave. Shi Yan looked resentful. If she didn't like Qin Shohan, she could have dominated him, but the problem was that she liked Qin Shohan and wanted to get his heart and then his body. She strolled around the garden by herself for more than an hour before going back. Until just before bedtime, Qin Shohan had not returned, presumably because he had not yet coaxed Lu Ruyan. When she woke up the next day, Qin Shohan was sitting by the window fully dressed. Hearing the sound of her getting up, he turns his head to look over and urges, hurry up and get up to freshen up. Later on you and I will go to Grandpa together and tell him that you want to go on a trip with me. Shi Yan looks over at him, you're going to accompany Lu Ruyan on a trip and you want me to cover for you guys? Qin Shohan rightfully says, why do you ask if you know? If it wasn't for you, Ruyan wouldn't have been wronged, and now that I'm accompanying her to take a break, it's your responsibility to help cover for her. Shi Yan didn't bother to argue with him, and said in a faint voice, I'm not going. Qin Shohan's face darkened, did you forget that we signed a contract? Shi Yan said, I remember, it is written in the contract that I have to coax Grandpa to be happy unconditionally. Could it be that you recognized Lu Ruyan as Grandpa last night in order to coax her to be happy? Qin Shohan was so angry that his face turned green. Shi Yan teasingly said, if you really recognized her as Grandpa, I can help you coax her. Qin Shohan took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, I'll give you $100,000 a day for you to accompany us. Shi Yan, not going. Qin Shohan, 150,000. Shi Yan, no go. Qin Shohan, 200,000. Shi Yan, no go. Qin Shohan's face became even more ugly, his voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth, 300,000 a day. Shi Yan observes his complexion and reluctantly says, alright, for the sake of Grandpa, I'll take it as walking the dog. She could see that this was Qin Shohan's last bottom line, and if she didn't agree, maybe he would give up. Although she didn't want to see Ruyan Lu, but that's $300,000 a day, she is crazy to go against money, she is not a noble person who regards money as dirt. Shi Yan took the initiative to go to her grandfather about going on a trip. Qin Shohan spent 2 days to arrange the company's affairs in the second half of the month, and only on the third day did he and Shi Yan take a private plane to the Bear Country. When they landed, they took the car that came up to meet them and left the airport. Shi Yan originally thought she was going to a hotel, but the car ended up stopping in front of a bar. Although Shi Yan was puzzled, she didn't ask. Entering one of the bar's private rooms, there were already a dozen people inside. There were men and women. 5 or 6 of them were Qin Shohan's domestic friends, and Ruyan Lu was also among them. Ruyan Lu was a little-known 3rd or 4th tier star in China, and in order to prevent being photographed, she came to Xiongui 2 days in advance. She is a person who likes to show off a lot, and deliberately let Qin Shohan call a few domestic friends to witness their love, to satisfy her vanity. The rest were all raw faces, presumably acquaintances who had developed over here, and there were foreign faces among them. Hubby, you're finally here, I missed you. As soon as Lu Ruyan saw Qin Shohan, she immediately stood up and flew into his arms. Qin Shohan was not too used to hugging in front of people, and after patting Lu Ruyan's back, he gently pushed her away. You're thinner than last time, was it hard to shoot the movie? Lu Ruyan laughed, it's a little bit tiring, but I want to be closer to you so that when I go public with you in the future people won't say that I'm not good enough for you, I'm putting up a fight for you, so I don't feel tired at all. Qin Shohan was both touched and heartbroken. Don't be so concerned about what others think, in my heart I'm the one who doesn't deserve you, back then if it wasn't for you, there wouldn't be me today, my life was saved by you, how come you don't deserve me? Lu Ruyan said mischievously, this is probably the fate that God has arranged for us, my own husband has to be saved by me. Shi Yan, what do you think? She found the right angle and revealed a provocative expression that only Shi Yan could see. Shi Yan nodded, you're right, that's why he became my husband, what God arranged, you can't snatch it away even if you play your tricks. He is blind, God is not. Lu Ruyan's face instantly changed, a trace of panic surfaced in her eyes. She quickly reddened her eyes and said accusingly, "I know you're jealous that Xiuhan likes me, but you can't deliberately slander me just because you're jealous." Shi Yan said sarcastically, "What am I jealous of you for? Jealous that you're an ugly person with a loose ass and a loud fart?" Lu Ruyan directly cried in anger, flung herself into Qin Xiuhan's arms and sobbed in complaint, "Hubby, look at her." "Enough." Qin Xiuhan coldly bellowed, his face as gloomy as water, "How many more times do you want to make a scene before you give up? Don't think that you can change the truth just because you talk more. How the truth was back then, we all know it very well in our hearts." Shi Yan pinched her ears with a look of disgust, "Keep it down, I'm timid and afraid of barking dogs." Qin Xiuhan was furious. Qin Xiuhan's friend Shen Hydrogen hurriedly stood up and advised, "Brother Han, sister-in-law, don't get angry with that kind of person, it's not worth it. It's not like you guys don't know what she used to do. People who come out from that kind of place have low character quality, you guys are compromising yourselves by arguing with that kind of person." Lu Ruyan's follower Wang Tiantian also said, "She also has a good fate, she got into Master Qin's eyes and coaxed Master Qin to let her marry Brother Han, otherwise for someone like her, ordinary men wouldn't be willing to marry her." Shi Yan lightly glanced at those two, "Since you know what I used to do, shut your mouths, I want to clean up the two of you easily." Wang Tiantian's face was full of mockery and contempt, "Ha ha, what a laugh, you're a vulgar actor playing an erotic showman's, what are you going to do to clean us up? Smother your opponent with your boobs like you did in the ring? Chapter 6 What's the point of messing with her? Ha 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 ha." Those in the box who understood Chinese laughed loudly, and their eyes toward Shi Yan became contemptuous or lewd. Qin Xiuhan frowned, a little displeased. Shi Yan was his wife after all, even if he didn't like her, it wasn't his turn for outsiders to humiliate her. Humiliating her was also equal to looking down on him. Qin Xiuhan was about to open his mouth, but Lu Ruyan took the first step and leaned into his arms again, looking at him with a resigned face. Qin Xiuhan finally swallowed his words. Shi Yan had insulted Ruyan Lu with her words, so it was good to teach her a lesson. Slap. A crunching slap caused the laughter in the box to come to an abrupt halt. The crowd looked at Shi Yan in surprise. She had actually slapped Wang Tiantian to the ground. Wang Tiantian was dumbfounded and fell to the ground without reacting for half a day. Shi Yan indifferently scanned a circle of the crowd, her voice waveless, "Even if it's a performance match, not everyone can be on it, I have the capital to smother people with my chest, and I also have the ability to whip people to death with my hands. If you don't believe me, you can try." The box was silent, everyone was bluffed by her aura, no one dared to challenge her, they didn't even dare to meet her eyes. Shi Yan snorted coldly, "Even I, a person who plays erotic showmanship matches, don't dare to challenge me, and only dare to verbally slut-shame me, no wonder you guys play with Lu Ruyan, so it's just garbage automatically categorized ah." After saying that, she turned around and left. She was unwilling to stay with this group of people. Shi Yan went to the front desk of the bar, asked for a bottle of vodka, and drank mulled wine alone. The irritation in her heart could not be suppressed. She was in a bad mood not because she was revealed to be playing the ring showmanship, but because she remembered the reason behind her going to the showmanship. 8 years ago, Grandpa's family business broke its financial chain, the stock market crashed, and eventually went bankrupt. After the bankruptcy and liquidation of hundreds of billions of dollars in debt, the other shareholders and those responsible fled abroad with early donations, and Grandpa's family took all the blame. Great uncle was taken to jail. Grandmother couldn't take the excitement and died on the spot. In addition to the great uncle, 17 members of the Shi family were controlled by the debtors. The creditors felt that the Shi family had lost their power and were unable to pay their debts, so they abused and mistreated them to vent their anger. Her mom was not spared. Mom was naked when she fell from the upper floors of the hotel and died in front of the public in an extremely humiliating way. When she arrived at the scene, she saw her mom collapsed in a pool of blood with a blazer draped over her body, preserving the last vestiges of her decency. Later, she watched the hotel surveillance and realized that the jacket on her mom was draped over her by Qin Xiuhan, who also had his men drive away the onlookers, forcing the onlookers to delete the photos taken and the video recorded. The little bit of kindness that she felt under the desperate situation continued to expand in the dark days to come, eventually occupying her heart. After dealing with her mom's aftermath, she went to WWV to fight in a fighting exhibition match in order to save Grandpa and the others. It was a fighting arena with an erotic gimmick that demanded a very high body appearance. Shi Yan was gorgeous, with a hot body, fair skin, and a height of 168, which fit the aesthetics of certain perverted rich people in the West, so it was easy to get in. The performance matches were to be dressed revealingly and coolly, fighting in all sorts of evocative poses. In addition to the women's tournament, there was also a mixed-gender tournament. She had participated in all of them. It was true that her past was not honorable. But she didn't regret it. Because it was only here that she was able to get her monthly prize money of over $1 million. Although this income could not pay off all her debts even if she fought until she died. But at least it could make the debtors lose less, so that they wouldn't torture Grandpa and the others. Shi Yan fought for 5 years in WWV. It wasn't until 3 years ago that Master Qin found her and said that he had owed her grandmother when he was young, and now that her grandmother had passed away, he wanted to make up for what he owed her. Grandmother was Master Qin's first love. But back then, he took away the death compensation of her father and comrades and went to the city to start his own business, leaving behind a pile of mess for her and almost killing her. Perhaps because of his age, Master Qin was afraid of karma and wanted to accumulate some virtue for himself, so he began to search for Grandma, trying to make up for the wrong he did back then. Unfortunately, Grandma had already passed away. Master Qin could only come to her. However, Master Qin was also an extremely selfish person. He would not allow the Qin family's property to flow into the pockets of outsiders, so he wanted Shi Yan and Qin Shohan to get married before he was willing to lend a helping hand to the Shi family. Shi Yan agreed. After she and Qin Shohan got married, Elder Qin took out $1 billion at once, plus some of Ding Shang Group's orders to offset the debt, and helped the Shi family pay off their private debtors. But what the Shi family owed to the bank was the big one, but it was so much money that even the Qin family couldn't pay back that much money, so they could only pay out a monthly sum to help pay back the interest. Shi Yan tilted her head back and poured down the entire glass of wine, her mind racing. Elder Qin didn't know how much longer he could live, and when he died, the Shi family would face another crisis. She must get the guarantees that would allow the Shi family to survive before Elder Qin died. That day when she went to Elder Qin about traveling out, he said that as long as she gave birth to the Qin family's child, he would divide a portion of Ding Sheng's shares for her in his will, otherwise her name would not appear in his will. In Elder Qin's thoughts, as long as she had a child, what he gave her, she would end up giving to her child, and the money would still stay in the Qin family. So this child she had to have. Even if it wasn't Qin Shohan's child, just let Master Qin see her pregnancy. With Qin Shohan, the great filial grandson, there was absolutely no way that the child's identity would be exposed before the old master passed away. And after the old master's death, the will was already in effect, and the exposure of the child's identity would have little impact. Miss, alone? Looking at your face, you're also from China, right? Want to drink one together? Shi Yan looked sideways and saw a young man with dyed yellow hair and fancy dress leaning against the bar, sizing her up with a scrutinizing prey look. Seeing her looking over, he raised his hand and ran his hair back from his forehead, striking a pose that he thought was very handsome, and also took the time to throw an eyebrow at her. Shi Yan withdrew her gaze and said in a faint voice, "No date, stay away from me." Instead of leaving, Yellow Hair got a little closer to her. Don't be such a spoilsport. In foreign countries meet compatriots is also considered a kind of fate, together to play a little bit. See, Shi Yan does not take care of him, he seems to be a little annoyed, revealing contemptuous look up and down to look at her round, obscene, said, "You will not be looking down on Chinese, want to catch foreign men it? Cut, the country women really cheap, worship foreign countries even if, actually also specialize in free delivery, ran to foreign countries to find a man, animals in heat are not as cheap as you these little fairies. No wonder foreigners are saying that the country's women are easy girls, the rumors are not empty, it's women like you who corrupt the image of Chinese people and make them discriminated against outside." Chapter 7 What your husband has, you must have too. Shi Yan glanced at him lightly, which is comparable to you, no one wants you in the country, running abroad is still no one wants you, you can only come to harass the country girl again. Female running outside to find his delivery, you run outside to harass everywhere and what is it? Those national women in your mouth, people at least do not force, do not curse, you this kind of harassment of livestock all over the world, is to destroy the image of the country, but also crime. When she came out just now, she saw this Yellow Hair go to find foreign girls to hit on them, it looked like people didn't look at him, so he ran to find her. For this kind of person, there was no need to leave him any face at all. The Yellow Hair roared in annoyance, "How can you women be compared to us men? Our men sleeping with foreign women is to fight for our country's honor, you women sleeping with foreigners is just lowly. The more men sleep with women the more valuable they are, the more women sleep with men the cheaper they are, what qualifications do you have to compare with our men?" Shi Yan nodded her head, "Indeed you can't compare, I'm a person who thinks with my brain, there's no need to compare with a person who thinks with his genitals, it's too cheap." Yen glanced him up and down, her tone became sarcastic. I can see that the only thing that makes you feel proud is the fact that you have a thin needle growing in your crotch, but if you have some ability, or if there is one thing that you can take out of your body in terms of looks and height, you won't have to use sleeping with a woman to boast of your honor. Shut up. You shut up. Yellow Hair reddened with anger as if she had been poked and prodded. She had a clouded look as if she was looking at a lowly inferior person, not putting him in her eyes at all. This was too much. Only by not putting the other party in his eyes would he not be enraged by the other party's words. The more Yellow Hair thought about it, the angrier he became, and he angrily approached her. Yen spoke, "Don't come over, it will be dangerous." Yellow Hair sneered, "It's too late to be afraid now. I can't beat you if you play with words, but when it comes to fighting I can beat you down with one hand. Women like you are just spoiled by licking dogs and don't know the sky. Really think men are easy to bully? I'll let you see the power of a big man today." At this moment, on the card seat in the middle of the second floor, several men picked up their wine glasses and stood up, simultaneously toasting the man sitting in the center. Their eyes were full of worship and awe. The man still felt imposing even though he was sitting, causing the people standing beside him to subconsciously bend their backs slightly. He raised his hand, his slender fingers clasping the wine cup, and took a sip in a lazy and casual manner. As his eyes flowed, he inadvertently saw a familiar figure on the first floor, an ugly and lewd man swinging his fist at her. The man's eyes sank, and his dangerous aura spread out uncontrollably, frightening the people around him into a collective shiver, thinking that they had inadvertently done something wrong. Some were already ready to open their mouths to apologize and beg for forgiveness. But without waiting for them to open their mouths, the man abruptly stood up and flipped over the sofa with a graceful posture. Just as he grabbed the fence, intending to save time and jump straight down, a strange change downstairs caused him to stop his movements, the corner of his mouth curving up. Ah! A mournful scream that didn't attract attention in the noisy bar. Only some people close by heard it. But since they didn't see what happened due to the dim light, they ignored it and continued to vent their excess energy on the dance floor. Yellow Hair was kicked away by Yen and fell to the ground in a sorry state, a mouthful of blood spurting out from his abdomen in severe pain. He looked at Yen in horror, his eyes full of disbelief. This woman looked weak. Why was she so strong? Yen shrugged her shoulders and helplessly said, "I've told you, it's dangerous." Yellow Hair was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently. How could he have known that the dangerous one was himself? Yen told the barboy to call someone to deal with Yellow Hair, telling him to go to box 1 to find someone inside to compensate him if he had any problems. Then he bought a pack of cigarettes and a lighter at the bar and walked out of the bar. Yen walked to a trash can and lit a cigarette. She had just brought the cigarette to her mouth when a hand suddenly reached out behind her, snatched the cigarette from her hand, pressed it out on the trash can, and then threw it into the trash can, a set of actions done in a smooth flow. Smoking is not good for the body. If you have a craving, I can accompany you to kiss your mouth. The low and lazy voice, like a cup of historical aged wine, mesmerized people. A burst of tingling spread from the ears to the limbs. Yen shivered and turned to look. With the man's long, stocky stance, she needed to take a step back and tilt her head slightly to see his face. It was actually her little white boy. "Why are you here?" Yen hooked up his lips, looking in a good mood. "I came over here on a business trip. Why did you come over here as well?" Yen honestly said, "My husband accompanied his sweetheart to travel for a break and brought me to cover for him." How pathetic. Yen lightly raised his eyebrows, his lazy tone could not hide his pleasant mood. "What your husband has, you can't be less. Go, I'll accompany you to play." Yen glanced at him. "You are not my sweetheart." Yen said, "Although I'm not your sweetheart, I'm your body man, big difference." Yen considered herself to be a thick-skinned person, but she was still a little shy by this man who was scorched yellow inside. Yen reached out and hooked his hand around her shoulder and swept her forward. "Let's go, take you to have fun." 5 minutes later. Yen stood in the hotel room and looked at him expressionlessly. "Didn't you say you'd take me to have fun to go? What did you bring me here to play?" Yen hooked her chin, his fingertips rubbing on her soft white cheeks, his low voice seductively provocative. "I haven't seen you for a few days, don't you want to play with me? Is it that I'm not fun enough, or in these few days that I'm not here, you're hooked on other men?" Hot breath, ambiguous and teasing tone, the air seemed to become scorched. The beautiful man's plan worked well for Yen. She reached out and hooked her hand around his neck, slightly standing on her tiptoes. With the unresolved alcohol still lingering in her mouth, 2 different kinds of alcohol mingled and fermented into a stronger drink, and Yen felt a wave of dizziness. When he slowed down a little, they had already shifted to the bed. Shi Yan pressed him down and said with a red face, "I want to be your body man." Chapter 8. She's taking a bath. Xiao Chenyan couldn't help but let out a low chuckle. She didn't refute it before and he thought she didn't care. He didn't realize that she had been secretly poking at it in her heart. Shi Yan suddenly felt a little shy when she heard his laughter. As if Xiao Chenyan could see her embarrassment, he teased, "Aren't you going to be a body man? Why don't you move?" Shi Yan only felt a surge of heat on her face. After 3 days of not being honest with each other, it's strange and unfamiliar. I'm going to take a shower first to slow down. Without waiting for him to reply, Shi Yan rolled over and got out of bed, quickly running to the restroom. In the bar box. It was a while after Shi Yan left before the crowd came back to their senses. Wang Tiantian, who was slapped to the ground, came back to her senses and covered her face while crying and complaining. "Ruyan, you have to help me do the right thing. I'm your friend, but that bitch Shi Yan hit me in front of you, not giving you any face at all. She's looking down on you before she dares to bully me. It's a small matter that I was beaten, it's not a small matter that you were defied by her, you can't just let it go." Although Shenzi wasn't beaten, she also felt that she lost face and wanted Qin Shouhan to teach her a lesson to get rid of her anger, so she followed to fan the flames. "Yes, sister-in-law, your brother Han's real girlfriend. What kind of a thing is Shi Yan that she dares to hit you in the face like this? If you endure this time, she will definitely bully you even more in the future." Lu Ruyan looked at Qin Shouhan with red eyes and choked as she spoke. "Husband, if Shi Yan she just scolded me and hit me, I can even endure the aggravation for you. But she hit my friend with her hands, I can't let my friend get beaten for nothing. If my friend is bullied because of me and I can't seek justice for her, how does that make me stand in the circle in the future? They will all think that I'm not righteous enough to stand up for my friend when she's bullied, and they won't want to make friends with me." Qin Shouhan wrinkled his eyebrows and asked, "What do you want to do?" Lu Ruyan said, "My request is not excessive, you let her come back and sincerely apologize to my friend face to face on the line. Of course, the manner of apology is up to my friend." Qin Shouhan nodded. "She hit someone with her hands, she should indeed apologize properly, I'll call her back now." He pulled out his cell phone and dialed Shi Yan's number. Lu Ruyan quietly looked at Wang Tiantian and gave her a wink. Wang Tiantian understood what Ruyan Lu meant and firmly nodded her head in response. She would definitely humiliate Shi Yan fiercely and make that bitch kneel down and apologize to her. Qin Shouhan dialed twice in a row before the call was answered. As soon as the call was answered, he impatiently said, "Where did you run off to? Why are you only answering the phone now? I'll give you 5 minutes to get back here immediately. If you're late, you'll suffer the consequences." There was no sound from there. Qin Shouhan's tone became even more impatient. "Do you hear me? Immediately go back to the box and apologize to Ruyan and her friends. Ruyan was already in a bad mood because of you, and you continue to make her angry when you come out to travel for a break. If you can't make her feel better, I won't forgive you easily." The phone came from the other end of a lazy magnetic, with a few points of playful man's voice. "She went to take a bath. When she comes out I will relay your words to her." Qin Shouhan was shaken, his brain stopped for a split second, then a nameless anger and panic swept over him, making him send out a trio of questions without being able to think. "Who are you? Why is my wife's cell phone in your hands? Where are you?" But the opposite party didn't answer and hung up directly. When he called again, Shi Yan's cell phone was already turned off. Qin Shouhan's face was gloomy, his body enveloped in fierce anger and oozing coldness as he took large steps outside. "Hubby, what are you going to do?" Lu Ruyan quickly walked up to him and stopped him from leaving. Qin Shouhan reaches out and pushes her away, continuing to walk out. "I have something to take care of, you play with them first." Lu Ruyan was bumped and stumbled a bit, looking at Qin Shouhan's back with a white face, so angry that she was shaking all over. Qin Shouhan actually left her behind to find Shi Yan and almost knocked her over. Could he be in love with Shi Yan? In the hotel room, Shi Yan came out in her bathrobe after taking a shower. She turned off the room's headlights, leaving only the ambient light. Although she had already communicated deeply a few times, in the end, she still wasn't too familiar, and it would be embarrassing to see too clearly. It was still more relaxing and comfortable to blur it out. "Did I drop my cell phone on the bed? I seem to have heard my cell phone ringing just now." Shadustfeast said, "Well, harassing calls, I'll help you hang up. You bear with me for a while, I'm going to take a shower as well." The corner of Shi Yan's mouth twitched. In his eyes, just how horny was she? Xiao Chenyan's speed was fast, and he came out of the bathroom in less than 5 minutes. Without too many words, Shi Yan directly pulled him onto the bed. Right at this moment, there was a sharp and violent knocking at the door, as if it was itching to knock the door of the room down. A gibberish voice came in. It was in Russian. Shi Yan couldn't understand it. She stopped moving and frowned unhappily. What's going on? Xiao Chenyan patted her back. Nothing, the police are checking the room, I'll go take a look. He sat up and smoothly carried Shi Yan off of himself. Xiao Chenyan put on his bathrobe and walked to the door, opening the door to the room. A group of uniformed police stood at the door, and there were quite a few of them. The police officer in the lead took out his ID and showed his identity before saying, "We have received a report that someone is conducting illegal transactions here, please cooperate with our investigation." Xiao Dus Banquet said, "You guys are checking the wrong place, I'm having a room with my girlfriend and there is no illegal behavior." The policeman said, "Okay, then please cooperate with us to verify your relationship. Please show me your ID and tell me your girlfriend's name." Xiao Duanyan said, "My ID is in the room, I'll go in and get it." The policeman said, "We have female police officers, let the female police officers follow in to check it out and ask your girlfriend a few questions along the way." The two female police officers followed along into the room. In fact, after Xiao Chenyan opened the door to the room, the police saw that he was an Oriental face and used English for questioning. Shi Yan understood and her expression was a bit unnatural. She didn't know what the white boy's name was, but she could pretend that she didn't understand English to muddle through. However, the next second, the policewoman's somewhat broken Chinese rang in her ears. "Ma'am, is this gentleman your boyfriend? What is his name? Also, please show your ID for us to verify your identity. Thank you for your cooperation." Shi Yan. Is Chinese popularity so high now? Why do foreigners speak Chinese? It's over, the two people who truly love each other are going to be arrested because they can't call each other by name. Chapter 9: The Warlord Family's Young Lord. In the federal police station, Shi Yan sat on the chair with a depressed face. Just outrageous. He was not arrested in the country with strict laws. In the relatively open foreign countries, she was actually arrested. Xiao Chenyan was sitting next to her, his face also looking bad, a dangerous and gloomy aura permeating his body. From the beginning of knowing him, he has always shown a lazy and casual appearance, although talking a little beat up, but the temper seems to be very good. This was the first time I had seen him get angry. But it was understandable, whoever was caught in the police station would not be in a good mood. Just then, a man's ghostly voice came from his side. "You don't recognize me?" Shi Yan looked towards him with doubt in her eyes. "Are you famous?" Xiao Chenyan's face was cloudy. "So you didn't pick me in the first place because I looked familiar? You just wanted me to be handsome and have a good body?" Shi Yan was even more puzzled. Then what else? Who would go to an acquaintance to get a man? "No, why should I find you familiar? Did we know each other before?" "Don't know each other." Xiao Chenyan turned his head away, his face as black as a pot. Shi Yan said, "I told you, although my memory isn't particularly good, but you look so prominent, if we've met, there's no way I wouldn't remember you." "Ha!" Xiao Dus Banquet let out a cold laugh. Just as the two of them were talking, dozens of jeeps came from outside the police station, mixed with a few armed vehicles surrounding the police station. A group of armed men carrying guns descended from the vehicles and rushed into the police station aggressively. At first, the people at the police station thought that someone had come to cause trouble, and were about to ask for backup to drive away the troublemakers. But after seeing the people coming down from the car, the police officers were so scared that their legs went weak and their eyes were filled with panic. It was someone from the Austin family. The Austin family was a famous warlord family, distributed throughout Eastern Europe. Its size was so large that it even outnumbered the federal army. In some of the places occupied by the Austin family, although there were also government departments, the governments all had to look at the Austin family's face to act. The police department in their place had always behaved in a regular manner and had not clashed with the Austin family. Why did the Austin family suddenly bring so many people to besiege the police department? Some of the newly recruited young police officers were already so scared that their legs went soft and they couldn't move. The older police officers were panicked inside, but they could barely maintain their composure and hurriedly ran in to find the chief. The chief heard that the police station was surrounded by the Austin family's people and also stumbled and almost fell down in fear, then hurriedly ran out. By the time he arrived at the entrance of the police station, someone had already led the way. "My lord, is there something wrong with you bringing so many people to the police station? If the Austin family has something that needs the help of the federal police department, we will definitely do our best." The director was full of smiles as he politely inquired. As soon as his words fell, he was kicked off by the young officer leading him. Instead of being angry, the director climbed up and complimented with a smile on his face, "Your lordship's leg is so strong, it's worthy of being a talent that can enter the Austrian army. The young officer roared angrily, less flattering here, you federal police department have such a big nerve, you actually dare to take our family's people away, do you want to declare war with the Austin family? The director's legs went limp and he directly sat down on the ground, defending in horror, we didn't arrest the Austin family's people, are you mistaken, my lord? Boom! The young officer kicked over again. You doubt the intelligence capabilities of our Austin family? The director's heart was as if it was dead. Since people had come to the door, there was no way they could be wrong, there was no way the Austin family's intelligence network could be wrong. The director was furious, not knowing which damned one had captured the Austin family. It's better to arrest the president's son than someone from the Austin family. In the observation room, Xiao Duanyan heard the commotion outside and guessed what was going on. With a few quick swings of his hand, the locking cuffs on his hands were dislodged by him. Shi Yan looked at him with a surprised expression. Xiao Chenyan said, I'll go out and take a look. Walking to the door, he turned back again and leaned over to whisper in her ear, my name is Xiao Chenyan, don't forget it again. After saying that, he lightly bit Shi Yan's earlobe, then got up to leave. Hiss. Shi Yan let out a low cry in pain, glaring at his back in shame and annoyance. There was surveillance in here, and he wasn't shy about it. Shaochen Banquet, Shi Yan murmured his name in a low voice, I haven't heard of this name either. Shi Yan didn't think too much about it and just assumed that Xiao Chenyan had recognized the wrong person. Her goal was to get pregnant as soon as possible, as for other things, she didn't want to care. When Xiao Chenyan walked out of the observation room, he saw a few beaten and swollen Federal Police Department men coyly leading the way in front, followed by a group of men in the Austin family's exclusive armament following behind them. The one walking in the center was his direct subordinate, Major General Levitt. When Levitt saw Xiao Chenyan, a look of joy appeared on his face as he quickly stepped forward and opened his mouth to speak. Xiao Chenyan had a look of intimidation, and Levitt instantly became as docile as a quail, and swallowed back the words that came to his mouth. Until he reached the door of the police station, Xiao Chenyan stopped his steps. Looking at the densely packed armed troops and armed cars outside, Xiao Chenyan's face darkened even more. Evacuate immediately. You go and tell the chief to wait for me to leave before releasing the people inside, and then warn them that they are not allowed to disclose a single word of tonight's events to the public, including the identity of the person who was captured with me by appearance and name, and that I will immediately lead a team to blow St. Petersburg to rubble if her identity is leaked. Levitt saluted, yes, young lord. Xiao Duan Feast got into a car. He couldn't leave without leaving in this situation. His whereabouts were leaked. There must be someone else who had released false news to confuse Levitt, otherwise Levitt would not have recklessly brought so many people to besiege the federal police station. He had to go back and investigate clearly. Shi Yan felt that the Black Bear Country's police were full of humanistic care. Shortly after Xiao Chuan Banquet left, the police officers served her delicious food of various colors one after another. Her handcuffs were opened and her sitting was replaced with a soft sofa. The police also called in a piano player to let her listen to music while eating. Even the chief himself came over to apologize to her, and if she hadn't helped her in time, the chief would have almost been on his knees kowtowing. When asked why, they said they were apologizing for arresting the wrong person. Shi Yan ate alone for a while when she suddenly heard the sound of someone walking in. She thought it was Xiao Chuan Banquet coming back. While looking up, she said, where have you been? Come along and eat some, the food here is not bad, how come it's you? After raising her head and seeing who came in, Shi Yan's face instantly sank, and her light voice became icy cold. Qin Shouhan's face was even uglier than hers, sneering coldly, who else do you think it is? Chapter 10 She's still so bottomless. Shi Yan ignored him and lowered her head to continue eating. Qin Shouhan walked forward with a cold face and grabbed Shi Yan's wrist forcefully, questioning in a stern voice, answer me, who was that man you were with tonight? Shi Yan twisted her wrist and easily pulled her hand back. Who I was with is none of your business, just mind your own business. Qin Shouhan was so angry that his face turned blue. Why are you so shameless that you can't wait to find a wild man to open a room just after arriving abroad? If it wasn't for me calling the police in time, would you have already put a green hat on my head? Shi Yan glanced at him faintly, so what? What do I have to do to be considered to no shame? Honestly accept your arrangement and let you arrange for a man to sleep with me one day to be considered knowing shame? Qin Shouhan pursed his lips tightly, his face green and red. Don't make it seem like how much I've wronged you, get it straight, you're the one who requested me to find a man. Even if there is no such request, I have not apologized to you for going out to find a man now, after all, you have already given me a green hat for 3 years, and I can only count it as a courtesy if I give it to you now. Shi Yan paused, smilingly continued, you suddenly reacted so much to me looking for a man, you wouldn't be in love with me, would you? Shin Shohan said in disgust, don't make a fool of yourself, the person I love will only be Ruyan, it's impossible for me to fall in love with you. Shi Yan asks, then why are you so angry after knowing that I'm looking for a man? Shin Shohan's eyes flickered for a moment. Soon he found a reason. I was looking for you to apologize to Ruyan and her friends, you bullied Ruyan, you don't want to go out and enjoy yourself until you've coaxed her back. He had bought into this reasoning himself. Thinking that he was so angry when he knew that Shi Yan really went outside to look for a man was because he thought that Ruyan Lu was still angry and Shi Yan was not qualified to enjoy anything. Shi Yan sneered, when did I bully Lu Ruyan? As for that friend of hers, she was the one who provoked me first and I fought back reasonably, who am I to apologize? Shin Shohan said, Ruyan was sad because of you, that's your fault. Wang Tiantian is Ruyan's friend, you're not giving Ruyan face by hitting her, you're slapping Ruyan's face, so you have to apologize to her. I know you're sharp-tongued, I'm not reasoning with you now, I'm ordering you. You now, immediately come back to the bar with me, apologize properly to Ruyan, and do whatever Ruyan tells you to do, until she gets over it. Shi Yan rolled her eyes, no go, Ruyan Lu is your sweetheart, you can coax her if you're happy to, I'm not obligated to help you coax her. Shin Shohan looks at her coldly, if you don't go and apologize, from next month onwards I'll suspend paying back the interest on the bank's arrears for the Shi family. Think carefully before you answer. As if he was certain that Shi Yan would agree, after leaving these words, he turned around and left. Shi Yan clenched her fists hard, her face as gloomy as water. Shin Shohan was the one who would catch her soft underbelly. He actually used the Shi family to threaten her. Shi Yan took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions at the bottom of her heart as she got up and followed. Shin Shohan heard the footsteps behind her and hooked his lips in contempt. She was still consistent and had no bottom line for money. There were no words along the way. Back in the bar box, Lu Ruyan was surrounded by people sitting on the sofa, her eyes red and swollen as if she had just cried. Seeing Shin Shohan and Shi Yan enter the door, Lu Ruyan sadly lowered her eyes and started to cry again. Seeing his beloved aggrieved, Shin Shohan immediately walked forward. The others were wise enough to get out of the way. Shin Shohan sat next to Lu Ruyan, reached out and wrapped his hand around her, asking in a warm voice, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Lu Ruyan pushed him away, her choked and delicate voice sounded like she was pouting, you go away, I don't want you to care, you left me behind to go look for Shi Yan, then you go play with her, leave me alone, oh. Shin Shohan also realized that he had hurt her with his previous act of rushing to look for Shi Yan and pushing her away, apologetically saying, I was just in a hurry to find her to apologize to you, I left without properly talking to you, letting you suffer, it's my fault. I brought her back now, let her apologize to you first, and later I'll take you to buy a bag, as my apology to you. Lu Ruyan instantly broke into a smile, burying her face into his chest and wrapping her arms around him. I knew that my husband would not want me, it turns out that my husband went to find her to apologize to me, thank you husband, it's so good to have you. Shin Shohan's mouth was tinged with a doting smile. He raised his eyes and glanced at Shi Yan, seeing her expressionless face, his heart was inexplicably annoyed and angry. The annoyance condensed into an impatient tone, what are you standing for? Quickly come over and apologize to Ruyan. Then looking towards Ruyan Lu, her voice became gentle, Ruyan, just say how you want her to apologize, with me here, no matter what you ask, she won't dare to refuse. Lu Ruyan said with a generous face, I don't have any demands, it's enough for her to sincerely apologize to me. But Tenten was beaten by her, she has to apologize to her as Tenten requested. Shin Shohan nodded, well, that's fine. Wang Tiantian looked at Shi Yan condescendingly, come over here now and apologize to me on your knees. And lick my shoes clean with your tongue. Just now, I was knocked down by you and my shoes got dirty, you're responsible for getting them clean, I'm not intentionally making things difficult for you. Lu Ruyan quietly hooked her lips, Shi Yan, just apologize to Tenten as she requested. Her request is not excessive. If she really wants to get into it with you, it's against the law for you to hit someone with your hands, you can call the police to arrest you and go to jail. Wang Tiantian had a villainous face, that's right, I'm not going to bother with you because of Ruyan's face, only letting you kowtow and lick your shoes is already a bargain, don't you know better? Shin Shohan stared at Shi Yan, if she was willing to open her mouth and beg him, maybe he could help her. However, Shi Yan did not even land a single glance on him. Shi Yan stepped forward expressionlessly, gripping the hair of Lu Ruyan and Wang Tiantian with one hand. With a bang, their heads collided together. The two were instantly dazed and unable to think. Like kowtowing so much? I'll let you all kowtow enough. Boom boom boom. Shi Yan gripped their hair and forced their heads to bump against each other a few more times. When she let go of them, they directly collapsed to the ground, their eyes dull and lifeless, but they didn't faint. Shi Yan still had a sense of proportion, her strength was mastered just right, and the daze didn't hurt her brain. Who else wants to kowtow? While I'm still here, I'll do a good deed and kowtow for you like I did for them. Everyone avoided her eyes, not daring to breathe. Shi Yan sneered, turned around and walked out. Qin Xiuhan angrily shouted, "Get your ass back here! I asked you to come and apologize, but you intensified your actions and injured Ruyan. Do you think what I said to you before was a joke with you? If you dare to leave, I'll have your grandpa's family all reunited in prison next month." Chapter 11 Guarding her for a night. Shi Yan stopped walking and turned her head to look at him, her eyes cold. "If you really want to do this, then I can only ask Grandpa for help." Qin Xiuhan clenched his fists, his face as gloomy as water. "No wonder you dared to clamor with me recently, so you have learned to bully others based on power. You are so arrogant now. Don't you think about what will happen in the future when you have no power to rely on?" Shi Yan indifferently said, "The future will be considered later, at least now I have the capital to bully others." After saying this, she turned around and left the bar without paying any more attention to them. Shi Yan was walking alone on the streets of a foreign country, her mind was in chaos. Although what Qin Xiuhan said was not pleasant to the ear, what he said was also a fact that could not be ignored. Once Elder Qin passed away, the Qin family would be headed by Qin Xiuhan. He didn't even need to do anything, as long as he stopped helping the Shi family, who couldn't afford to pay the bank's monthly interest. It wouldn't take long for the Shi family to be reunited in prison. However, she was also clear that even if she pleases Qin Xiuhan, but as long as Lu Ruyan is there, she will still convince Qin Xiuhan to stop helping the Shi family with a cry or two. The only way out is to have a child. Only if she gets pregnant and gives birth to a child before Elder Qin passes away, so that Elder Qin leaves her name on the will, and she gets some of the shares of the Ding Sheng Group and has money in her hands, can she keep the Shi family. The capital in one's own hands is always more secure and reliable than relying on others. After having this thought, Shi Yan was suddenly a bit anxious. Elder Qin's body didn't know how long it could last, she had to get pregnant as soon as possible. Shi Yan did some math and figured that in 2 days, it would be her ovulation period, which had a 10-day period that just covered the journey. No matter what, she had to conceive a child within this period. Shi Yan didn't want to contact Qin Xiuhan, so she didn't bother to ask him where the hotel he had originally booked was, and checked herself into a random hotel. In order to prevent being disturbed by phone calls, she put her cell phone on silent mode. When she woke up the next day, there were hundreds of missed calls on her phone, all from Qin Xiuhan. Just as she was checking her phone, Qin Xiuhan's call came in again. Shi Yan picked it up. "What unseemly thing did you do last night? Why haven't you been answering your phone? Did you look for a wild man again? Open the door." The man's angry and violent voice shook one's eardrums and hurt. Shi Yan took the phone a little farther away and frowned in some confusion. What was Qin Xiuhan asking her to open the door for? Could he be at the door of her room? How did he know the hotel she checked into and her room number? If he really found the doorway to her room, would he be so ethical to just call and not break down the door? Shi Yan rubbed her messy hair, tossed her cell phone aside, and slowly washed and changed her clothes before going to open the door. As soon as the door opened, she saw Qin Xiuhan standing in the doorway with a gloomy face. Meeting his gloomy and hostile eyes, Shi Yan inexplicably feels a little cold at her back. Lu Ruyan stood beside him with a very grim expression, her fists clenched so hard that her knuckles turned white. In front of the two of them, there were also 4 security guards wearing hotel uniforms. The security guards were holding electric batons and shields in their hands, neatly blocking the doorway. It turned out that there were security guards in the way, so no wonder he became so polite. Without a word, Qin Xiuhan immediately tried to rush away from the security guards and walk into the room. However, the security guard did not budge and blocked the doorway with deadly force. "Ma'am, do you know this gentleman? He used his marriage certificate to check your check-in information last night, but when he asked us to open the door to his room for him, we noticed that he and the lady beside him were behaving intimately, more like a husband and wife. We suspected his identity, so we asked him to call you first to confirm his identity, and since he has not been able to prove it, we stopped him from knocking on the door and harassing you. May I ask if you know him?" One of the security guards asked politely in English. Shi Yan said, "Tough for you guys, he is indeed my husband, you guys let him in." The security guards looked sympathetic. Qin Xiuhan smashed through the security guards with a sullen face and sauntered into the room. He looked around, rummaging through the bathroom and closet, then walked over to the bed and lifted the covers to take a look at the bed. His somber expression only got slightly better as he looked at the clean sheets. "What are you looking for?" Shi Yan asked with a frown. Shin Shohan said in a cold voice, "I lost a watch last night, let's see if you took it." Shi Yan asked with a wry smile, "What kind of expensive watch was it that could make you make hundreds of phone calls to harass me all night long, and guard the door for the whole night?" Shin Shohan said without changing his face, "Ruyan sent me the watch, although it's not expensive, but her heart is priceless in my heart." Shi Yan felt bored and snorted, went to pick up her bag and said while walking out, "Oh, then you take your time to find it." "Where are you going?" Shin Shohan reached out and grabbed her arm. Shi Yan shook off his hand and said in a bored manner, "I'll go wherever I want, it's not your turn to care, go and accompany your Ruyan." Shin Shohan laughed coldly, "Going to find a wild man again?" Shi Yan said, "Even if I'm going to look for aliens, that's my business, you mind your own business." Shin Shohan gritted his teeth and reminded, "Don't forget, you are the escort that I hired for $300,000 a day, if you don't follow me, you won't get a single penny." Shi Yan stops in her tracks, "You transfer yesterday's money to me first." Shin Shohan didn't hesitate at all and transferred $500,000 to her in front of her. "Behave yourself and don't make me angry, I'll give you more." "Thank you, boss." Looking at the $500,000 in hand, Shi Yan's mood instantly improved. Luckily, she was scolded a few times last night, or else she wouldn't have felt at ease with this money. While Shi Yan was happy, Lu Ruyan was about to go mad. Shin Shohan actually gave so much money to Shi Yan, while she didn't have a penny. When she first came to Shin Shohan's side, in order not to let Shin Shohan think that she was rushing to his money, she deliberately showed a noble attitude of treating money as dirt. In the Kingxian first to give her money, she showed a look of humiliation, symbolically shrugged off a bit, just to let Kingxian Hai look at her. Who knew that Shin Shohan would really not give it? Since then, Shin Shohan, in order not to humiliate her, never mentioned the matter of giving her money, but will buy things to give her. But because she regarded money as dirt, buy only general luxury goods only, not the top luxury. Lu Ruyan is almost angry to vomit blood. People receive New Year's red packets have to put off a bit before receiving it. Shin Shohan gave her money, she routinely put off a bit, how to really push back it. If you don't give her money, why did you give Shi Yan so much money? That money was her and Shin Shohan's future joint property as husband and wife, how could it be cheaper for this bitch Shi Yan? "Hubby, forget about the watch if you can't find it, let's go out and take a look, I'll buy a new one for you." Lu Ruyan suppressed her anger and walked to Shin Shohan's side in a graceful manner, and swore sovereignty as she held his arm. Shin Shohan didn't lose his watch at all, he was just looking for an excuse to check if there was a wild man in Shi Yan's room. Lu Ruyan planned to use this excuse to trick Shin Shohan into going out, and in the meantime buy some things herself. When she couldn't get cash, she would buy some more luxury goods and then quietly take them to sell them for money. This was how she had been doing it all these years. Chapter 12. She was so miserable that she could only receive cold, huge money. Shin Shohan then noticed Lu Ruyan. Thinking that she had followed him to keep watch for the whole night, and that he had ignored her for the whole night, a trace of apology arose in his heart. Especially since she hadn't complained and helped him round up his lies and gave him a step down, he felt even more guilty. Shin Shohan opened his arms and gently hugged her. "Okay, we'll go out this time, but we don't need to buy a watch, let's buy you some clothes, shoes and bags, I see that the clothes on you have been worn for a while." Lu Ruyan said understandingly, "My clothes are still wearable, I don't need to buy them, I want to save a little bit of money for you, after all, Shi Yan, she is materialistic, you have to spend quite a lot of money for her every month, I don't want you to break the bank too much." Shin Shohan said heartbreakingly, "I know you don't love money, but buying things for you is a way for me to express my love, I hope you won't refuse." Lu Ruyan finally reluctantly agrees, "Alright, since you've said so, if I refuse again, I'm not giving you face, I'll listen to you on all counts." Shin Shohan smiled gently. Lu Ruyan's eyes turned, and softly said, "Hubby, let Shi Yan follow us, it's not safe to leave her alone, it's safer to follow us. It would be too boring if there was no audience for the show of love." She wanted Shi Yan to see how much Shin Shohan doted on her. Good. Shin Shohan also had the exact same intention, lest he let Shi Yan alone in the hotel and she sneak off to find a wild man again. Shi Yan looks at them in surprise, "Don't you guys need to sleep? You were the door god all night last night, and now you still have the spirit to go shopping?" Lu Ruyan holds Shin Shohan's arm and reveals a happy smile, "I'm 100 times more energetic as long as I'm with my husband, this is the power of love, you won't understand if you don't have anyone to love, don't you think it's husband?" "Aha!" Shin Shohan nodded cooperatively. Shi Yan shrugged her shoulders. They are willing to simmer, let them simmer. Anyway, the difficult one is not her. When they arrived at the entrance of the mall in the local rich area, a few friends who had followed Ruyan Lu from China were there. Lu Ruyan said, "Hubby, my friends, they accompanied me to take a break. I can't leave them behind, so I texted them to come with me. You won't be angry, right?" Qin Xiuhan said dotingly, "Of course not, as long as you are happy." Lu Ruyan approaches his arms with a happy face. Her friends are also on board and start fawning with compliments. Young Qin really favors Ruyan. I'm envious. If there was a man who still favored me like this, I'd be willing to let me die immediately. Ruyan is good enough on her own. Her character is noble enough for Qin Xiao to love her so much and spoil her. How can we compare to Ruyan? That's right, unlike some people who are of low character and morally corrupt, even if she used means to force young Qin to marry her, young Qin wouldn't like her. Young Qin would only like a good girl like Ruyan who is kind and simple. It is self-evident who the certain people in their mouths are referring to. Shi Yan did not refute that. She didn't mind if they chatted about Ruyan Lu's happiness for $300,000 a day to play with her. After all, her price of 300,000 yuan a day is because of Ruyan Lu. If it wasn't for Ruyan Lu coming to travel, she wouldn't be able to earn this kind of money. Seeing Shi Yan's indifferent appearance, Lu Ruyan was furious in her heart, but she couldn't vent it out, so she could only walk into the mall with Qin Xiuhan on her arm. In order to show her innocence and frugality, Ruyan Lu intentionally walked towards the general stores. However, her friends are trying to bring her to the high luxury stores, saying that the expensive clothes are worthy of her. Ruyan Lu had no choice but to be dragged along by them. After entering the store, Lu Ruyan saw a discount on last year's old clothes. They hugged Qin Xiuhan and pouted, "Husband, my friends, they are kind to accompany me out. If you do not send a gift to show appreciation, I feel bad. We send them a discounted clothes, okay?" Qin Xiuhan gently said, "You can decide on this kind of thing, as I said earlier, as long as you are happy." Lu Ruyan smiles and bends her eyes. "Thank you, husband, I love you more and more." Lu Ruyan's friends are very elated and give another rainbow fart. Those discounted old items also start at 6 figures, even if they are last year's old models, they are still very honorable to wear out. They joyfully went to pick them out. Lu Ruyan continued to pamper Qin Xiuhan, "Hubby, I don't know which dress suits me, go and pick it out for me." Qin Xiuhan nodded, carefully checking out each piece of clothing. Lu Ruyan took the opportunity to walk up to Shi Yan's face. There were no other people around, so she stopped pretending and mockingly said, "Xiuhan never gave you a gift, right? You're so pathetic, even though you're despicably married to him, you can't even receive a single gift." Shi Yan said with a wry smile, "Yeah, I'm so envious of you. He sends you thousands and thousands of clothes and shoes and bags every time, and occasionally he'll send a 6-figure gift. You're so happy. He never sends me those, he only uses cold money to humiliate me, less hundreds of thousands, more millions, I'm too painful." "You." Lu Ruyan was so angry that her face was red and her neck was thick, a breath choked in her throat almost didn't come up. She didn't dare to really make a scene, she could only go with a belly full of anger to choose a few more clothes to vent her anger. Xiao Duanyan came to the family's famous mall early this morning to inspect it. The Austin family is not only the #1 warlord family in Eastern Europe, but also the top plutocrat, controlling the economic direction of the entire Eastern Europe. The rich and high-consumption shopping districts in every urban area were all properties of the Austin family. After inspecting the situation of the outlets, Xiao Duanyan was planning to go to the next area to inspect. However, on his way out, he saw a familiar figure in the high-luxury women's clothing store across the street. There were quite a few people in the store, everyone else was picking out clothes and the salesperson was surrounding those people. Only that girl stood alone, as if isolated, and every now and then someone threw a provocative and mocking glance at her. Xiao Chenyan stopped his steps, and the aura on his body obviously sank a few points. The director of the store was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, his mind working rapidly to recall what he had reported was wrong. Xiao Chenyan ordered to Major General Levitt, who was traveling in civilian clothes after him, arrange for someone to go across the street to the women's clothing store to investigate what's going on in the store. Levitt followed his line of sight and saw him staring at a girl, so he understood what he meant and immediately went to investigate. Soon, he learned the general situation. "Young lord, the people in the store across the street all came together, but that beautiful young lady by the door and another very do-gooder female seem to have a beef. In addition, those people are all friends of that do-gooder female, and the do-gooder female is going to give each of those friends of hers a piece of clothing, but that beautiful young lady is not included." Xiao Dust Banquet probably knew what was going on. That do-it-yourself lady was probably Shi Yan's husband's sweetheart. Xiao Chuanyan glanced inside the store and could only see a man and a woman inside holding their arms and talking. they had their backs to him in this direction and could not see their faces. Xiao Chenai did not wait for them to turn around, nor did he let anyone take pictures. He had promised Shi Yan that he would not investigate each other's information, and unless he saw them by accident, he would not deliberately probe. Xiao Chenyan whispered a few words of explanation, then took a deep look at Shi Yan's figure before lifting his feet and leaving to rush to the next venue. Inside the store. The store manager, who was personally receiving Qin Xiuhan and Lu Ruyan, suddenly received a call. After receiving the call, she urgently summoned all the store staff, then walked to Shi Yan's face in unison, and said in English with great excitement, "This lady, congratulations, you are the first customer of our store to enter the store with your left foot today, and stepped on our store's super hidden grand prize, which allows you to pick any merchandise you want within the store, with no limit to the quantity or price, and as long as you fancy it, you can pick it up and take it away with you." Chapter 13, How is she so lucky? Ah! Shi Yan was dumbfounded, she didn't do anything, how did she win the prize? Everyone else was stunned as well. After the shock was jealousy and anger. Shi Yan, what right does she have? Of all the people, why did Shi Yan win the prize? Others were fired for entering the company with their left foot first. She won the jackpot for entering the store with her left foot first. This is too outrageous. Damn it, why didn't I enter the store with my left foot first just now? I walked in front of her. If I had entered the store with my left foot first, I would have been the one who won the jackpot. The one who was angriest was Lu Ruyan. She had just given other people gifts with bravado, only leaving out Shi Yan, in order to humiliate and embarrass her. But now, Shi Yan had won the lottery and could pick everything in the store without any restrictions. Her behavior just now was like that of a jumping clown. She only felt her face burning hot, like she had been slapped a few times in public. Lu Ruyan walked up to the store manager, bit her lip, and questioned with dissatisfaction, "Only those who come in to consume are customers. She didn't make any purchases and isn't considered a customer, so how can you let her win the prize? If you guys do this, you'll chill the hearts of the real customers." The rest of them nodded in agreement. The store manager said in an unassuming manner, "Each store has each store's rules. Our store's rules are that as long as one enters the store, regardless of whether or not there is any consumption, they all belong to our potential customers, and potential customers are also customers." Lu Ruyan said unconvincingly, "I also entered the store with my left foot first, and I entered the store first than her. According to your store's winning rules, this grand prize should belong to me. If you don't believe me, you can adjust the surveillance to take a look." Lu Ruyan herself didn't even know which foot she entered the store first. But just now Shi Yan walked at the very back. So many people came in before her, she didn't believe that no one had their left foot in the store first. No one would be able to take advantage of Shi Yan for that prize. She would not allow Shi Yan to make a fool of herself in front of her. The store manager's smile remains unchanged. "I just forgot to say all the rules. It's the customer who is 168 tall, has hair about 60 centimeters long, wears a white dress with black pants, and has his left foot in the store first." Crowd. What's the difference between this and directly shoving money into Shi Yan's pocket? It was as if these conditions were all customized for Shi Yan. This isn't fair, these conditions are clearly customized for her, it's so unfair to the other customers. Lu Ruyan said angrily. The store manager laughed, "This is the rule set by our big boss, it's really just a coincidence, perhaps this lady was possessed by a koi carp, it just so happens that all the conditions meet our big boss's requirements." Lu Ruyan was so angry that she stomped her foot. "This store is bullying people too much, I'm not going to buy from this store, hubby, let's go to other stores, I'm not going to give performance to this kind of shady store." She and Qin Xiuhan spoke in English on purpose, just to let the store manager hear her, wanting to see her humbly retain herself. But the store manager doesn't care, and makes a pleased gesture towards the door. "That's great, if you guys don't buy here, this lady will have more styles to pick from, she can pick to her heart's content." Lu Ruyan was so angry that her face turned green and red, she walked out of this store with red eyes. The others also hurriedly followed when they saw this. Qin Xiuhan also walked out. Lu Ruyan hooked his hand and stopped at the door, huffing, "Hubby, didn't you give Shi Yan $300,000 a day to come and play with her? What kind of escort is it if she doesn't follow us all the time? You tell her to follow us now. Even if there was no way to mess up Shi Yan's prize, so what? She could make sure she didn't have time to pick." Qin Xiuhan frowned, feeling that it was a bit mean to do so. But looking at Lu Ruyan's reddened eyes, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. So he looked at Shi Yan with a sullen face, "You come with us right now, no delays." Shi Yan frowned. The store manager was very good at reading faces and immediately asked, "Are you in a hurry to leave, ma'am? You can leave a phone number for me, I'll take pictures of all the items and send them to you, you can just pick them online, and when you're done, I'll arrange for someone to deliver them to you. Yan smiled, okay, thanks. She gave out her number and then walked out of the store, glancing at Lu Ruyan with a wry smile. Lu Ruyan could only take a bellyful of fire and get up to the next store. She was no longer in the mood to show off and bought after entering the store. In order to vent her anger, she spent the whole day shopping. Qin Shouhan didn't have the slightest complaint and accompanied her for a day of shopping in order to let her cool off. By the time they left the mall in the evening, a few of her followers were carrying shopping bags full of Lu Ruyan's achievements. Ruyan Lu looked at Yan smugly, even if you were lucky and won the prize, so what? You could only pick a few dresses and skirts, but my husband gave me clothes and shoes and bags and jewelry, you don't have any of these, do you? As soon as her words fell, a man in a suit ran over and stopped in front of Yan. Before he could catch his breath, he hurriedly said, "Hello ma'am, you've won our mall's hidden jackpot. For the partners who are traveling with you today, how much they spent on shopping in the mall, you'll get the same amount of cash reward. The money is on the check, a total of $15 million, please follow the instructions inside and claim the money within 1 month, you can do it online or go to the designated bank, after 1 month this check will be invalid." The manager shoved an envelope into Yan's hand. Huh? Yan was confused. The others were also confused. All stared incredulously. What did she win the lottery for this time? We've been together the whole time and she hasn't participated in the lottery at all. Wang Tiantian was mad with jealousy and gritted her teeth as she questioned. The manager laughed. Our boss, who was behind the scenes watching the surveillance for the lucky draw, just happened to draw her without her needing to do it herself. Wang Tiantian was furious. What kind of crap rules are these? She didn't spend a single penny in the mall, yet she won twice, or such a big prize, what gives her the right? Lu Ruyan was also about to go crazy with anger. The original mood that had eased a bit because of the shopping was gone after seeing Yan win the prize again. Watching Yan get that huge sum of money was even harder than if she had lost money. She looked at the manager slyly, holding back her anger and said, "My spending today was not as much as $15 million, did you guys miscalculate? You quickly go back to verify and ask for the excess back, lest you have to make up for it yourself if you give more." She looked like she was thinking about the hitman, but she actually didn't want Yan to get that much money. Even if there was no way to return the award, it was better to let Yan get a little less. She had been very restrained when buying things in order to maintain her image in Qin Shouhan's mind. Even if she had bought more today because of her emotional outburst, it wasn't as much as $15 million. She had roughly calculated that she had spent about $5 million or so. That extra $10 million must be returned to Yan, and Yan must not be allowed to gain a little more. Chapter 14 finally knows fear. The manager smiled and explained, "That's because our boss used the expansion coupon for this lady, the amount was expanded 3 times, so it's 15 million, we didn't make any miscalculations, this lady can take 15 million without worrying about a penny and don't have to return it." Crowd. Actually have expansion coupons? Think this is a US group order? No matter how much other people tried to stop it, the money eventually landed in Yan's hands in no less than a cent. The manager completed his task and left with a smile. Lu Ruyan, who had endured for a day, finally broke her defenses and jumped into Qin Shouhan's arms with tears. Although she hadn't lost anything, the fact that Yan was rewarded just made it hard for her to accept. Her friends immediately began to glare at Yan with the same hatred. "Yan, you've gone too far, why did you humiliate Ruyan? Ruyan, she doesn't blame you for stealing her husband and is generous enough to make peace with you, why are you so small-minded to deliberately embarrass her in public? Ruyan is such a kind person and you bully her, you are simply too vicious. A poisonous woman like you will definitely get retribution." Yan said mockingly, "I understand your group of lapdogs wanting to protect their master's heart, but this is a human society, everything has to be based on evidence, it's not a brainless dog barking, whoever barks louder has the upper hand." Wang Tiantian was furious and red in the face, but she also knew that swearing at Yan would not yield results. She turned her head to Qin Shouhan and said angrily, "Young Qin, look at Yan, she bullied Ruyan to tears and is still so arrogant, you must do right by Ruyan, otherwise she will definitely intensify her bullying of Ruyan in the future." Although Ruyan Lu didn't say anything, she cried in Qin Shouhan's arms and became a little more aggrieved. Qin Shouhan immediately looked at Yan with a sullen face and ordered, "You apologize to Ruyan immediately now." Yan asked in amusement, "We have been together all day today, I have never bullied her from start to finish, why should I apologize?" Qin Shouhan said in an undeniable manner, "Even if you didn't bully her, but she cried because you were aggrieved, you should apologize." He came off this time to accompany Lu Ruyan for a break, but Shi Yan made Lu Ruyan's mood worse, and that was her fault. Shi Yan said she cried because she's small-minded, jealous that I won the lottery to take advantage of the situation, and can't see that I'm good, so she got angry and cried. That's her problem, not mine. Is there something wrong with your brain, or is there something wrong with the Qin family's education? That's why you did this stupid thing of forcing someone who didn't make a mistake to apologize to someone who was narrow-minded? Qin Shouhan's face darkened. Shi Yan continued, fine, it's fine to make me apologize, let's just open a live broadcast and tell everyone that she, Lu Ruyan, was jealous of me winning the prize, tried to help me return the prize but couldn't, and ended up letting me claim the prize, so she cried in anger. It's my fault, I shouldn't have won the prize to make the kind and sensible Miss Ruyan Lu jealous. I apologize to her and beg her not to be jealous of me, is that okay? The moment her words came out, everyone's faces darkened. Lu Ruyan was even so angry that her face turned green and red, like she was being stripped of her clothes in public, incomparably embarrassed. Husband, she slandered me, I wasn't jealous of her, Lu Ruyan complained aggrievedly. However, Qin Shouhan was so set by Shi Yan that he no longer had the face to force her to apologize. He also knew that he was being unreasonable in forcing her to apologize. Wang Tiantian was quite dedicated to protecting her master and immediately jumped out to scold angrily, you bitch, don't slander Ruyan. Ruyan, she's the Qin family's youngest grandma, she'll give her as much money as she wants from Qin Shao. How could she be jealous of the 3 melons and 2 jujubes that you won? I advise you to hurry up and apologize to Ruyan, otherwise when Ruyan marries Qin Shao, you will not die well. Pa! Shi Yan directly threw a slap onto her face. You actually hit me? What gives you the right to hit me? Wang Tiantian was going crazy with anger, her eyes covered with blood. Shi Yan slowly and methodically moved her knuckles. The Qin family's young granny status is so powerful, huh? Then it's good for me to take advantage of the Qin family's young granny's power. She looked up at Qin Shouhan. Wang Tiantian, she has repeatedly yelled and insulted me. I wonder if I, the Qin family's young grandmother, have the qualifications to make young Qin stop all cooperation with Wang? Before Qin Shouhan could open his mouth, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but mock. Timothy, she is my friend, as long as I'm around, hubby, he won't touch the Wang family, and in the future, I'll still let them deepen their cooperation. Wang Timothy laughed out exaggeratedly, ha 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 ha, laughed me out of my mind, even if you're the Qin family's youngest grandma now, so what? Qin Shao, he doesn't like you, you are just a decoration as the Qin family's young granny. Qin Shouhan said in a cool tone, there are a lot of things involved in the company's cooperation, it's not something that can be cancelled casually. And Wang Tiantian is also trying to defend Ruyan, sometimes she will be a bit tongue-tied, it's good for Ruyan to have a friend who defends her so much, I won't let Ruyan lose a friend who is sincere to her just for you. Wang Tiantian has a smug look on her face, the title of Qin family's young granny isn't good on anyone, without the recognition of Qin Shao, you, the Qin family's young granny, is not even as good as a beggar. Shi Yan didn't get angry, she just pulled out her cell phone with a calm face, found out her grandfather's number from the address book and dialed out. I'll call and ask Grandpa to see if he recognizes me. Everyone's face changed. Qin Shouhan even directly made a move to snatch her cell phone. Are you young or not? Still looking for Grandpa to tell on you? Right at this moment, the phone was already connected. The phone was pressed to amplify the sound, and Elder Qin's voice came out from the receiver. Yen Yen ah, why are you calling me in the middle of the night? Did Shouhan bully you? There was a time difference between the two countries, it was only evening here, but it was already early morning in China. Shi Yan's tone was low, and she said sullenly, yes, he did it for the sake of. Qin Shouhan grabbed her arm hard, and lowered his voice to say through gritted teeth, I promise you, don't say anything to Grandpa. If Grandpa knew, he might find out about Ruyan Lu's head. Grandpa might arrange for someone to deal with Ruyan Lu if he knew of Ruyan Lu's existence. He couldn't take that risk. Moreover, Grandpa's health is not good. If he knows about Ruyan Lu, in case he gets angry and collapses, he will be the culprit for Grandpa's death. Shi Yan's face raised a smile, her voice turned a corner. He doesn't let me go out to play in order to let you hold your great-grandchildren as soon as possible, and it is not easy for me to go out of the country but still stay in a hotel all the time. It is so annoying. Grandpa, you help me to say something about him. Her tone carried a pout, like a loving couple complaining to their elders. Ha, that kid finally knows to do his job. Elder Qin let out a bright laugh, you've worked hard, I'll help you teach him a lesson when you guys return to China. For now you guys just have fun over there, don't be in a hurry, come back when you've had your fun. Shi Yan and the old man spoke for a while before hanging up the phone. Alright, it's time for you to fulfill your promise, now call your special assistant right away and tell him to start making arrangements. Shi Yan teasingly looked at Qin Shouhan. Young Qin, please spare Wang. Wang Tiantian finally panicked and begged for mercy with a face full of panic. If Ding Sheng Group and Wang's cancelled all cooperation, other companies would get the news and think that they had offended Ding Sheng, and they wouldn't continue to cooperate with them either. Moreover, Wang's company was facing bankruptcy before, and it was only after cooperating with Ding Sheng Group that they came back to life. Now if the cooperation was cancelled, Wang would definitely go bankrupt. Ruyan, help me beg Young Qin, Wang clan can't live without the support of Ding Sheng Group. Ruyan Lu said in an aggravated manner, hubby, Timothy is my best friend, can you not stop the cooperation with Wangs for my sake? If my friend suffers a crisis because of defending my family, and I still can't help, I won't have any more friends to defend me in the future, said she as she shed tears. Xin Shouhan said in a deep voice, this is what I promised Shi Yan, I can't go back on my word. Otherwise, if she makes Grandpa take action, then it won't be as simple as terminating the cooperation. Grandpa is not generally doting on Shi Yan. If he lets Grandpa know that Wang Tiantian insulted Shi Yan, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to see the Wang family in the capital city in the future. Including you. If you let Grandpa know of your existence, you will also be in danger. I can't let you be in danger. Lu Ruyan's face turned white, her heart growing more and more jealous and angry. What made Shi Yan so lucky to be favored by Elder Qin? She stayed by Qin Shouhan's side like a rat that couldn't see the light of day, hiding every day, only able to show off in front of a few friends, but in the end, she couldn't even protect these few friends, and she lost all her face. How can she still have the face to mix in the circle in the future? Qin Shouhan had already taken out his cell phone and called his special assistant in China, explaining that the special assistant would go and do the business of cooperating with Wang. Wang Tiantian was terrified and knelt down in front of Shi Yan, grasping her pant leg and begging bitterly, Shi Yan, I apologize to you, please raise your hand and spare our family. If my father finds out that I lost the cooperation with Ding Sheng because of my cheap mouth, my father will beat me to death. Why do women make things difficult for women? Isn't it popular nowadays for girls to help girls? We are all women, you can't compete with me, female competition is despicable and unseemly, it is to be reviled, just let me go, please. Shi Yan shook her off and said in a faint voice, sorry, I'm not a popular model woman, I'm a traditional model, I have revenge, I have grudges, I only talk about grudges, regardless of gender. Chapter 15. She was the same girl back then. Lu Ruyan's several other friends all had a palpitating look on their faces. They were all glad that they didn't rush as fast as Wang Tiantian did. Otherwise, they would have suffered as well. They thought that Shi Yan couldn't get Qin Shouhan's favor and wouldn't dare to fight back even if she was bullied. They didn't expect her to be so hardened that she directly found Master Qin to complain and even threatened Qin Shouhan with Master Qin. Wasn't she afraid that when Elder Qin passed away, she would be doubly retaliated against? But that was all for later. At least for now, Shi Yan was invincible. She had the ability to straighten out those who bullied her. That Ruyan, I suddenly remembered that I have something very important to do in my country in a hurry, I'll rush back overnight tonight, so I won't stay to keep you company, so you have a good time with young Qin. I received a call from my family this morning, saying that my grandmother is sick, and I have to rush back overnight to see her as well. My family is also urging me to go back, so I'll be sure to keep you company when I come out next time. They casually found an excuse and left in a hurry. Before leaving, they didn't forget to take Wang Tiantian away. Lu Ruyan was so angry that her whole body trembled, but she could only watch them leave. After the people left, she turned back to look at Shi Yan, only to see that she was full of joy as she opened the envelope and took out the check inside. Lu Ruyan became even more angry and ran away in tears. Qin Shouhan hurriedly went after her. Ruyan, don't run so fast, be careful of falling. His words just fell, only to hear bang sound, Lu Ruyan fell a dogshit. Qin Shouhan painfully lifts her up, are there any injuries on your body? Do you want to go to the hospital? Lu Ruyan bites her lips in aggravation and doesn't answer him, instead she looks at Shi Yan who was baring her teeth and angrily questions, what are you laughing at? Is it funny to see me fall? Shi Yan said, the teeth are a bit hot, so I bared them to cool off. Lu Ruyan had tears in her eyes, her hands tugged hard and swore in her heart that after Master Qin passed away, she would make Shi Yan's life worse than death and make the Shi family suffer. The grievances she suffered today will be repaid 100 times over in the future. Shi Yan can't be arrogant for much longer. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and aggrievedly said to Qin Shouhan, husband, I don't want to see her, let her not follow us, I just want to quietly nestle in my husband's arms to heal my wounds. Qin Shouhan nodded his head, good, listen to you. He looks at Shi Yan with a cold face, immediately get out of my way, don't get in Ruyan's way here. Shi Yan was very sensible and turned around without the slightest complaint. She found a cafe and sat down, following the instructions in the envelope, withdrawing $15 million into her bank card. Because it was a multinational bank, it took a little while. It wasn't until she received a text alert of the deposit that she finally believed it wasn't a prank or a dream. She had really won the lottery, $15 million without warning. Then she contacted the store manager of that luxury clothing store and asked if she could pick out a few clothes and discount them. She didn't lack clothes, she only lacked money. Although she wasn't favored by Qin Shohan, in order to create the illusion of their love for her grandfather, every quarter, the new clothes, shoes, bags, etc. of all the major brands, Qin Shohan would have Qin's special assistant help her to arrange on them. Shi Yan told the store manager about her idea through a text message. The store manager quickly replied, "Of course you can, I'll start counting the amount now, you send me your card number, and I'll transfer the money to you immediately after the counting is done." Shi Yan, I haven't even started picking it. Store manager, it's okay, I'll tally all the goods in the whole store. Shi Yan, what kind of happy event has this store encountered that it has to organize such a big event? This was equivalent to giving her the entire store. She was once again shocked. The store manager on the other side, after tallying up the amount, immediately reported the amount in Shi Yan's card number to the director, who contacted Levitt, who personally reported it to Xiao Chenyan. Xiao Chenyan looked at the amount of more than $10 million and directly transferred $50 million over. Levitt couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what is that young lady's relationship with you? Why are you so special to her?" Xiao Duanyan had a smile on the corner of his mouth, an adopted relationship. Levitt laughed happily, "Young lord is 27 years old, it's time to get in touch with a woman, otherwise the marshal always suspects that young lord has problems with his sexual orientation. He tried me several times to ask young lord if he is stealing a relationship with me and that's why he's not interested in women, and he also warned me to mind my own chrysanthemums, don't hold young lord back." Although the young lord is only harboring women outside now, but being willing to contact women is a good start, and it's not too late to find a suitable lady of the mansion to marry later. Xiao Dus Banquet said, "It's not me who is harboring her, it's her who is harboring me." What? Levitt was full of incredulity. This is anti-Tiangang. With the young master's status, even if he is the president of another country, he is not qualified to adopt you. And no, since young master you are being adopted, why are you still giving money to your gold master? Xiao Chenyan raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Chinese has improved quite a bit, you can even use idioms. Levitt shyly touched his head. "Young lord, don't make fun of me, I've been learning Chinese since I followed young lord, but there are too few Chinese speakers around me, that's why I'm progressing slowly." Xiao Chenyan turned the topic back. "She will be happy to receive the money, I gave it to her when I had it." Levitt's face was full of anticipation. "Young master, I will also be happy when I receive the money." Xiao Chenyan said with a wry smile, "There's a Chinese idiom called joy brings sorrow, I'm afraid that something will happen to you, so don't be happy." "I'm afraid that something will happen to you, so don't be happy." Levitt. "Young master, I'm still curious, what is so special about that lady that you would agree to be adopted by her? There have been so many women who have taken the initiative to show their affection to you, and you didn't even look at them." Xiao Chenyan hooked up his lips, a smile in his deep eyes. "Do you still remember that girl on Skeleton Island 15 years ago?" Levitt said without thinking, "Can't forget it for the rest of my life. She left us on an isolated island back then, and left us a pile of shit to eat in a cycle. I still dream about the serious look on her face when she said that until now, she really wanted us to eat shit. 15 years have passed, and the shock in my heart hasn't even subsided. Although she saved us at that time, I wasn't that grateful to her when she said those words." Chapter 16 Being charmed to death by her. 15 years ago, Xiao Chuan Banquet and Levitt were stranded on Skull Island, which at that time was being developed into a refugee hosting island. There are not only refugees on it, but also many people who have committed felonies fled to it to hide, as well as some of the country's poor, the government for the sake of the city appearance, the vagabonds uniformly caught on that island. There is no water, no electricity, no internet, and no boats to the outside world, so the government puts out some food every once in a while. But I don't know if it's the bad taste of the administrators, but the food they put out every time is only enough for 1/10 of the population. So fights would break out on the island, and every day people would lose their lives and their bodies would be eaten. After they were stranded on that island, Xiao Duan Feast's enemies probably found out that he was on it and started bombing the isolated island. They were all injured and had trouble moving, so they couldn't hide at all. At the moment of survival, a dirty little girl appeared and took them to a hole in the ground to hide. The hole in the ground sloped down to the ground, at least 100 meters or more. They later learned that the little girl had spent 5 years digging the hole with her bare hands, in a naive attempt to escape from that hellish island. After the bombing, they came out from the hole in the ground, and the whole island was smashed and devastated. All the plants and animals became charcoal, the soil was colored red, and the whole island was filled with a dead atmosphere. The people on the island were all blown into human fragments, and because it was summer, their bodies were already stinking with maggots when they came out. This lonely island couldn't stay any longer. Even if they wouldn't be bombarded again, the stench of the bodies and the necrotic poison emanating from the corpses would soon cause them to contract diseases, or die from lack of food and water. Levitt was hiding a piece of bread. He originally thought to take out 3 people to share. But when the girl saw the bread, she grabbed it and ate it alone. After eating it, she went to take a shit and said to them, "A piece of bread divided among 3 people won't fill anyone up, so it's better to let me, the only uninjured person, eat it to replenish my strength and figure out how to get outside to find help. But I've left you guys something too. I took a shit over there. You can both eat it in a cycle to stay alive. One person eats it first and then poops it out, the other eats it and then poops it out again. This cycle should last for a while. I'll go to the police and get help for you guys if I make it out." Then she dragged a log down to the sea and stomped away on it. Both Levitt and Xiao Duan Feast were stunned. They felt that people couldn't, or at least shouldn't, say something that counterintuitive. By the time they came back to their senses, the girl had drifted away, leaving only a pile of shit to keep them company. Levitt jerked away from the memory, his expression one of disbelief. After a long while he seemed to react to something and asked in shock, "Young lord, you're not trying to say that the woman who encumbered you was that little oddball back then, are you? How could it be? How could she have swum across several thousand nautical miles of sea? Even though she was 9 years old at the time, she was as skinny as a 5 or 6-year-old child. How could she have that much stamina to swim that far when she was so small?" They had ended up being found and rescued by the Austin family back then, and it wasn't the girl who had called the police to call for help. So they all thought that the girl died at sea. The young lord even set up a tombstone for her, and an unnamed plaque was placed in the house to worship her. "I didn't expect that she was actually still alive." "Young lord, could it be that you've recognized the wrong person?" He felt that the likelihood of the young lord recognizing the wrong person was higher than the likelihood of the girl being alive. Xiao Duanyan said firmly, "It's impossible to recognize the wrong person. I would recognize her even if she turned into ashes." Levitt was a little excited. "Young lord, can I go meet her? I didn't see her face at the mall today. Although her behavior is a bit abstract, but she saved my life anyways. I want to thank her in person." Xiao Dustfeast said in a deep voice, "She doesn't remember me, much less you. What happened back then wasn't a good thing either. Don't go mentioning it in front of her and remind her of the unpleasant past." Levitt said, "Then I won't meet her. I'll just see from afar what my benefactor looks like when she grows up. That's always fine, right? If I don't know what my benefactor looks like, what if I accidentally clash with her in the future?" Xiao Duanyan nodded and asked Levitt to go out with himself next time and take a look from afar. Right at this moment, Xiao Duanyan received a message from the agent, Point XX, the target person separated from the others and is wandering alone on XX Street. When he left from the federal police station, Xiao Chunyan had arranged for 2 trusted agents to follow Shiyan in 24-hour shifts to prevent accidents from happening to her. Although he ordered people to block Shiyan's relationship with him, he was worried that news would leak out and his enemies would know about Shiyan's existence and thus go after her, so he arranged for people to protect her covertly. Every hour, the agents would report on Shiyan's movements. Seeing that Shiyan had finally separated from the others, Xiao Chunyan immediately put down the matter at hand and intended to go to her. Shiyan didn't expect the luxury store manager to call her with $50 million. Looking at the long string of zeros in the SMS reminder, she only felt an unreal sense like she was dreaming. Shiyan was in a great mood and decided to reward herself. She spent €100 at a roadside store to buy a soft green dress, and went to a beauty store to blow dry her slightly curly hair and apply full makeup. She had always loved beauty, but because of the huge debt she was in, all she could think about was paying it off, so she couldn't be bothered to dress up. Today this huge amount of money was considered unearned income, and she was finally willing to take a drop and spend it on herself. "My God, you're so beautiful too, like an angel descending to earth." The owner of the beauty store personally helped Shiyan with her makeup and styling, and praised her for 10 minutes afterward, making Shiyan embarrassed. Shiyan hurriedly paid the money and left the store. At this time, Xiao Chunyan had already arrived in the neighborhood. He looked around, did not see that familiar figure, sent a text message to ask the agent, "Where is she?" The agent replied, "Just 20 meters in front of you, wearing a green skirt with slightly curly hair that is." Xiao Duanyan looked up, his heartbeat instantly messed up the rhythm, the clamor of the world as if only her figure was left. Right at this moment, Levitt's uncomprehending voice came from his side, "Didn't the young master say that you would recognize her even if she turned into ashes?" But she was so close to you, you didn't even recognize her, and you had to ask an agent before recognizing her. Xiao Chenyan collected the fire in his eyes and calmly said, "You know her when she is transformed into ashes, but not when she is made up." The difference between Shi Yan's veiled face and her makeup was actually not too big. She had only become more refined and beautiful, but because she had suddenly changed her clothes and styling, he subconsciously searched for the figure he had seen in the morning before he could not recognize her. Levitt. Xiao Duan Banquet lifted his feet and prepared to walk over, but then suddenly paused and instructed Levitt, "Help me find a stylist, make me look handsome. She charmed me half to death, I want to take back the favor and charm her to death." The corner of Levitt's mouth twitched. "Look at your worthless look." Chapter 17. You look delicious today. Shi Yan strolled around the streets for more than an hour, buying some small local objects, intending to take them back to her home country to give them away. At this time, it was already mealtime, and she planned to find a place to eat. Just then, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Because the person appeared too suddenly, she couldn't react in time and ran headlong into him, her body falling back uncontrollably. When she was about to fall, a hand encircled her waist and brought her forward, and she fell into a wide and sturdy embrace. Her heart missed a beat as the hot temperature came through the thin fabric and the faint scent of grass lingered on the tip of her nose. She quickly reacted, intending to withdraw from his embrace, but the man's arms were as firm as steel bars, confining her delicate body in his sturdy embrace. She put her hands against his chest and pushed a little harder, but she didn't push. She looked up with some exasperation, and the anger that had just welled up instantly disappeared when she saw that familiar handsome face. No matter how many times she looked at it, she couldn't help but be amazed by this face. Today's him was even more handsome than before. His hair was combed back, fresh and neat. His eyebrows seemed to have been repaired, and he looked even more spirited and imposing. It was the same everywhere, and everywhere more refined than ever. He wore a white shirt on top, the fabric of which was so light and soft that she could clearly feel the texture of the muscles underneath through the fabric in her palms. "Good touch?" The man's voice with a smirk sounded above his head. "Not bad." Since the lustful heart had already been seen through, it would be better to simply go through the motions. Anyway, it was her own money that she had paid for the package, although she hadn't given him the money so far. But that wasn't the point. The point was not to take the name of a lecher and not yet do what a lecher should do. Her hand only stayed on his chest for a short while before she climbed upwards and held onto his cheek. "Since we're both abroad, we should follow the customs of foreign countries." Xiao Chuanyan asked doubtfully, "What customs?" Shi Yan said, "The custom of kissing without moving." She stood on her tiptoes, reached out and hooked her hand around his neck, causing him to lower his head slightly, and her red lips printed on it. A slapdash kiss. After parting, the lips moved to his left ear and whispered, "You look delicious today, stay with me tonight." Warm breath sprayed on his ear, causing his heart to beat out of control. Shi Yan quickly withdrew from his arms and laughed softly, "I'm hungry, let's go eat first." After saying this, she took the first step forward. Xiao Chenyan quickly followed, grabbing her hand and breaking her fingers one by one, interlocking them with hers. Shi Yan glanced sideways at the hand that was held tightly by him before looking up at him again. Xiao Chenyan had a frank look on his face. "The streets are crowded, holding hands prevents getting lost." Shi Yan did not say anything. More intimate things have been done, holding a hand is nothing. Shi Yan chose a hot pot restaurant. Xiao Chenyan didn't seem too hungry, and kept giving her food, but didn't eat much himself. Shi Yan was a little embarrassed to eat alone, so she took a bite herself and fed him a bite. Xiao Chenyan had a smile in his eyes and looked to be in a very good mood. As they reached the end of their meal, Qin Shouhan and Lu Ruyan passed by outside the store arm in arm. Qin Shouhan's eyes unintentionally swept across the store and was suddenly attracted by a figure. He fixed his eyes on it and realized that it was actually Shi Yan. Shi Yan had changed her clothes and put on makeup, and was as beautiful as a fairy. Qin Shouhan was lost in thought for a moment. In the next instant, he saw Shi Yan clip a piece of meat and pass it across to her, and the man across from her naturally ate the meat she fed to his mouth. Shi Yan looked at him and smiled for a moment before pulling out a tissue and wiping his mouth. Qin Shouhan looked at this scene in shock, and a wave of nameless anger surged through his heart. Shi Yan had actually really found a man outside. How dare she? "Hubby, why aren't you leaving?" Lu Ruyan shook his arm hard. She called out several times, but Qin Shouhan acted as if he was deaf and couldn't hear her, so she could only shake him harder to try to get his attention. Qin Shouhan finally came back to his senses and roughly drew back his hand, striding forward to find the door to the restaurant. By the time he found the door and walked in, Shi Yan and the man had already checked out and left through another door. Shin Shohan immediately chased after them. But there were a lot of people outside, and as he glanced around, he couldn't find Shi Yan's figure at all. Shin Shohan angrily clenched his fist and ruthlessly smashed it against the glass door beside him. Husband ah! Lu Ruyan just happened to chase over, but before she could get close, Shin Shohan suddenly slammed his fist into the glass door. His punch was so strong that it actually smashed the glass door. The glass fell with a crash, and the piece of glass that splashed out scratched Lu Ruyan's arm. Lu Ruyan covered the bleeding wound and trembled in pain. Shin Shohan wanted to rush into the crowd to find Shi Yan, but Lu Ruyan grabbed his hand first and asked in tears, "Hubby, who are you looking for? My hand is injured, don't you care about me?" Shin Shohan turns around and only then realizes that Ruyan Lu is injured, frowning entangledly. "How did you get hurt? Do you want to take a taxi to the hospital yourself? You take care of this glass door for me first, and you can reimburse me when I come back," he said, and then tried to push him away, full of the desire to go catch the adulterer. Lu Ruyan looked at him incredulously. "What are you talking about? I'm all injured and you actually want me to go to the hospital alone, and you want me to handle the compensation? Who exactly did you see? Do you have to go find out now? Is going to find that person more important than sending me to the hospital?" Shin Shohan's eyes were still searching into the crowd, and without thinking, he replied back, "I saw Shi Yan, and I need to ask her something." The man's back was turned to him just now, and he didn't even see what the adulterer looked like. Ever since the first time he lied to the police and let them go to check the room and take Shi Yan away, after that, when he tried to call the police again to let them help him look for Shi Yan, the police refused and warned him not to report a false alarm again. So if he wanted to find Shi Yan now, he could only rely on himself. Lu Ruyan shivered with anger. "So in your heart, Shi Yan is more important than me? Fine, go find her, don't worry about my injury, just let it keep bleeding, I don't feel any pain at all because my heart hurts more." She let go of Shin Shohan's hand, and her tears fell even more fiercely. Shin Shohan snapped back to his senses. He turns back to Lu Ruyan and looks at her tearful face with a guilty look. "I'm sorry, I lost my temper just now, in my heart of course you're the most important, I'll send you to the hospital now." Lu Ruyan hung her eyes and didn't say anything, she just kept shedding tears. Shin Shohan compensated the money for the damaged glass, then stopped a car and personally sent Lu Ruyan to the hospital. On the way there, he kept dialing Shi Yan's number on his cell phone, but no one answered. Lu Ruyan saw Shin Shohan calling Shi Yan's number over and over again, and was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Shi Yan again. Shi Yan in the end gave Shin Shohan what kind of soul soup? Why Shin Shohan suddenly so concerned about her? Chapter 18. Break it off with him and I'll give you a child. In the hotel room, the cell phone placed on the bed rang over and over again, but no one paid any attention to it. At the critical moment, Xiao Chenyan let go of her lips and gasped, "Wait a moment, I'll go get a condom." Shi Yan said, "No need to wear one, I'm infertile." Xiao Chenyan's body gave a beat. Infertile? Yes, she had suffered so much as a child, it was understandable that she had hurt her body. The bell rang uninterruptedly. But no one paid any attention to it. It was not until early morning that she slept. By the time she woke up from her sleep, it was already afternoon. Xiao Chenyan was no longer at the hotel, and a new set of clothes was placed on the bed. She put it on and found that it fit perfectly, even the small clothes and pants inside fit perfectly. How did Xiao Chenyan know her clothing size? Did he measure her while she was asleep? Thinking about that image, she couldn't help but feel her face burning. After putting on her clothes, Shi Yan went to find her cell phone. Xiao Chenai thoughtfully helped her charge her cell phone and put it on mute. When she opened her cell phone, she saw that there were hundreds of missed calls again, all of which were from Shin Shohan, who had also sent a lot of WeChat messages questioning where she had been. Xiao Chenyan also sent her a Weibo, saying that he had to leave first and asked her to send him a message back when she woke up, and he came to accompany her. Shi Yan did not reply to Xiao Chenyan. After she packed up, she left this hotel and returned to the one she had checked into before. After realizing that she had checked into that hotel, Shin Shohan had also moved there and had someone send all their luggage over. Shi Yan used her room card to open her room and saw Shin Shohan sitting on the sofa covered in cold air. After seeing Shi Yan, Shin Shohan stood up and angrily walked to her. "Where did you go last night? Why haven't you answered my calls? Were you fooling around with a wild man? Don't deny it, I saw you eating barbecue meat with a wild man last night, and you even fed it to him." Shi Yan said in a faint voice, "You saw it wrong." Shin Shohan's face stared. Could it be that he really saw wrongly last night? The person he saw just looked like Shi Yan and was not Shi Yan? The anger in his heart subsided for a few moments. Shi Yan said seriously, we ate hot pot last night, not roasted meat. That hot pot restaurant tastes good, you can take Lu Ruyan to try it. Qin Xiuhan instantly blackened his face. Does this kind of insignificant point need to be corrected so solemnly? So you really went and ghosted with a wild man last night? Shi Yan said unhappily, don't say that, he's not a wild man, he's a handsome man with broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs and 8-pack abs, and he's very gentlemanly. Qin Xiuhan is so angry that his face turns blue. You left me as your husband to go find a wild man and you are still so justified. Do you know how to write the word shame? Shi Yan frowned. What are you mad about again? Didn't you tell me to find a man on my own? The day I found one, I even asked you for money to adopt him. You've forgotten so quickly? And do you think you're in a position to accuse me? Before I went looking for a man outside, you and Lu Ruyan had been shameless for years. Not only are you shameless, you're also unreasonable. You're the one who looks like a savage. Qin Xiuhan's face flushed green for a while. I'm just talking casually. Who gave you permission to actually go looking for a man? You immediately break it off with him, and you are never allowed to see him again. Since that day, Shi Yan no longer surrounded him. Before, she would help him prepare his clothes every morning. Breakfast would be prepared in advance, lunch would be made and sent to the office, and dinner would be made and waiting for him to come back. She would also prepare stomach tea and give it to Qin Zhuo, so that Qin Zhuo would brew it for him every day at the company. But now she doesn't care about him at all. He deliberately pretended that without her care, he was doing everything as usual. But in reality, he felt that his life had become a mess. Meals became hard to swallow. His stomach ached every day. Sometimes the socks would even be worn in different colors for the left and right feet. Obviously, when Shi Yan was surrounding him, he felt that she had no impact on his life and would only bore him. But after she left him alone, she turned his life into a mess. Although there was an assistant around who took over those things, it was always a bit worse compared to Shi Yan. The chef of a 5-star hotel couldn't make dishes to his liking, but Shi Yan could. The clothes he wore every day were not as comfortable without her careful ironing. There was also the tea that could nourish his stomach and calm his nerves, but without it, his mood was always on the verge of irritability. Over the past 3 years, Shi Yan had infiltrated his life like a chronic poison, and was highly addictive. All he wanted now was for life to go back to the way it used to be. He himself was annoyed with this uncontrollable mood lately. How am I supposed to get pregnant and have kids if I break it off with him? You don't care about your grandfather? Shi Yan looked at him with a surprised face. Qin Xiuhan pursed his lips tightly, and his brows furrowed. After a while, he said as if he had made a huge sacrifice, I can give you a child. Pa! A cracking sound came from behind him. Turning his head to look, he saw Ruyan Lu standing in the doorway with a pale face. At her feet was a shattered glass cup, and the ground was strewn with tea leaves and water. Lu Ruyan looked at Qin Xiuhan incredulously, tears rustling down her face. You actually want to have a child with her? You promised me that you wouldn't touch her, but now you want to have a child with her. How can you stand up to me? How can you stand up to the oath between us? You said you had an upset stomach and wanted to drink stomach-nourishing tea, so I called a friend in China to help me find an old Chinese doctor to ask for the formula of stomach-nourishing tea, and then went to the recesses and corners of this foreign country to find a Chinese medicine hall to help you dispense the medicine. I ran for more than 5 hours to get the recipe together, brewed it for you and sent it over, but what did you do to me? While I was busy for you, you actually wanted to have a child with another woman. Qin Xiuhan, can you stand up to me? Chapter 19, She doesn't have that chance. Qin Xiuhan's face was flustered and he immediately pushed Shi Yan away and walked briskly towards Lu Ruyan. Ruyan Lu cries and runs away. Ruyan, you listen to my explanation. Qin Xiuhan hurriedly went to chase. He quickly caught up with Ruyan Lu and hugged her from behind. Ruyan, you don't get excited, listen to my explanation, it's not what you think. Lu Ruyan sobbed uncontrollably. I have personally heard that you are going to have a child with her, is it still false? You broke the promise between us. I don't want you anymore, let go of me, let me go. Lu Ruyan kept struggling, but her struggles were small, just like a soft little white flower. Qin Xiuhan hugged her tightly. I won't let you go, you're my future wife, I won't let you leave me for the rest of my life. Lu Ruyan questioned miserably, then why did you have a child with Shi Yan? Did you have your heart set on her? No, there's no way I could ever be attracted to her. Qin Xiuhan answered without hesitation. It was Grandpa's intention to let her have a child. Grandpa's health is getting worse and worse. He said he wanted to see Shi Yan and I have a child before he left. Lu Ruyan choked, but I don't want you to touch her. If you touch her, you won't be exclusively mine. She's always bullying me. I don't want to share you with her. Shin Shohan said, I won't touch her, and when I said to give her a child, I meant to let her go for IVF. Lu Ruyan's emotions finally stabilized and looked at him with teary eyes. You really won't touch her? Shin Shohan seriously assured, of course, if I wanted to touch her I would have done so long ago. For the past 3 years I have slept in a room with her 2 nights a week, but I haven't even had any thoughts about her. I have no interest in her whatsoever, either way. Willow broke into tears and buried her face into his chest. Husband, you need to talk to me first next time you have an important decision, otherwise I'll be imagining things. You're so good, and Shiryen is always coveting you. I'm worried that you'll be seduced by her. Shin Shohan said, don't worry, she doesn't have that chance. In order to comfort Lu Ruyan, Shin Shohan found out that there is an auction over here tonight. He decided to bring Lu Ruyan to take a look and shoot something to give her as a way to make it up to her. He also specifically brought Shiryen there. Yesterday, Lu Ruyan went to buy clothes but Shiryen stole the limelight, and he wanted to help her earn her face back at the auction. There would be no raffle draws at the auction house, but rather a simple competition for face with money. No matter how lucky Shiryen was, it was impossible for her to steal Lu Ruyan's thunder again. After arriving at the auction venue and performing asset verification, they could enter. The grade of this auction is quite high, and those with less than $1 billion in liquidity are not qualified to enter. The general liquidity of 1 billion, the total assets must have more than 10 billion. Lu Ruyan took the number plate and walked inside with Shin Shohan's arm on her sweet face, leaving Shiryen to follow behind them like a follower. After being seated, there were foreign faces all around. Lu Ruyan saw several regulars on the rich and powerful list, and was so excited that she took her cell phone and snapped a few pictures, capturing herself and the rich and powerful in a group photo. She also took advantage of Shiryen yawning open mouth when she took a group photo. Then she sent these photos to microblogging, outside travel vacation, by the way, and friends to the auction house to see. Soon there will be fans reply. Crap, I seem to see the top 50 tycoons on the rich list. Ruyan actually went to the same auction house with this kind of tycoon. This is also too awesome. I purposely went to the extranet to look at the tweets of those tycoons, and guess what I saw? The auction they went to, the entry threshold is $1 billion of liquidity. Ruyan is undoubtedly rich and beautiful. Ruyan is so beautiful, compared to the woman next to her in the third picture, it's like a comparison between a fairy and a minion, but of course the fairy refers to our Ruyan. Why do I feel that Ruyan deliberately picks people's ugly expressions to take photos? Is it because that young lady is too pretty to take a picture of her normal face for fear of being compared to her? I also think Ruyan Lu is so smart. That girl is yawning, her mouth is wide open and her eyes are rolling, so she took a picture of her and posted it on the internet, letting her fans use it to step on her. It's so unethical, her character is so touching. Upstairs, black fans get out. No matter what kind of beautiful people are beautiful, that ugly girl can be photographed ugly photos. That means she herself is not beautiful enough. How can you blame Ruyan? Our Ruyan is also on fire. There are so many black fans. Ruyan Lu looked at the fans' reactions, her vanity was greatly satisfied, and she finally felt like she had raised her eyebrows. Soon words like hashtag Lu Ruyan inner entertainment white rich beauty hashtag Lu Ruyan and rich list tycoons in the same frame hashtag rushed onto the hot search. Her fan base was also increasing rapidly, much more than if she had filmed a single drama. People nowadays just love the rich flower persona. For those whose families were poor but worked hard and struggled, or those who suddenly became rich, they carried a contemptuous mindset. On the contrary, those rich second-generation people would make their fans feel high and mighty, thinking that they were too expensive to talk about, and chasing them would give them a feeling of honor and pride, feeling that the person they were chasing had a high status, and that they were also superior. From the moment she started out, Ruyan Lu set up an image of herself as a rich white woman. But because in the past, her clothes, shoes and bags, the most expensive ones were just over $100,000, she had always been mocked for being a fake rich white beauty. Today she was finally able to raise her eyebrows. The auction officially began. At the beginning on some antiques and paintings and other things, not suitable for Lu Ruyan, so Shin Shohan has not raised the card. Until a string of emerald bracelets on the stage, Shin Shohan is ready to bid. Shin Shohan glanced at Lu Ruyan's hand, said, "This string of bracelets look very good for you, I shoot down to give you." Lu Ruyan said, "This is too expensive, the starting price is $1 million, I don't want you to break the bank." Shin Shohan asked, "Do you like it?" Lu Ruyan bit her lip, like is like, but too expensive. Shin Shohan said, "As long as you like, spend more money is worth it." Ruyan Lu still has a look on her face that she doesn't want him to break the bank, but inside she is ecstatic. But having had previous experience, she didn't dare to talk him out of the auction for fear of really dissuading him. There weren't many bidders for this string of bracelets, and in the end it was $20 million that was auctioned off. It wasn't until she managed to get the item auctioned off that Lu Ruyan let out a sigh of relief. She glanced at Shi Yan next to her and deliberately said, "Hubby, do you want to auction something for Shi Yan? She came with us after all, it would be too pitiful if she didn't bring anything back with her." Qin Shohan snorted coldly, "Don't mind her, nothing here is cheap, she doesn't deserve it." Lu Ruyan hooked her lips and glanced provocatively at Shi Yan. Chapter 20: A gift worth 10 billion. Shi Yan didn't care about them at all, looking at the auction items on the stage with boredom. Next is the last lot of this auction. This is a pink diamond necklace excavated from the underwater ruins of Atlantis. According to the person who discovered this pink diamond necklace, the area where this necklace is located is home to many schools of fish, lush vegetation, and all the creatures there are more vibrant than anywhere else, as if the energy released in the gemstone has nourished them. It has been hypothesized that this pink diamond has been energized by the great god Poseidon to enhance the wearer's magnetic field and bring luck to the wearer. Pink diamonds are also a symbol of love, and those who love each other swear by them and can still love each other forever and be happy for the rest of their lives. Now the bidding begins. The starting price is 100 million, each time the price increases by 1 million. Pink diamonds were already precious, a small pink diamond ring was worth 9 figures. This necklace, not only did it have a large main diamond, there were also many small pink diamonds used for decoration. The starting price of 100 million was not high. The story might be fake, but the pink diamonds were definitely real. After all, something that could be taken to the stage for the tycoons to bid on could not be a fake. Qin Shohan was also very interested in this necklace. In fact, a long time ago he heard the legend of this necklace, or rumored that this necklace has the power of God, can bring luck. Businessmen were more or less superstitious, and for things with good luck, they all wanted to get it in their pockets. Naturally, he was no exception. He also followed the bidding. The price quickly came to 1 billion. Qin Shohan stopped bidding. Now that he hadn't gotten control of the company yet, he had limited funds in his hands and couldn't afford to squander so much. Ruyan Lu was a little disappointed. She really wanted to have that necklace. That necklace was not only beautiful and had a good meaning, it was also a unique and isolated piece, more precious than most museum collections. If she could get that necklace, it would definitely be known all over the world, and all the women in the world would envy her. Unfortunately, Qin Shohan hadn't officially taken over the Dingshang group yet. He didn't yet have the vigor to wield gold like dirt. The bidding scene was intense, and the price quickly soared to $5 billion. Then the tycoon at the top of the rich list raised the price to 6 billion, and the scene was quiet. Right at this moment, in the single room on the second floor, a bodyguard raised his card, 7 billion. Only then did the crowd realize that there was actually someone else on the second floor. Looking up, but can only see a bodyguard standing at the parapet, behind the cubicle hanging bamboo curtains, can only vaguely see a man's figure leisurely sitting inside, holding a cup in his hand. I do not know whether he is drinking coffee or drinking wine. List 1 tycoon continued to raise the price, $7.5 billion. Upstairs, $8 billion. List 1 tycoon, 9 billion. Upstairs, 10 billion. Upstairs. Every time to follow the price is very fast and dry, no hesitation. The list 1 tycoon could tell that upstairs was a person with financial strength and vigor, and was determined to win this pink diamond necklace. In the Black Bear country can let the auction house special treatment, but also so bold people, he can probably guess the identity of the other party. Even if he was the richest person on the rich list, he didn't dare to offend that family. The wealth and power of his family was something he couldn't compare to, they just didn't participate in the ranking of the list. In fact, there are a lot of people around the world who are richer than him, just some people's business is gray business, don't want to be too noticeable, so don't enter the list. No one bid again, the necklace smoothly fell into the hands of the mysterious man upstairs. The auction ended and the organizer prepared a dinner in the banquet hall, inviting all those who participated in the bidding to attend. Shi Yan went to the banquet with Qin Shohan and the others. The banquet was full of delicacies. Shi Yan ate everywhere. Lu Ruyan went around taking pictures. Qin Shohan, on the other hand, went to make some connections. Although the Qin family is the richest in the capital city, it only ranks in the middle of the global rich list. Moreover, the Qin family had always wanted to expand their overseas business, so making more acquaintances with some rich overseas people might help their business in the future. Lu Ruyan wore the emerald bracelet and took a lot of pictures, and took a few more pictures with the bigwigs in the banquet hall, and also secretly took an ugly picture of Shi Yan eating something that messed up her 5 senses, and sent it to Weibo together. See, this bracelet and my today's clothes match very well. Took it, 20 million, although quite a lot, but 1,000 gold cannot buy me happy. Unfortunately, my good sister's family is in the middle of the road, cannot afford to shoot anything. I would have liked to shoot a piece of it to give her, but afraid of hurting her self-esteem. Think about it, even if, to bring her to mix in to eat a good meal is not a waste of time to come to. This microblogging, the fans are once again wild, but also even a few on the hot search. The first time I've ever seen such a high-end product. I've never seen such a high-end product. I've never seen such a high-end product. I've never seen such a high-end banquet before. Thank you, Ruyan, for letting me get a better understanding. Ruyan is really beautiful and kind-hearted. She doesn't mind when her friends are down and out. She even brings her friends into high-end banquets to eat and drink. It's not a wasted life to have such a friend. Breathless, how can you make people look so ugly again? Is this really a friend, not an enemy? I suspect Lu Ruyan is doing it on purpose. I see that young lady, although she was photographed very ugly, but her body is very good, her skin is also very good, and her looks are definitely not bad. Maybe Lu Ruyan is just jealous of others, so she purposely photographed them like this. Some people don't think of others as sinister as you. Ruyan is a snapshot. It's not on purpose. I blame that person for not being pretty enough. Pretty people look good in any way. Only a good friend would post ugly pictures of the other person, so don't try to sow discord here. Ruyan is so beautiful and rich. How can she be jealous of someone from a poor family? Black fans don't bring up the tempo. Lu Ruyan found a wave of existence on the internet and couldn't help but fool around in front of Shurian again. She raised her hand in front of Shurian's face and flaunted, "Does it look good? It costs 20 million, 5 million more than the 15 million you won yesterday. You've never worn such expensive jewelry in your life, right? Don't worry, you won't have the chance to wear it for the rest of your life, and when you and Shohan divorce, you won't even be able to afford a 2,000 piece of jewelry." The bad breath that she had suffered yesterday at the mall was finally spat out at this moment. Lu Ruyan only felt soothed. Shurian nodded her head perfunctorily. "Aha, you're good, you're bullish, just hurry up and go away after showing off, don't block me from eating." Lu Ruyan coldly grunted, "Humph, you act like you don't care on the surface, but in fact, you're crazy with jealousy in your heart, aren't you?" Just at this moment, a neat teen walked into the banquet hall. There were 4 bodyguards in suits and sunglasses on each side, and the one in the center was also dressed the same way, but he was holding an exquisite black box in his hands. The moment this team appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of the entire room. Because it was really too flashy. Under the gaze of the crowd, the team walked to Shurian and Lu Ruyan. The person holding the box said in English, "This beautiful young lady, my young master sent me to deliver a gift to you. He said that beautiful things should be given to beautiful people in order to reflect its value." As the words fell, he opened the box, and inside was placed the Horan, the pink diamond necklace that had fetched a sky-high price of $10 billion. Up close, the necklace was even more beautiful, glittering under the light, so beautiful that it seemed to be able to feel a subtle energy fluctuation. Lu Ruyan covered her heart in excitement, her voice trembling. "Is it for me? Thank your young master for me." She excitedly stretched out her hand and couldn't wait to get the necklace in her hand. Chapter 21: A Big Shame. Levitt moved the box away. Ruyan Lu's hand froze in mid-air, her expression a little stiff. "What do you mean by that? Wasn't it meant to be given to me? Why don't you give it to me? Do you want to keep it for yourself?" Levitt said, "It's not for you, it's for this beautiful lady next to you." "You are not beautiful, please don't be right." Lu Ruyan was so ashamed that her face was bashful and her body trembled with anger. This person had definitely come to humiliate her on purpose. Just now, he deliberately faced her, and when she thought it was for herself, he said that she was the one who misunderstood, as a way to deliberately humiliate her. However, the person behind the other party had an unusual status, so even though she was furious, she didn't dare to lash out at him, and could only give Shurian a fierce glare. At this moment, Shurian was also a bit confused. "Giving it to me? Yes, please accept my family's young master's intentions." "Who is your family's young master? Why would he send me such an expensive thing?" "My family's young master is unwilling to reveal his identity for the time being. You don't need to know who he is, you just need to accept the gift. The young master said that he was on the phone just now to talk about business. Originally the other party didn't agree with the conditions that the young master raised, but after the young master took a look at you, the other party immediately changed their mind. The young master feels that it's because of the good fortune that you've brought to him that he'd like to send a gift to thank you." Shurian only felt outrageous. Such a childish reason. "Please, you must accept this gift. My young master said that if I don't deliver this gift, he will shoot me, so consider this as saving my life." Yen felt that she had been erected to the moral high ground, not accepting it would be saving my life. Just then, Lu Ruyan quietly brought Qin Shohan over. Qin Shohan said in a deep voice, "She is my wife. It's not appropriate to receive such an expensive gift from your young master. You take the gift back to your young master, just say that I appreciate his kindness on behalf of my wife, and if he's willing to give a contact information, I'll go to thank him in person some other time on behalf of my wife." Lu Ruyan agreed, "That's right, how can she, a married woman, receive gifts from other men? If you're married, you have to abide by the ways of a woman, don't mess around outside." Levitt laughed, "So in China, when a woman is married, she can't even accept a gift on her own? Is that a marriage for you guys, or are you buying and selling slaves?" Qin Shohan and Lu Ruyan's faces darkened. Levitt glanced at the hands held by Ruyan Lu and Qin Shohan and continued, "This beautiful married lady can't receive gifts from other men, so this married gentleman of low character can hook up with other women in front of his wife? Having brought the mistress to the front of the rightful wife, this Mr. Shoddy Conduct might as well mind his own business before minding others." Qin Shohan was so angry that his face turned blue, pulling his own hand out of Lu Ruyan's hand, his body bubbling with cold air. Levitt looked at Yen and smiled, "Beautiful young lady, are you willing to accept this gift now?" Qin Shohan threatened Yen in Chinese, "Yen, you are not allowed to accept it. If you want a gift, I can buy it for you." Yen originally didn't want to accept it, afraid that there was some kind of trap waiting for her. She didn't believe what this man had just said. No one would give someone a gift worth $10 billion for no reason, and even the richest person wouldn't be able to do so. Even if she was short of money, she wouldn't dare to accept it. But after Qin Shohan stimulated her like this, she lost some of her mind and only thought about going against Qin Shohan. "Thank your young master for me." Yen took the necklace with a smile. Levitt breathes a sigh of relief, "Thank you for being willing to accept my young master's gift, he must be very happy." Levitt led the people away. The scene remained quiet. Everyone looked at Yen incredulously. Just how much of a loser was that mysterious young master? $10 billion of auctioned-off jewelry, giving it away just like that. Even the richest man in the world didn't have this boldness. It took a while for the scene to return to lively, but everyone's talk turned to speculation about who that mysterious young master was, including the relationship between that young master and Yen. No one would believe that someone would send such an expensive gift to a woman that they had only seen once. Maybe they had some kind of ambiguous relationship. Some rich people took photos and tweeted about it, expressing shock and admiration. But the people who posted the photos were so legally conscious that they didn't even take pictures of faces, and even if they did take pictures of faces, they would have coded the faces. This incident caused a sensation on the extranet, and it soon circulated back to the country as well, causing a similar uproar. "How much? You tell me how much? A necklace bid to $10 billion? I'll fight with you rich people. Which one of you is so rich that the richest man in the world praises it? I don't believe they're not related. They're definitely very close. Even if they are related, a gift of $10 billion is still shocking. My boyfriend says I'm a gold digger when he gives me a $100 gift. That said, did you guys notice that the girl who received a $10 billion gift is wearing clothes that look a lot like the girl with the grim expression in the two photos that Ruyan Lu posted earlier? Not similar, but exactly the same. She's definitely the one that Ruyan Lu purposely took the ugly photos. Laughing, Ruyan Lu deliberately took ugly photos of others to set herself off, and secretly mocked them for following her in to eat and drink, but the gifts they received were much more expensive than hers. What's comparable about that? That woman received a gift from someone else, but Ruyan Lu got it on her own, so how can it be the same? Don't compare her to the self-reliant Lu Ruyan. She doesn't deserve it. I also don't know what that ugly girl is capable of, to make Big Brother send her such an expensive gift. Then a few more images from the extranet came back, all screenshots of several tycoons replying to netizens in the comment section. In one of them, someone asked, "Is the girl who received the gift pretty?" The tycoon replied, "She's the most beautiful in the room, she's the most beautiful Oriental woman I've ever seen." There are also Lu Ruyan's fans over the wall to the outside mockery. "That woman can only receive other people's gifts, fishing girl aid, nothing to envy, we have to rely on their own," just like the representative of the Chinese women Lu Ruyan, their own money to spend to shoot the things that are worth showing off. Fans also with a photo of Lu Ruyan wearing a bracelet. Rich replied, "There are a lot of outstanding women on the scene, but it doesn't include the one in the picture you sent. As far as I know, this bracelet you sent was taken by a man. That man is also the husband of the lady who received the big gift of $10 billion of jewelry. I personally heard that man say that that young lady is his wife, and this Miss Lu Ruyan you were talking about even tried to get that man to reject that gift on behalf of his wife, but in the end it didn't work out. Chapter 22. Another time he was left behind. Now the domestic hot search is exposed again. Hashtag Lu Ruyan knows 3 is 3 hashtag. Hashtag Lu Ruyan intentionally smears the original mate hashtag. Hashtag who is Lu Ruyan's gold master hashtag. Hashtag the most arrogant junior in history hashtag. After all this, it turns out Lu Ruyan is a junior. Her bracelet was photographed by someone else's husband, but she deliberately said she photographed it herself, and made the original partner look ugly to set herself off. She's so bitchy. My outlook is shattered. The mistress is actually dancing in front of the original partner? This is too arrogant. The original mate is so miserable, her husband doesn't take her seriously, he brings the mistress to her, and the mistress even intentionally takes ugly pictures of her to smear her. She is really unlucky to meet 2 cheap bastards. The original spouse isn't innocent either, okay? She and that gift-giving big brother are definitely not innocent either. Let's just say they are half a caddy. A lot of luxury marriages are each playing their own game. Maybe they're this kind? Ruyan Lu is not necessarily a mistress. Bah, don't wash. If she's not a mistress, what's she doing hacking the original spouse? It's a hot mess on the internet. Lu Ruyan's domestic friends took screenshots to show her. Lu Ruyan hurriedly logged on to Weibo, and after reading the news on the hot search, she felt that the sky had collapsed. The bottom of her microblog was full of people calling her a mistress. There are also a lot of people cursing her whole family in private messages, posthumous photos sent to her. Lu Ruyan was angry and afraid, and hurriedly deleted her microblog and set her microblog to not be able to comment. But under the other related microblogging, the curses remained. Including her deletion of microblogging and close microblogging comments, are considered by netizens to be a weak heart, scolding her more vigorously. Lu Ruyan was in a hurry and cried, and could only go to Qin Shohan to cry. Husband, I accidentally made a mistake, now the internet is calling me a mistress, what should I do? Qin Shohan frowned, what's going on? Lu Ruyan bit her lip and huffed, I got the bracelet because I was too happy, took a few pictures and sent them to microblogging, but I was too stupid to accidentally shoot Shiryen into it, and also accidentally let the netizens misunderstand that the bracelet was taken by me at my own expense. Qin Shohan wrinkled his brow even tighter, you send it this way. There is nothing wrong with it, how can it be considered a mistake? Lu Ruyan said aggrieved, but just now when Shiryen received the gift, there were a few people at the scene who took photos and sent them to the extranet. The content was transmitted back to the country, and the netizens recognized the person who received the gift as Shiryen who was accidentally photographed by me in the photo. That person also replied to the netizens that my bracelet was given to me by you, and also said that you and Shiryen are husband and wife, so the netizens are all scolding me for being a mistress. Qin Shohan took out his hand and looked at it online himself. After understanding what happened, his face was as gloomy as water. He glanced at Lu Ruyan, and eventually said nothing, contacting Qin Zhui in China, asking him to pop a melon of a first-tier star to divert attention, and by the way, press the hot search to delete comments. I have already asked Qin Zhui to deal with it, those hot searches will go down soon, don't be sad. Lu Ruyan said, but there will still be people who remember, how can I still mix in the entertainment industry in the future? Qin Shohan consoled, you first aggrieved for a while, when we open up in the future, explain things clearly, the netizens will understand you. Lu Ruyan bit her lip, for the time being, it can only be like this. After the dinner, Shiryen and Qin Shohan went outside. Qin Shohan rented a car, he personally helped Lu Ruyan open the passenger door, and then got into the driver's seat himself. Shiryen was ready to pull open the backseat door, but Lu Ruyan was quick on her feet and pressed the lock button inside the car. Lu Ruyan aggressively said to Qin Shohan, hubby, Shiryen made me lose so much face and got me abused, I don't want to see her now, don't let her come with us. She is a broom star, I will have bad luck as soon as I stay with her. Qin Shohan nodded and indifferently said to Shiryen, you walk back by yourself, and by the way, reflect on what you have done in the past 2 days. After saying that, he drove the car away. Shiryen breathlessly twitched the corners of her mouth. The ones who needed to reflect were the ones who were right. 2 psychopaths. Just then, a Maybach stopped in front of Shiryen. The backseat window lowered, and a familiar figure appeared in front of her. The man lethargically leaned against the car seat, wearing a well-tailored suit that made him look reserved and wild. Left by your husband again? Get in the car, I'll accompany you. Shiryen was a little surprised, how did Xiao Chenyan appear here? And driving such an expensive car? Is it also rented? Shiryen didn't think too much, pulled open the door and got into the car. The car started slowly. The car's gear plate was raised, so they couldn't see the scene in front of them, and the windows on both sides were hung with curtains. The two of them were like they were trapped in a small space, and the atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous. Kiss. The speed of the car suddenly accelerated. The car was a bit bumpy. Shi Yan couldn't help but hug him tightly. Xiao Chenyan stabilized his breath, opened his voice transmitter, and asked the driver, "What's going on?" The stalls in the car have a certain soundproofing effect, so if you want to talk to the driver, you need to open the sound transmission tube to do so. The driver replied, "There's a car following us. It seems to be those two companions of this young lady in the car. They've been following us since we left the entrance of the auction house. I initially thought that they were just passing by, but just now he tried to don't stop our car, so I accelerated to go around." Xiao Dust Banquet said, "Ditch him." The driver respectfully said, "Yes." Xiao Duanyan turned off the transmitter. Chapter 23 specially prepared for her. After leaving Shi Yan behind, Qin Xiuhan intentionally drove the car very slowly, keeping an eye on her every move through the rearview mirror. As long as she came after the car and begged him, he would stop the car and let her get in. But he didn't wait for Shi Yan to beg him, but saw a luxury car parked in front of Shi Yan. Shi Yan didn't hesitate to get into the car. Was Shi Yan looking for a man outside, or was it the man who sent her a gift? Whichever it was something he couldn't stand. He felt his head turn green. He was instantly overwhelmed by anger and immediately followed in his car, trying to don't stop the car and snatch back Shi Yan. The car made 7 turns on the road, driving faster and faster, and he stepped on the gas pedal tightly, almost getting into an accident several times. When he arrived at the place where there were fewer cars, the speed of the car directly drove to 200. Husband, you don't drive so fast, I'm scared. Lu Ruyan was scared and lost her color. Her hands were holding the car door tightly, and her mouth let out a terrified scream. But Qin Xiuhan looked as if he couldn't hear it. His eyes only had the car in front of him. "Husband, I beg you, you quickly stop, this will meet with an accident." Lu Ruyan was so scared that she cried. But Qin Xiuhan still ignored her, his eyes staring at the car in front of him. Boom! The car suddenly collided with an oncoming car. Due to the speed of the car, the impact was intense. Although Qin Xiuhan avoided it in time and both of them were not injured, Lu Ruyan was extremely frightened. She cried with tears and snot all over her face, and questioned in a hoarse voice, "What the hell do you want to do? In order to go after Shi Yan, do you even want to lose your life? Shi Yan, so what if she left with another man? Don't you dislike her? Let her go with whoever she wants, why are you so concerned about her? Or are you already in love with her?" Qin Xiuhan immediately denied, "It's impossible for me to fall in love with her, I don't have any feelings for her." Lu Ruyan laughed ruefully, "Ha, don't have any feelings? Even if you lie to others, don't lie to yourself too. Don't you realize that you've been paying more attention to Shi Yan than to me these days? You stay up all night if she doesn't come back to the hotel, you wait for her in her room all night, you lose control of your emotions when you see him with other men, you don't even care about me. This is not caring, then what is considered caring?" Ruyan Lu said while bawling. "Since you care so much about her, then I'll quit, I'll go back to China tomorrow, you and her can enjoy the world of two." Lu Ruyan got out of the car and ran the way she came crying. Qin Xiuhan's heart was shaken after hearing Ruyan Lu's words. He then realized that since Shi Yan no longer surrounded him, he had been actively focusing on Shi Yan's every move, thus ignoring Ruyan Lu's feelings. Ruyan Lu was his benefactor, the person he wanted to be with for the rest of his life. She was the one he should be concerned about. It was all Shi Yan's fault for intentionally using lustful tactics on him, causing him to lose his mind. In the future, he wouldn't fall for it again. Qin Xiuhan immediately got out of the car to chase after Lu Ruyan. On the other side, the car Shi Yan was traveling in drove to a stop halfway up a mountain. She lay on her back in Xiao Chenyan's arms, gasping for air. After resting for a while, she was able to get a little bit of energy. Xiao Chenyan helped her put on her clothes and said to her, "I heard that there are shooting stars in the early hours of the morning, and the top of this mountain is a good viewing location, let's go up and take a look." Shi Yan got out of the car and took a look, realizing that it was already some distance away from the city, and could see the city lights of the city from afar, but it wasn't too blinding. Looking up into the sky, the stars in the sky were much brighter than looking in the city. A road had been built up the hill, but there were no streetlights. The natural light from the moon and stars, however, illuminated the surrounding area as if it were dusk, and although the light was a bit dim, it didn't interfere with seeing the road. There were also fireflies flickering around, so one could tell that the environment here was very good. Shi Yan took a deep breath, and the cool air made her brain clear. What a beautiful night view, even if there are no shooting stars, it's worth it just to see this night view. Xiao Chenyan smiled and held her hand as he walked towards the top of the mountain. The driver stayed halfway up the mountain and did not follow alone. After walking for a while, Shi Yan suddenly thought of a question. Did you specifically go to the auction house to look for me? How did you know I went there? Without waiting for Xiao Chenyan to answer, she thought of another question and asked in surprise, that diamond necklace wouldn't be for me, right? Xiao Chenai asked back with a smirk, why would you think it was given to me? Shi Yan was silent for a few seconds. She herself was amused by her own guess. It's me who was confused. Where did you get so much money from a sellout to auction off something so expensive? Even if you did, it's impossible for you to give it to me. You followed me to make money. How could you possibly give me money in turn? 10 billion. You can't earn that much even if you grind out your sparks. Not to mention that your skills are so poor. My skills are poor? The corner of Xiao Chuanyan's mouth twitched viciously, feeling that his male dignity had been discriminated against. Shi Yan said, it's very poor. No skill at all rely on their own conditions to be too hard, on technology can only give you 5 points, can't be more. Xiao Duan Yan. Shi Yan turned the topic back and continued to ask him, you still haven't answered me, how did you know that I went to the auction house? Could it be that you followed me? Xiao Chenyan said sullenly, you were photographed and posted on the internet, I saw it and checked the address before going over to try my luck to see if I could meet you. Shi Yan was a bit surprised. She was posted online? Xiao Chenyan said, you should be able to see some information on the domestic net. Shi Yan hurriedly took out her cell phone and logged into Weibo. The people arranged by Qin Shouhan had already started to withdraw the hot search, but the speed wasn't that fast, so they could still see some news. After watching for 10 minutes or so, Shi Yan probably knew the cause and effect of the incident, and also saw the ugly picture of Lu Ruyan deliberately taking pictures of her. She breathlessly twitched the corners of her mouth. That Lu Ruyan really wanted to disgust her at all times. Seeing that the dust had settled, Shi Yan did not pay too much attention. When she reached the top of the mountain, Shi Yan found that there was actually a glass room up there, and in the glass room there was a bed spread out on the ground, which looked no different from a hotel bed. Outside the glass room there was also a table with a lot of fruits and delicacies. In the middle there was a cake. Beside the cake there was a circle of roses surrounded by some colorful lights. Shi Yan was a little surprised and looked sideways at Xiao Chenyan. You specially prepared this? Xiao Chenyan looked at her sideways, his deep eyes carried a faint smile. The glass room originally had it, the others were prepared by me. Do you like it? Chapter 24. Their relationship shouldn't be like this. Meeting his smiling eyes, Shi Yan unexpectedly felt her face a little hot. Not only was her face hot, her eyes were hot, her throat was also hot, and the words she uttered became hoarse. It's beautiful, I like it a lot. But how did you know that tomorrow is my birthday? I don't remember telling you, did I? After midnight, it was her 24th birthday. No one around her mentioned it, everyone didn't remember her birthday, so why would Xiao Chenyan, someone she just met not long ago, know her birthday? Xiao Chenyan said, you told me about it. Shi Yan looked puzzled, when? How come I don't remember? Xiao Chenyan's eyes flashed, the night of our first time, you were drunk and rambled all night, during which you said your birthday, you probably forgot it. Shi Yan nodded her head indistinctly. In reality, she didn't think of it at all, she didn't have any impression at all. Why are you still shedding tears? Touched by such a small thing? Xiao Chenyan smiled and pinched her cheeks, wiping away her tears in the process. Shi Yan had originally been deliberately turning her face sideways to not let him see her shedding tears, but she didn't expect to be seen by him anyway. Playing a little temper, she deliberately buried her face into his chest and rubbed it hard, rubbing her tears and snot all over it. I'm not the one who was touched, it's the wind at the top of the mountain that's too strong, it's mesmerizing my eyes. Xiao Chenyan laughed lowly, good, the wind is a bad wind, causing you to shed tears, so punish it for taking away your worries. Shi Yan was amused by him, her small fist gently hammered him, you're so childish. She flung herself into his arms and wrapped her hands around his waist, whispering, thank you, I love it. She had never been treated with such sincerity. Even if he had practiced it specifically for word of mouth and was just trying to please her out of professionalism, not out of sincerity, she was still touched. She silently decided in her heart that on the basis of him giving such a spot on emotional value, she would give him an extra amount of money when their deal was over. Xiao Duanyan said seriously, as long as you like it, everything I do is worth it. He glanced at the time and pulled her to the table. It's already past 12, light the candles first. After lighting the candles, he urged Shi Yan to make a wish. Shi Yan closed her eyes and earnestly recited her wish in her heart. She used to not believe in this, but since the incident at Grandpa's house, she felt that she couldn't pay back the money in her lifetime by relying on reality, so she started to believe in metaphysics, hoping that one day when she woke up, her family's debt would be paid off, her great-uncle would come out of jail, Grandpa's body would recover, and the family would be peaceful. A man's low singing voice came from his ears. A very gentle voice. A very ordinary song, but sung by him. In the sound of his song, Shi Yan finished her wish. The moment she opens her eyes, Shaoqian Banquet shows her a gentle smile across from her, happy birthday. The flickering candlelight reflected on his face, the right side of his face was coated with a layer of warm yellow light, while the left side of his face was hidden in the shadows, making him look even more handsome, but also more mysterious and seductive, like a gorgeous ghost who uses beauty to bewitch people. Shi Yan returned a smile. Thank you, I'm happy. Shaoqian Yan stood up and walked behind her and crouched down. Shi Yan just wanted to turn around when she felt his hands ring around her from behind, followed by a coolness on her neck. She looked down. Shaoqian Yan put a necklace onto her neck, a ring hanging from the necklace. A birthday gift for you. It's not as valuable as the one you received at the banquet, but I designed it myself. It's a token of my affection, don't reject it. Shi Yan reached out and took hold of the ring, rubbing her fingers over it. She could feel words engraved on the inner ring. It was 5 letters. XCY and SY. Were the initials of Shaoqian Yan and her name. Shi Yan did not stop and allowed Shaoqian Yan to help her put on the necklace. Then Shaoqian I took out another necklace and handed it to her. I prepared one for myself as well, so help me put it on. Shi Yan lowered her eyes to look at the necklace in her hand. There was a ring on it as well, and it was clearly visible that it was a couple's ring with the one on her neck. Shi Yan's throat was a little dry. Knowing full well that with their relationship, they shouldn't be like this. Such behavior, beyond a transactional relationship. Emotions could easily get out of control. But she ended up helping him put it on. Shaoqian Yan was very happy, holding her hand and cutting the cake with her. Shi Yan ate a piece of cake. Looking at the rest, she pushed it directly to Shaoqian Yan. I can't eat anymore, you eat the rest. The corner of Shaoqian Yan's mouth held a meaningful arc. It's fine if you want me to eat, but you have to cooperate with me. Shi Yan nods without thinking. Yes, do you want me to feed you? I'll feed you now. She was about to go get a fork, but before she could reach out her hand, her entire body was carried by Shaoqian Yan. His strength was so great that he only needed one hand to carry her up and the other to get the cake. Ah, what are you doing? Shaoqian Yan did not answer her. But she soon learned that he really loved to learn and his skills were improving rapidly. She regretted saying that before. It wasn't until almost 3 hours had passed and meteors were streaking across the sky that Shaoqian Yan took a blanket and wrapped it around the two of them, carried her out of the glass room and sat down on the recliner outside with her in his arms, letting her sit on top of him. Shaoqian Yan said, the shooting star is out, make a wish first. Shi Yan made a wish first with all seriousness, then leaned in his arms to watch the meteor shower. The meteor shower is so beautiful, but who on earth invented wishing on meteors? Meteors are the corpses of some dead stars. Humans really like to wish on things that have lost their lives. Like wishing on a dead ancestor. Even if that ancestor had accomplished nothing in life, he would still be wished upon by his descendants after his death, hoping that he would become powerful after his death and bless his descendants. Shaoqian Yan let out a low laugh and asked, what did you wish for? Shi Yan shook her head. I won't tell you, wishes don't work if you tell them. Shaoqian Yan followed the advice, only when you make a wish on a corpse do you have to say it out loud. Is that so? Of course, why would I lie to you? Shi Yan hesitated for a moment before saying, well, I hope the debt owed by my grandfather's family can be paid off soon. Shaoqian Yan said seriously, your wish will come true. Shi Yan smiled and didn't say anything. It's impossible for it to come true. With such a large sum of money, the richest man in the world would have to worry when he looked at it. The $10 billion necklace she received tonight, even if it was converted into cash for her to take to pay off the loan, it would only make a small splash. The meteor shower lasted for half an hour before it ended. Shaoqian Yan picked her up and walked back to the glass room. Let's continue to study the technology. Chapter 25. I'll touch you later. When she descended the mountain the next day, Shi Yan's legs were soft. Shaoqian Yan carried her down the mountain on his back. After getting into the car, Shaoqian Yan held her in his arms the whole way, and couldn't even fasten his seatbelt. Fortunately, there were no accidents along the way, otherwise they would have to become the negative example of unstandardized riding. When Shi Yan returned to the hotel, she happened to run into Qin Xiuhan and Lu Ruyan going out. Qin Xiuhan's face was very somber. and his eyes were even colder than before. Ruyan Lu's hand on Qin Shohan's arm tightened a few points after seeing her appear, her eyes filled with vigilance and apprehension. Shi Yan took the initiative and asked, "Going out? Do you need me to follow today?" Although she had unexpectedly reaped a huge sum of money in the past 2 days, she still wanted to earn her share of the money given by Qin Shohan. "Money, who would mind too much?" Qin Shohan said indifferently, "You don't need to follow us from today onwards. You now immediately take your luggage and stay in a different hotel by yourself, lest Ruyan see you affecting her mood, you will only make Ruyan angry." Shi Yan asked, "Then is the money still paid as usual?" Qin Shohan said mockingly, "Have you fallen into the eye of money? All you talk about is money, you really can't be compared to Ruyan." Shi Yan said, yes, I know your Ruyan is the most noble and most indifferent to money, I've never thought of comparing with her, you answer me first, will you give back the money? If you don't give it, the two of you get out of my sight by yourselves, if you give it, then the old slave respectfully complies. If she didn't have the money, she wouldn't bother to cooperate with their tossing and turning. Qin Shohan was so angry that his face turned blue. He took a deep breath and directly took out his cell phone, transferring 5 million to her in one go. $5 million first, get out immediately, and don't come out and get in the way until I contact you back. Lu Ruyan's heart was dripping blood when she saw the $5 million that she typed out. That should be her money. It was actually given to Shi Yan so easily. Shi Yan was really lucky to get such a large sum of money without having to do anything. On the contrary, she followed Qin Shohan around and had to act and coax him every day, but she couldn't get a single penny in cash. Who could still tell who was Qin Shohan's true love, her or Shi Yan? Shi Yan looked at the text message and made sure that it was an arrival reminder from the bank, and immediately went to lift her own suitcase with a joyful smile and left with a cheerful pace. "Thank you, boss atmosphere. Wish you guys a happy trip. Feel free to contact me if you need me, but that's a different price." Qin Shohan looked at Shi Yan's back with gloomy eyes, his fists tightening with force. She actually left so dryly, half a bit of reluctance, and even blessed him and Lu Ruyan to have a pleasant journey? The speed of her change of heart was really fast. It was only a few days, and she said she didn't love him. Maybe she was just pretending when she said she loved him before. She's a hypocritical woman. Luckily, he didn't look at her. When Shi Yan dragged her suitcase out of the hotel entrance, the agent following her sent a report to Xiao Chenyan. Xiao Chenyan immediately had the driver make a U-turn and return to the hotel entrance. Shi Yan was waiting for a car by the side of the road when she suddenly saw the familiar car drive back and slowly stop in front of her. The car window lowered, Xiao Chenyan looked at the suitcase beside her. "Kicked out by your husband?" Shi Yan nodded, sort of. "He wants to live in a two-person world with his little lover and asked me to stay away from them." Xiao Duanyan teased, "You're so obedient, you leave when he tells you to." Shi Yan said, "He pays me $300,000 a day, it doesn't matter if I listen to him once in a while. Of course, I'm not in it for the money, it's mainly because I'm understanding." Xiao Chenyan let out a low laugh, got out of the car and put her suitcase in the trunk, pushed her into the car. "Let's go, I'll give you a ride." Shi Yan asked, "Why are you back again?" Xiao Chenyan said, "I took the wrong road just now, turned around and retraced my steps, and when I saw you here, I came over to take a look." Shi Yan did not doubt it. "Help me find a hotel farther away from here." Xiao Chenyan nodded. "Well, why don't you lean against me and sleep for a while, you didn't even close your eyes much last night." Shi Yan's face heated up and she couldn't help but pinch him. It wasn't because of him. After the pinch, she rested against him again with peace of mind. She was indeed exhausted last night, her body was still limp even now, and her brain was groggy from lack of sleep. Shi Yan didn't expect her sleep to be so heavy. When she woke up, she found herself lying in a very simple room. The surroundings didn't look like a hotel's layout, although simple, there was also some atmosphere of life. Shi Yan picked up her cell phone and glanced at it, sitting up straight with a pang. She had actually slept for 12 whole hours. It seemed that she was indeed exhausted last night. Shi Yan got down from the bed and realized that the clothes on her body had also been changed. At this moment, she was wearing a white nightgown with lace on the hem and sleeves, like a style that elementary school students would like. Shi Yan went to the bathroom and briefly washed up before walking out of the room. This was a European-style villa, and at this moment, she was on the second floor of the villa. Vaguely, she could hear the sound of talking coming from a room at the left end. A low, lazy man's voice. It was Xiao Chenyan's voice. Shi Yan immediately walked over. The door was only hidden. She stood at the door for a while and found that there was no sound inside, thinking that Xiao Chenyan had finished his phone call, so she pushed the door and walked in. Xiao Chenyan was sitting in front of the desk, his body was motionless and his eyes were staring at a place without moving. She thought he was lost in thought. Walking behind him, she hugged him from behind, her body lazily lying on his back, her voice just waking up from sleep was a bit sheepish, her lips pressed against his earlobe, biting his earlobe while talking. "Didn't I ask you to bring me to the hotel? Why did you bring me here? Where is this?" Xiao Chuanyan's body froze, and his ears fleshed out red. "What are you thinking about that you're so lost in thought? You're still dazed even after I'm like this?" Her hands began to restlessly grope around his body. "Come back to your senses." Xiao Chenyan finally moved, his large hand grasped her restless hand, his low voice concealing a smile. "Good girl, don't mess up, I'm in a meeting, I'll touch you later." Shi Yan stiffened, raising her eyes, only to realize that there was a laptop on the table, and several shocked foreign faces on the computer screen. Shi Yan was so embarrassed that she stubbed her toes on the ground, and her face brushed a complete red. "How come there's no sound in your meeting?" Xiao Chenyan took off a Bluetooth headset from his other ear. "Why are you only wearing one side of the headset, ah?" If he had worn both sides, she would have realized it when she started biting his ear and wouldn't have made such a big joke. Instead, there was nothing on the side she bit. Xiao Chenyan shrugged. "I just heard a commotion outside, so I took off one earphone to listen, and I didn't expect you to be so enamored with me, so unable to hold on once you saw me." Shi Yan immediately let go of him and covered her face and ran out. Behind her, Xiao Chenyan's low laughter could be heard. Chapter 26. Looking at her mesmerized. The ones who were on the line meeting with Xiao Duanyan were all his beloved subordinates. In their eyes, their young master was decisive, ruthless, and not close to women. In short, he's a ruthless man with no human feelings. But just now, they actually saw their young master reveal a silly smile like a love brain. The young master's eyes that looked at everyone like they wanted to kill each other were so gentle that they were almost dripping with water. They were all shocked. Was this still the young lord they knew? Had the young lord gone on a trip to China and been taken over by a mysterious oriental power practice? "Levitt, isn't the young lord secretly in love with you? Why does he suddenly have a woman? Aren't you jealous?" "Levitt, speechlessness is my native language. Don't talk nonsense. When did I ever have sex with young lord? I'm innocent with young lord." The others immediately joined in the discussion. "Who is that woman? She's so good looking, she looks like a good match for the young master. Looks like a Chinese. Does the marshal know about this? The marshal seems to be planning to choose one from the daughters of the generals under his hand to marry with the young lord. The young lord has now found a woman on his own. Will it cause the marshal to be unhappy? Maybe the young lord is just playing around. The young lord is at this age, it's not strange to play around with women. After the marshal chooses a good man, the young lord will accept the marshal's arrangement." Everyone felt that this guess was reliable. Although they were shocked that a woman appeared beside Xiao Duanyan, they also thought that it was just him playing around. With Xiao Duanyan's status, the woman he would marry in the future could definitely not be a casual woman. The young lord was going to take over the position of Grand Marshal in the future, and he needed to use marriage to solidify political ties. Xiao Duanyan put on his headphones, his aura became cold, his innate aura of superiority made him look unruffled. "All shut your mouths. She is the woman I have decided. As long as I want to choose her, no one can influence my decision. But don't tell my father about this beforehand, and all of you keep your mouths shut." Both he and Shi Yan were not even in a serious relationship yet, and at a time like this, no one could add to the chaos. A few people gave their assurances in succession, after which they continued to discuss the previous topic. Levitt said, "According to our tracking investigation for several consecutive days, we have roughly locked the direction of the traitors' escape. They fled towards Moon Island in the southeast direction. Not only did they have firearms in their hands, but they also took away the design drawings and part of the experimental data of the newest weapon developed by the Third Army Laboratory." The day that Xiao Chuanyan and Shi Yan were arrested and taken to the police station, the day Xiao Chenyan and Shi Yan were taken to the police station, he guessed that there was a traitor within the organization and asked Levitt to arrange for someone to investigate. There really was a traitor. That person's degree of importance here in Xiao Chenyan was on par with Levitt. Therefore, when Levitt started his investigation, he got the news and immediately escaped with the few people who had defected with him. Not only did he take away some guns and bombs, he also rolled away the experimental data of the third laboratory. Xiao Duanyan narrowed his eyes, his voice so cold that it was like quenched ice. "Such a coincidence? I just came to Moon Island and they fled this way. It seems like they are rushing towards me." Levitt said seriously, "Young lord, please move immediately, I will bring people to protect your retreat now." Xiao Duanyan shook his head. Ivan, he is more cautious and cerebral than you. If I keep hiding, it will be hard to catch him. You secretly transfer some people over, have them play the role of island residents, don't cause a stir, and wait for him to come to me. Several people were not in favor of Xiao Chenya's risking his life was too important to risk so much for a traitor. But Xiao Chenyan's mind was made up, no one could persuade him. He didn't just want to catch the traitor. He also wanted to know for whom Ivan had betrayed him. Ivan, like Levitt, had been born and died with him, and had a life-and-death relationship with him. They were closer to each other than he was to his father and those half-brothers. He couldn't figure out what kind of temptation could make Ivan betray him. The money and power he gave Ivan were not low. Ending the meeting, Xiao Chenyan leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and stayed calm for 10 minutes before adjusting his mood. Xiao Chenyan walked out of the study and walked around upstairs without seeing Shiyan's figure. After going downstairs and looking around, there was no figure of her either. It wasn't until he walked out of the villa that he saw her sitting on the courtyard wall, gazing at the sea in the distance. She was still wearing the somewhat dreamy princess nightgown he had changed into for her, a waterfall of black hair hanging behind her, the salty sea breeze blowing in, lifting her long hair up, so beautiful like a fairy tale painting that he couldn't bear to disturb. He just leaned against the doorway and quietly watched her. She was looking at the sea, looking at this gorgeous and eye-catching world. And in his eyes, there was only her figure, she alone was more dazzling than the whole world. Shiyan was in a good mood, swaying around on her 2 feet, and she couldn't help humming a ditty under her breath. A seagull flew over and landed on her shoulder. She reached out and touched it. The seagull saw nothing in her hand and flew away in great disgust. This is too realistic, ignore me without bread, can't you simply make a friend? Gold-worshipping gull. Xiao Chuanyan couldn't help but laugh, it's not bad that it didn't send you a pile of shit as a meeting gift. Shiyan turned around at the sound of the voice and saw Xiao Chenyan lazily leaning against the glass of the doorway. The light of the setting sun gilded a layer of soft orange-yellow light on his body, shockingly beautiful, like a deity on a relief painting, sacrosanct and inviolable. When did you come down? Half an hour, I think. That long? Then why haven't you said anything? The picture was too beautiful to disturb. He said as he walked around the outside of the yard and up to her, reaching down and sticking his hand in her cackle and lifting her off the fence. You haven't eaten anything after sleeping all day, go change your clothes and I'll take you to dinner. Shiyan was indeed hungry and immediately followed him upstairs to change her clothes. Her suitcase wasn't in the room, but there were many clothes in the closet, all exquisite dreamy dresses. Shiyan looked at Xiao Chenyan, where is my suitcase? Xiao Chenyan, I don't know where I put it, don't look for it first, were the clothes in the closet? Shiyan asked, whose clothes are these? Xiao Chenyan laughed, not someone else's, they are the ones I prepared especially for you, don't worry about wearing them. Shiyan touched her head, these clothes are not cheap, right? You don't have to be like this, I brought my own clothes, just wear my own. She felt that Xiao Chenyan's concern for her exceeded that of a customer. She had lived in the mansion for so many years, naturally she could see that the fabrics of these clothes were all good goods and the price was definitely not cheap. Xiao Chuanyan said with a smirk, no need to feel sorry for my money, I make money easily, I'll earn it back by accompanying a few more rich women. Shiyan, how come you're not ashamed but proud of it? Chapter 27, do you still want to experience it tonight? Shiyan chose a light green fairy dress from the closet. Xiao Chenyan's lazy voice came from the doorway, like green so much? No wonder you're green. Shiyan calmly returned, it doesn't matter, those who are green, people are always green, didn't I look for you and get one back? Alright, I'm going to change my clothes, you go out first, by the way, help me close the door. Xiao Duanyan raised an eyebrow, this morning we're all still being frank and honest, now you want me to evade even changing clothes? Plucking ex-ruthless woman, forget it, I'll just evade. Xiao Chenyan left the room, closing the door in the process. Shiyan lost her smile and shook her head. The clothes fit just right, not too loose or too tight, very comfortable to wear. Worthy of being a duck, knowing my size after a few times of contact, this dress was bought to fit even better than what I picked out myself. By the time she changed and walked out of the room, Xiao Chenyan had already arrived at the first floor entrance in front of the shoe-changing bench waiting for her. Shiyan walked over and was pulled to sit down by him as he squatted down to help her change into a pair of straw sandals. Xiao Chenyan held her hand and walked slowly on the island. The setting sun stretched their silhouettes to a long, long length, moving against the ground like long, thin ghostly shadows. Right, you still haven't answered me, where is this place? How did you bring me here? Didn't I ask you to take me to a hotel? This is Luna Island. It's perfect for touring and short stays, and it's far enough inland that you won't meet your ex-husband and his lover no matter how much you wander around, so you can feel free to tour here briefly for a while, and then I'll send you back when it's time for you to leave. It's just a 6-hour drive, not too far. Is that villa yours? It doesn't look like a bed and breakfast. Well, I used to come over here to convalesce for a while when I was sick, so I bought the house to live in myself. You really know how to choose a place. It's beautiful here, and the air is good too. While the two were talking, they came to the entrance of a courtyard. There was no sign hanging outside the courtyard, but there were a few tables set up in the courtyard. It looked like a place to eat. Xiao Duanfei led her inside. He spoke in Russian, and a rough reply came from inside, also in Russian, which Shi Yan could not understand at all. Many pronunciations in Russian had tongue-flicking sounds, and he actually knew them all and spoke them fluently. You flick your tongue quite well. Xiao Chenyan raised his eyebrows. You just realized it now? Didn't I let you experience it last night? Shi Yan's face heated up, and she pinched at his waist in exasperation. Pay attention, this is outside. Xiao Chenyan held back his laughter and bent his head to whisper in her ear, do you still want to experience it tonight? Shi Yan's face stifled redness and viciously gouged him out. One can't, or at least shouldn't be so shameless. Forget it if you don't want to. Want. Xiao Chenyan laughed out loud, reaching out to pinch her cheeks that were flushed with shame. Big greedy girl. At this time, the door walked out of an old man with a full beard, roughly 1 meter 9 in height, and a robust physique. The bearded old man with a cigarette in his mouth, originally full of impatience, rushed at Xiao Chuanyan and said something, then seeing Shi Yan who was following Xiao Chuanyan's side and still shaking hands with him, his eyes instantly lit up, and his ferocious countenance became amiable for a few moments. Who is she? The bearded uncle's eyes sized up Shi Yan, but the words were asked of Xiao Chenyan. Xiao Chenyan replied back, sort of a girlfriend, I'm going to bring her over here to play for a few days, so I brought her here to meet you, but don't tell her about our relationship yet, or she'll be under pressure. I have other things to talk to you about later, but she hasn't eaten anything all day, so why don't you help us get something to eat first? The bearded grandpa asked, good eye, is she from China? Xiao Dust Banquet nodded, aha. The bearded grandpa immediately changed his amiable tone and spoke to Shi Yan, mud howl, will like mud day yet. Shi Yan pulled back the corners of her mouth, her smile a little forced, hello grandpa. The bearded grandfather added, dry mud dad, splashing mud really his father's screwed up. Shi Yan, looking at Moncler Outlet Online this friendly smile, she didn't know if he had a problem with himself or was being conspiratorial. Xiao Chuanyan reached out and held his forehead, grandpa, don't say Chinese, you're tired of talking, and we're even more tired of listening, speak English, she understands. The bearded grandpa immediately switched to English, and his speech became fluent, I speak Chinese very well, right? It's all learned from following Dust Banquet's mom, who said that such a greeting is the highest etiquette in Chinese. The corner of Shi Yan's mouth twitched, pronunciation alone is quite good. Just the meaning is, more or less, a bit presumptuous. Xiao Chenyan explained helplessly, when my mom argues with foreigners, she doesn't want people to know that her quality is low, so she likes to scold people in Chinese, and also tells people who don't understand Chinese that what she says are greetings to the other person's family, which is the highest etiquette of the Chinese language, and every time she explains it this way, those who are scolded by her have to thank her. Grandpa he believed it, so he secretly learned it. As soon as he saw the Chinese people, he showed it off with others, he looked fierce, others who understood it didn't dare to have a problem with it, and had to compensate for the smiles, so he believed it even more that it was the highest etiquette, and every Chinese person he had ever seen was greeted by him like that. Shi Yan. Xiao Chuan Banquet laughed, don't look at his fierce looks and touching qualities, but his cooking skills are not bad, let him prepare dinner for us first. Shi Yan was once again speechless, bullying people for not understanding Chinese and cricketing them in person. There are ingredients in the backyard, let's go and choose the ingredients first. Shi Yan nodded her head. Xiao Chenyan was familiar with this place, he was tired of the old man's annoying jabbering, and took Shi Yan to the backyard by himself. Shi Yan almost thought she had arrived at the zoo. The backyard was very large, separated by a fence with many single rooms, each of which had a different small animal inside. There were chickens, ducks, geese, ostriches, peacocks, rabbits, and so on, as well as some wild game in China. To her surprise, there were actually crocodiles. Shi Yan chose a rabbit and a small crocodile. She had never eaten a crocodile before and wanted to try it. Xiao Chenyan picked out the things she had chosen and asked the old man to take them away to be processed, and as a result, the old man went to each compartment and grabbed an animal out and took it to be processed together. When Shi Yan passed by the processing table, she saw the old man's skillful movements as he skinned the bunny. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, and the skin was peeled off in one piece. While peeling the skin, the bunny was still stirring its legs. Shi Yan, so cruel. Xiao Chuan banquet, so gluttonous, I'll put more spice in my portion. Shi Yan, I want it spicy too. The old man asked Xiao Chenyan to stay and help, and told Shi Yan to go sit outside and rest. Shi Yan was too embarrassed to be lazy alone, so she also stayed to help. She looked around, picked up a rock, and hit the crocodile on the head with a rock, and the crocodile fainted instantly. Then she picked up a knife and huffed and puffed as she began to peel the skin. Xiao Chuanyan looked at her. Didn't you say cruel just now? You're even more ruthless in your hands. Shi Yan explained seriously, that's different, the rabbit's legs can still move when it's skinned. I humanized the crocodile before I skinned it, so that it can't feel any pain. It's kind of a euthanasia for it. Xiao Duan Yan. Chapter 28 Sweetness. Because there were too many ingredients, the old man took half of the ingredients to cook, and cut the other half so that they could take it and eat it while baking. Xiao Chenyan set up a barbecue in the courtyard and set the ingredients up one by one to roast. Shi Yan looked at his skillful handling and asked curiously, your handiwork looks good, did you specifically practice? Xiao Chuanyan said, my mom likes Chinese food, but she doesn't like to cook it herself. She started to let me learn it before I was even on the road as a child, but I learned it all by searching for tutorials online. I didn't specifically look for someone to learn it. Shi Yan, I thought it was a requirement for induction. Being multi-talented is more likely to capture the heart of a rich woman. Xiao Chenyan raises her eyebrows and looks at her, capture the heart of a rich woman like you? Shi Yan gulped, captured the stomach. Xiao Chenai lost his smile. You haven't even eaten yet and you've been captured by the stomach? Are you so easily caught? Shi Yan, I know it's good just by smelling it. Xiao Chenyan inserts a piece of rabbit meat, blows on it, and hands it to her mouth. Don't just smell it, eat it to see if it lives up to its name or if it's just an appearance. Shi Yan opened her mouth and bit into the piece of meat. Roasted just right, the meat is very tender and fresh, and there is no stink, and it is not like the one she ate in China, where the ingredients taste like what it tastes like. It has the flavor of the ingredients, but also retains the flavor of the meat itself. Shi Yan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, beyond the threshold. Xiao Chenyan was pleased by the compliment and continued to roast and feed her at the same time. Roasted meat is most flavorful when it is freshly roasted, and the taste will drop a lot if it is left for a minute longer. Shi Yan Guan was a bit embarrassed to eat alone, so she also followed and fed Xiao Chenyan. Following his example, she blew on it to cool it a bit and then passed it to his mouth. As soon as the old man came out, he saw the two of them feeding each other, as if pink bubbles were bubbling around them. The old man couldn't help but snicker, this young couple can be really love, the small courtyard are filled with the fragrance of love. He brings the dishes to the table in turn, and says to Shi Yan, girl don't just eat the baked ones, it's easy to catch fire, have some fried and stewed ones. Shi Yan nods, good, grandpa just call me Shi Yan. The old man smiles brightly, alright, baby Shi Yan come and taste grandpa's handiwork. Xiao Chuan banquet also stops barbecuing, pulls Shi Yan to the table and sits down, and pinches some of each dish into her bowl. Taste it, grandpa's cooking is more oriental, it should be to your taste as well. Shi Yan tasted a bite, and her eyes instantly lit up. It tastes really good. She also made it a point to say in English to her grandfather that it tasted great, and politely greeted him as he sat down to eat with her. The old man was also not polite, and sat down across from them, smilingly saying, if you like it, you can come to my place to eat for the whole time you're on the island, and I'll make it for you every day. Xiao Chuanyan directly helped her to refuse, that won't do, it's not easy for her to come here once, I want to bring her more to taste other flavors. The old man looked disdainful, which food on this island is as good as mine? Xiao Chuanyan said, even if it's shit, it's all fresh if you haven't tasted it, I'm going to take her to taste it. Shi Yan, that's not necessary, she has no interest in fresh shit. After dinner, Xiao Chuanyan found the old man alone to talk in the backyard. Xiao Chuanyan's face turned serious, Grandpa, there is a traitor under my command, he escaped this way towards Moon Island, he knows that you are on the island, he is rushing towards me, I'm afraid that he will hold you hostage to blackmail me, so I'm thinking of arranging for someone to send you away to hide for a while, and then I'll pick you back up once I've caught the traitor. The old man raised his eyebrows and said angrily, little traitor, am I still afraid of him? I'm not leaving, if he dares to come looking for me, I'll skin him. He wasn't even born when old me went to war. Xiao Duanyan had some headaches, I know Grandpa is powerful, but we are in the light and the enemy is in the dark, I'm afraid that they will engage in a sneak attack. The old man's head turned away, revealing a stubborn donkey-like expression. I'm not leaving. If I'm captured by traitors, it proves that I'm not good at my skills. I deserve to die. You don't need to care about me, just show me and the traitors together. Xiao Chuan banquet sighed. I knew I couldn't talk you out of it. I'll arrange for a few more people to protect you. The old man waved his hand. You keep people to protect yourself in Shurian. I'm surrounded by old companions who used to follow me into death. Although we're old, our hands aren't worse than the soldiers under you. Xiao Duanyan could only give up on persuading him to leave. Right, Grandpa, I heard that my father is planning to help me choose a marriage partner for my union, but I only want to marry Shurian in the future. If he forces me, you have to help me. The old man glared at him and said without any goodwill, even your father can't handle it. How are you going to deal with so many people under your command in the future, and those brothers of yours? The situation everywhere is quite stable now. There are more internal conflicts than external ones. You need to learn to solve problems on your own. When reason doesn't make sense, you can use some strong-arm tactics. The truth in your hands can be much more useful than the truth on your lips. Xiao Duanyan was silent for a moment and nodded. I know, Grandpa. Then Shurian and I will go back first. The old man waved his hand. Go go go. Although the old man disliked Xiaoqian banquet on his lips, he still personally sent them to the courtyard entrance, watching them walk a long way holding hands before he withdrew his gaze and wiped the wetness from the corners of his eyes. People are getting old and becoming pretentious. In the past, he didn't even blink an eyelid when he came to the fire, but now that he saw his grandson find happiness, he was so moved that he wanted to cry. The fact that his grandson was going to have a family proved that he was really old and not far from death. Old Marshal, was it the young lord who came just now? He brought his daughter-in-law to see you? Is this the young lord getting married? Wasn't it all rumored before that the young lord and that levitt under his hand were a couple? Has the young master changed his fetish, or is he looking for a co-wife? Don't be ridiculous, that's all just rumors. There used to be rumors that the old marshal started out by selling ditches to subdue great generals. Don't you guys know what's going on? The left and right neighbors all popped up and stood next to the old marshal and talked about it. These people were all old pals who had retired with the old marshal, all of whom used to be in high positions and were now spending their lives on the island with the old marshal. The old marshal kicked one of them. All at this age, you still can't change your habit of liking gossip. You all haven't finished eating yet, right? Come to my place and eat together. We've made more dishes tonight. We can drink all night. He led the crowd into the courtyard. The crowd was stunned when they saw the 3 large tables full of dishes in the courtyard. You treat people's little girls like pigs? Making so many dishes, a pig would be stretched to death. Lousy is happy to. She can watch if she can't eat, and having seen it is considered eating. Moreover, if she sees that I can cook so well, when she quarrels and breaks up with Dust Banquet in the future, she will also consider carefully for my cooking skills. Chapter 29 Playing with Her. Shurian and Xiao Duanyan walked back down the beach. Taking off their shoes, their bare feet stepped on the fine soft sand as if they were having a foot massage, very comfortable. A beach concert was being held on the beach, and many tourists and residents were holding bottles of wine and swaying along with the music, as if they wanted to shake away all the restraints and worries. There were also staff members holding disposable cups and handing out drinks to people passing by. Shurian and Xiao Chunyan were both slipped a cup. Shurian quietly put the cup back on the stage and put the one in Xiao Chunyan's hand back as well. Xiao Chunyan raised an eyebrow. Aren't you a smoker and a drinker in private? Why did you suddenly stop drinking? Quit. When did you quit? Just now. Just then, a staff member noticed them putting down their wine glasses and immediately came over to inquire, are you 2 newlyweds preparing for pregnancy and can't drink? That's okay, we still have drinks. She said and slipped 2 bottles of drinks to them. Today we are having an event, these are free. There are also free fruits and snacks you can take for free. You 2 can go over there and get them yourself if you need them. Wish you 2 happy newlyweds. We're not. Shurian wanted to explain, but the staff was very busy, and spoke extremely quickly after saying that. They went to give away drinks to other tourists. Xiao Chuanyan said, just strangers, let her misunderstand, no need to explain. His tone suddenly became flirtatious, but then again, if I wasn't a party to this, seeing you suddenly quit smoking and drinking, I would have mistakenly thought that you were trying to prepare for pregnancy. Shurian tilted her head and took a sip of her drink, hiding the heartbreak under her eyes. She was still really preparing for pregnancy. Not letting him drink alcohol was also because she was afraid that it would affect the activity of that which affects her normal conception. Thinking of pregnancy, Shurian was instantly energized. Now that she is ovulating, she can't waste this great opportunity to work harder during this period. Shi Yan hooked his arm and accelerated back. Such a good night, it's a pity not to sleep, let's hurry home and go to bed. The next day, Shi Yan stayed in bed and didn't want to get up. Xiao Qinyan lifted her out of the quilt. Don't sleep, I'll take you out to play. Which do you want to play first, surfing or scuba diving? Shi Yan, can I not go? Xiao Chuanyan, be moderate, go play something else first, then come back and play with you. Shi Yan. After eating breakfast, Shi Yan was brought to the beach by Xiao Chenyan. She chose to experience surfing first. Going down to the sea required changing into a swimsuit. Shi Yan chose a set herself, but was passed over by Xiao Chuanyan, who brought her a set of one-piece ugly clothes. Too ugly, not one piece. The upper and lower pants will be washed off. If you're not afraid, then whatever. Shi Yan could only silently go and change into the one-piece swimsuit. After changing into the bathing suit, Xiao Qinyan took the surfboard and led her down to the sea, letting her lie on her back on the surfboard to plow through the water to warm up, and then teaching her the skills of getting on the board and keeping her balance hand in hand. Then he drove a yacht, and he drove the yacht in front to paddle out the waves, so that she could follow behind and learn. At first Shi Yan couldn't even stand up on the board. But she was a defiant one and tried again and again. After hundreds and thousands of failures, she went from 3 seconds to 10 seconds to 10 minutes, which was getting longer and longer. Xiao Chenyan looked back at her while driving the yacht. Shi Yan waved at him, a bright smile spreading across her face. Xiao Chenyan, I did it. Am I awesome? Xiao Chenyan did not mince words in his praise. You are the most awesome one I have ever taught. Although he had only taught her one. Shi Yan smiled even more happily, the sea breeze blowing against her cheeks and the thrill of speed made her forget all her worries. She hadn't laughed so cheerfully in a long, long time. Xiao Chenyan. What's wrong? This seems like walking a dog on the sea. I want to walk you too. Shi Yan and Xiao Chenyan exchanged places. She went to drive the yacht, and Xiao Chenyan rubbed the waves at the back. Shi Yan wasn't very good at driving the yacht, and the waves she paddled out had more ups and downs, but Xiao Chenai was able to quickly adjust his body position to keep his balance every time. In the afternoon, they changed into diving equipment and dived to the bottom of the sea to explore. The fish at the bottom of the sea were not very afraid of people, and when they saw people coming down, they even circled around them. Shi Yan found it amazing and reached out to touch several kinds of fish. On the side, Xiao Chenyan picked up a stone and smashed open a sea urchin, and all of a sudden all of the fish surrounded and scrambled to eat the sea urchin. Shi Yan's eyes lit up and she also followed suit and opened the sea urchin to feed the fish. A reddish-orange fish was especially excited, its tail wagging a little harder every time it saw her open an urchin. It was like an invisible encouragement to her, and she hummed and puffed as she opened 24 sea urchins in a row. Wherever she passed, she left a trail of sea urchin shells. I didn't realize feeding the fish was so much fun. She could feed them all day. But Xiao Chenyan didn't give her this chance and pulled her up to the shore. Why are you pulling me up? I still want to feed the fish, they haven't even gotten enough to eat. Xiao Chenyan said, there are so many fish at the bottom of the sea, you won't be able to feed them even if you feed them for the rest of your life. Shi Yan, I don't care, I haven't fed them enough, I still want to continue to feed them, I'm happy when I see them eating. Xiao Chenyan pointed to the sea level and said, the sun is starting to set, it will get dark very fast, it's not safe to continue staying at the bottom of the sea, if you like to feed the fish, I'll bring you back in a couple days to feed them. Shi Yan could only give up helplessly, and went ashore with Xiao Chenyan. After staying in the seawater for a long time, her body felt extra heavy when she went ashore. She leaned softly onto Xiao Chenyan, so tired, I didn't feel it when I was playing, but now I feel like my body is not my own. Xiao Chenyan said, I still have a manor at the foot of the mountain over there, there is a hot spring in the manor, I'll take you to take a bubble, it can ease the fatigue. Shi Yan continued to lean on him, can you carry me there? I can't walk anymore. Xiao Chenyan, lifting you over is fine. Shi Yan grunted, that side looks like it has to be a couple of kilometers away, can you lift it that far? Xiao Chenyan didn't say anything and directly proved it with his actions. Shi Yan only felt a heavenly rotation of her body, and then her feet were far away from the surface of the earth. Xiao Chenyan actually really lifted her horizontally, and then leisurely walked in the direction of the dwarf mountain in the distance. Not only can I lift you to walk, I can also lift you to run. Xiao Duan banquet, you put me down. I don't suspect you anymore, you put me down. In the distance, the old marshal and his comrades, holding binoculars and looking over here, all revealed expressions that were hard to explain. Is this how young people talk about love nowadays? When we fell in love in our time, it wasn't popular to hold the object up and run. Old Marshal, the young lord doesn't look like he's very good at falling in love, should we find someone to teach him? The old marshal said, maybe this is the trend of young people, although I don't understand it, I respect the blessing. Chapter 30. Should I try? This manor is considered a relatively remote place, there are no households around, and it is quiet. The hot spring pool was in the courtyard, with a lot of colorful flowers growing around it, and the hot air coming out of the hot spring lingered in the flowers, making the place look as beautiful as a fairyland. Since there was no one around, Shuriyen directly entered the hot spring pool. As her body soaked into the warm water, the soreness and fatigue instantly subsided. Shuriyen tilted her head back and leaned against the edge of the pool to close her eyes and rest. When she was about to fall asleep, someone approached her and scooped her into her arms. Shuriyen woke up with a start, and saw Xiao Chenyan's face surrounded by smoke. Didn't you go to a meeting? How did you come over so quickly? When she had just arrived at the manor, he had answered a phone call, saying that he had to have a conference call and told her to come and soak herself first. It's only been 10 minutes, and he's done with the meeting? Well, there's nothing much, just briefly explain a few things. Xiao Chenyan lightly bit her lips, his voice dangerously compelling, want to try it in the water? Shuriyen blushed, her small fist hammered at his chest, don't, it will dirty the pool. It doesn't matter, the water in the pool is flowing, it can be replaced with a new one in one night, it won't affect the next use. Shuriyen pushed his head while saying, that won't work either, it will make you sick. Xiao Chenyan carried her to the shore and placed her on the jade platform by the pool. That's fine, just come to the shore. When she woke up the next day, Shuriyen felt much lighter and her essence was good. When she looked in the mirror, her face was rosy, her lips were red and her teeth were white, her eyes were sparkling, and she looked dainty like a flower that had been moisturized by dew. She couldn't help but cover her face. If acquaintances who met frequently saw her like this, they would be able to tell at a glance that she had been nourished. Because Shaochen Banquet didn't come to this manor to live much, there was nothing to eat here, so they had to go back to the residential area to have breakfast. On the way back they held hands and strolled in the morning and evening. Both of them didn't speak, feeling the silence of the early morning. The atmosphere on them seemed to have changed, revealing a subtle sweetness. After breakfast, Xiao Duanfei began to receive frequent phone calls. Levitt had already brought people to the island and needed him to step in to set up and arrange something. Xiao Chenyan could only apologize and say to Shuriyen, I have something urgent to deal with, I can't accompany you to play today, I'll ask Grandpa to take you for 2 days, okay? Shuriyen nodded, yeah, if you have something to do, go and get busy, I don't care. Xiao Chenyan sent her to the old master's place, and the old master explained a few words, the two seemed to clash and quarreled, in the end it was the old master who lost the battle, waving his hand for Xiao Chenyan to get lost. After Xiao Chenyan left, the old master immediately changed into a kind smile, there is nothing interesting on the island, let me take you out to sea to go fishing, sea fishing can be fun. Shuriyen nodded her head. Thus, less than 3 hours after separating from Shaochen Banquet, she followed the old master and a few of his friends and boarded a cruise ship to go out to sea. None of the birds on the sea seemed to be very afraid of people, and there were often birds that landed on the cruise ship to rub up against the ship, or flew along with the cruise ship. They flew very low, almost flush with people. Shuriyen saw a bird flying beside her, wilted and cupped it, and quickly turned it around. The bird flew for a while and realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly turned around and continued to fly this way, screaming as it flew, like it was cursing. Then it started chasing after Shuriyen and spraying shit. Shuriyen fled around on the deck, apologizing to it while hiding. A few old men laughed and finally fed the bird with the fish they caught before it let her go. After that, Shuriyen never dared to do anything bad again. In the meantime, a seal chased by a killer whale jumped on their cruise ship to escape. The killer whales even gave them several devil fish. Along the way, they encountered a lot of animals that they had only seen on the internet before, and some of them they were able to touch with their hands, which Shuriyen found very amazing. The tanker drifted at sea for 3 days before it started to head back, and the return trip took 2 days. When they returned to the island, Shuriyen realized that many houses on the island had collapsed. It was as if they had been attacked. Shuriyen was shocked, was there a war here? The old man laughed, there should have been bad people running to the island, the army people came and engaged in a battle, and now there are already people cleaning up the mess, which means that things have been resolved, so don't worry about it. Shuriyen was sent back to Shaochen Banquet's seaside villa. As she entered, several people in military uniforms came out of it one after another, they all curiously sized up Shuriyen, but as if they were afraid, they looked at her for a few seconds and then hurriedly retracted their eyes. How could there be military officers in and out of Xiao Chunyan's house? Shuriyen didn't see anyone on the first floor, so she went straight up to the second floor to look for someone. There was a sound coming from the bedroom. Shi Yan walked over and saw Xiao Chenyan lying on the bed, with a person in military uniform standing beside the bed speaking to him in Russian. Xiao Chenai wrinkled his eyebrows and listened for a moment, then turned his head to the door and saw her. Xiao Chenyan said a few words in Russian to the man, who also turned his head to look over, then smiled and nodded to her before leaving. Shi Yan touched her head, her face full of confusion. "Come in." Xiao Chenyan's voice brought Shi Yan back to her senses. She walked into the room and saw that Xiao Chenyan's face was pale, his chest was tied with a bandage, and there was blood on the bandage. "How did you get injured? And why did so many officers come to your house?" Xiao Chenyan's eyes flickered for a moment. "There were fugitives on the island. The army mistakenly injured me when they captured them. Those officers came to offer their condolences and apologies." Shi Yan nodded and glanced at the injury on his chest, her brows furrowed. "Is the injury serious?" Xiao Duanyan said, "It can't die. But it's difficult to move around, so I may have to trouble you to take care of me for a few days." Shi Yan was in a somewhat depressed mood. She originally wanted to take advantage of this vacation period to conceive a child, but now that he was injured, he definitely couldn't continue to do breathing exercises, so it seemed that she couldn't get what she wanted this time. Xiao Chenyan said quietly, "If you're not willing, forget it. I've been alone since I was injured and sick as a child. I can do it now." Shi Yan returned to her senses. "I'm not unwilling, I'm just thinking about other things. Your wound is oozing blood, let me help you change the gauze." She asked Xiao Chenyan where the medical kit was and brought it over, helping him clean the wound and redraped it. Looking at his wound, Shi Yan's heart suddenly shrunk. It was a gunshot wound that was only 5 centimeters away from his heart. Almost, he wouldn't have been able to live. By the evening, Xiao Chenyan started a fever, and after measuring it, it actually reached 40 degrees. Shi Yan looked at the thermometer, her face full of anxiety. But Xiao Chenyan was indifferent, holding her hand and putting it on his face to gently rub it, and asked her in a mute voice, "Do you want to try me at 40 degrees? Chapter 31 Leave, never see you again. Don't talk, I'll go get you fever-reducing medicine." When feeding Xiao Chen banquet the fever-reducing medicine, he played up and refused to eat obediently. "You feed me. Isn't this what I'm feeding?" De Lang opened his mouth and took the medicine. "Feed with your mouth. A head filled with yellow waste is different, it's almost burnt stupid and still thinks of taking advantage." "Are you yellow waste?" "No. My head is filled with you." Shi Yan was so out of temper by him that she could only take the pill into her mouth and feed it to him. "Come take the pill, saliva flavored." "That's sweet, one more." Shi Yan said calmly, "You're too unlucky to win the reward of another one." Xiao Chuanyan let out a low laugh and pulled her to lie beside him, grabbing her small hand and putting it under the covers to explore. "Sure you don't want to try? It's a rare opportunity, I rarely get a fever, and you won't be able to find a chance to try it if you want to in the future. I'm afraid you'll pass away if you try. I'm not that weak to die." Shi Yan was too lazy to bother with a patient. Xiao Duanyan's fever subsided on the second day, but it took 5 days for the injury to basically heal. After half a month on the island, Shi Yan felt pregnant. Her body didn't have any reactions or changes, and she hadn't bothered to check, but she felt that there was a 99% chance that she was pregnant. This was because her period, which had been thundering along for years with a steady 30-day cycle, hadn't come after 3 days this month. It was on this day that she received a phone call from Qin Shouhan. His voice was still indifferent. "The plane will return to China in 8 hours, so get yourself to the airport and meet us." Without waiting for Shi Yan to reply, he hung up the phone. Shi Yan went to the study to find Xiao Chenyan. After purposely looking at the fact that he wasn't on a video conference, she sat on his lap, hooked her arm around his neck and kissed him before she spoke. "My husband called me to go back, the flight is in 8 hours, you can send me to the airport later." Xiao Chenyan paused, then forcefully carried her into his arms. "What if I don't want to let you go?" "Ignore your husband, stay and accompany me." Shi Yan touched his head. "Stop it." Xiao Chenyan hummed lightly, burying his head on her neck and kissing and nibbling. This was probably their last intimate contact. Shi Yan did not push her away. On the way to the airport, Xiao Chenyan also kept hugging her, itching to incorporate her into his blood and bones. It was only when they reached the door of the airport hall that Xiao Chenyan reluctantly let go of her. "I still have some things on my side, I need to be busy for a while, at most 1 month, I will go to you, the time I owe you I will pay you back 3 times no, 10 times. Shi Yan smiled, not responding to the question head on. "Take care of yourself, don't get hurt again." She got out of the car, dragging her luggage with her, and walked towards the airport. After walking out for a distance, she stopped and turned to look. Xiao Chunyan was standing outside the car door, his eyes deep in color as he looked at her. Seeing her look over, his lips tugged and he revealed a smile to her. Shiyan clenched her fists hard, her chest felt like it was being rushed by a ball of violent emotions. She dropped her luggage and ran back to him in big strides, wrapping her arms around him and standing on her tiptoes to kiss his lips. The passionate and ferocious kiss lasted for nearly 30 seconds before Shiyan withdrew and looked up into his eyes, the emotions in the bottom of her eyes churning, but gradually returning to calm. Xiao Chunyan teased, "So reluctant to give up on me? It's only a month, bear with it and it will pass, I will go to you as soon as possible." Shiyan smiled and still did not respond. "Take care, I'm leaving." "You take care too, see you in a month." Shiyan returned and never again in her heart, then turned around and walked away. This time, she didn't look back and went straight into the airport. After checking her ticket and going through security, Shiyan saw Qin Xiuhan and Lu Ruyan in the VLP waiting room. Lu Ruyan peeled a grape and fed it to Qin Xiuhan's mouth. "Hubby, have a grape." Qin Xiuhan ate it and curved his lips dotingly, "Thank you, wife." Shiyan didn't even have the desire to care about them. She found herself a seat and sat down, opening King is dry. Lu Ruyan and Qin Xiuhan sat on the same chair, leaning in Qin Xiuhan's arms, smiling provocatively at Shiyan. "Shiyan, how have you been playing this half-month?" "Hubby took me to play a lot of things, we went on a Ferris wheel together, rode a hot air balloon, we played just too much to talk about all at once. By the way, during the tour, my husband took special care of me, he was afraid that I would get a tan and would remind me to put on sunscreen. When I was tired and couldn't walk, he would stop and patiently wait for me to rest enough before walking. When I came for my period, he even helped me to boil hot water." "You're alone in an unfamiliar place with no one around to take care of you, you must be having a hard time, right?" Qin Xiuhan faintly raised his eyes to look at Shiyan. In his heart, he somehow expects something, expecting her to reveal a sad or jealous expression. However, none of them did. She looked intently at the cell phone screen, her fingers pressing rapidly on the screen. Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and let out a laugh. "If you're jealous, just say it, don't pretend you can't hear it, you're really low like this, you can't get it and you can't afford to lose it, this is the villainous behavior." Qin Xiuhan raised his eyebrows. "That's right." Shiyan was deliberately pretending not to care. She used to be like this a lot in the past, pretending not to care about him, but still cooking for him every day, helping him prepare the clothes he needs to wear every day, and even ironing his socks. She was afraid that she would be bored by him if he saw that she still loved him, so she refined her acting skills even more and pretended better than before, right? A little sculpted skill, but also dared a class in front of him to make a tiger. He could see through what she was thinking at a glance. I think the man she looked for some time ago was also intentionally looking to anger him, including the man who picked her up at the door of the auction, must also be the one she paid to act. Chapter 32, Taking Advantage of Me, Happy and Bad, right? Shiyan's eyes did not leave the screen, said coolly, "The more people do not have anything, the more they like to show off what, think about it is also strange pity, certain people mouth show off things, all rely on her mouth to go around proclaiming, other people are completely unable to see. You." Lu Ruyan was so angry that her liver and gall bled. Shiyan continued, "It's the truth that makes people break their defenses." Lu Ruyan's eyes reddened with anger, her hands clenched into fists, itching to go straight over and give Shiyan 2 punches. However, she was afraid that she would react too violently, but instead, she sat on what she said, "The truth is what makes people break their defenses." She bit her lip in aggravation, and the hand holding Qin Xiuhan was a few points harder. Qin Xiuhan was distressed that his beloved was aggrieved, and immediately darkened his face. Right at this moment, Shiyan looked up at Lu Ruyan and said with a smile on her face, "I'm talking about my teammate in the game, she operated sparsely and was killed by the opposite side a dozen times, and said that the opposite side was not as skillful as her, so I just said a couple of sentences back to her, so don't you dare to be right about it." Seeing her face still ugly, Shiyan said with a surprised face, "You wouldn't be like my upside-down bitch teammate, just bragging for face, right?" "Enough." Qin Xiuhan let out a low gulp, "Don't be shifty here, you're just deliberately targeting Ruyan, apologize to Ruyan immediately." Shiyan was obedient this time, smilingly said to Ruyan Lu, "I'm sorry it's all my fault for being stupid and not being able to see that you were bragging, and when I uncovered other people's hypocritical veil I uncovered you by the way, letting you be aggravated. In the future, I will definitely be good at detecting words and colors, and if I want to scold you I will only scold you alone, not letting you share the scolding with others, that would be too much of an aggravation for you. After all, People are just vain and hypocritical. You are not only hypocritical but also bitchy, you deserve to enjoy a share of scolding alone. Qin Xiuhan and Lu Ruyan's faces all darkened. This apology of hers might as well not be said. Lu Ruyan clenched her fists hard and bit her lip with a stubborn face. I know that you're deliberately targeting me because you can't get my husband's love, and every time you see me, you're always switching up your methods of scolding me. But even so, I can't possibly give up my husband to you. I can let you have everything but my husband. Shi Yan said with a wry smile. Fine, then you let me have all your savings and anything of value. Anything above $1,000 is considered valuable. Anything, I'm not picky. Lu Ruyan was speechless, being so angry that she didn't know what to say, her face suffocated red. Shi Yan faced contempt. See, again in lying, I say you hypocritical and you do not like to hear, then you do not always say one thing and do another. Lu Ruyan cried in anger and flung herself into Qin Xiuhan's arms wooing. Qin Xiuhan looked disappointed. You weren't like this before. Shi Yan interrupted him. I used to be like this too. Don't believe me? Asked Lu Ruyan. Did I scold her privately less? Not only did I scold her, I even beat her. She hasn't complained to you? It shouldn't be. I gave her such a good opportunity to complain. How could she not cherish it? She's a hard sewer even without a complaint. Qin Xiuhan's face turned blue with an expression that he could not wait to strangle Shi Yan. Why did you scold Ruyan? She can only follow me namelessly because of you. It's fine if you don't feel guilty about it. Why do you still bully her? Ruyan Lu was the one who often complained in front of him that Shi Yan was always bullying her. However, every time he went to confront Shi Yan, she asked, where's the proof? Ruyan didn't give any evidence, so over time he became a bit skeptical, and then he only comforted Ruyan in front of her and didn't go to Shi Yan to confront her. Unless both of them are present, Lu Ruyan aggrieved, no matter who is right and who is wrong, he let Shi Yan apologize. Shi Yan caused Lu Ruyan to become a mistress, let Lu Ruyan is supposed to. I didn't expect Shi Yan to actually bully Lu Ruyan in private. How could she have the face to ask him for evidence? Shi Yan shrugged. Anyway, if I don't scold her or beat her, she herself will make up lies to sue in front of you. In order to let her save her brain cells, I'll kindly sit on the crime so that she can sue directly. And she always hid herself without any lightness or weight, making herself green and red. My hands will only hurt and won't leave traces, much better than her own hands. Shi Yan holds her forehead and smiles bitterly. I've really gone through a lot of trouble for her. I'm a bit knocked out by both of us. Lu Ruyan. Qin Xiuhan. Lu Ruyan said eagerly, hubby, don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't make up a lie to tell in front of you. She deliberately said that in order to stir up our feelings, we can't fall for her trick. Other than the fact that she scolded me in private is true, everything else is false. Qin Xiuhan wiped away her tears and said heartily, I know, I believe in your character. Then he looked at Shi Yan, his eyes disgusted. You deliberately put on a different posture from before, deliberately creating a contrast, all to draw my attention to you, right? You should read less novels. This trick doesn't work on me, this will only make me loathe you more. Shi Yan said in a faint voice, it's worthy of you, your IQ always stays in the basin, never letting me down. Qin Xiuhan furiously glares at her. Lu Ruyan gently coaxes him, so he doesn't bother with Shi Yan. Lu Ruyan felt that she didn't get this scolding in vain, at least it made Qin Xiuhan loathe Shi Yan even more. Some time ago, Qin Xiuhan paid too much attention to Shi Yan, which made her feel a sense of crisis, so she gave up her plan to show her love in front of Shi Yan, and begged Qin Xiuhan to get rid of Shi Yan, so that they could live in a world of two and cultivate their feelings. In the half-month after Shi Yan's separation, although Qin Xiuhan had not contacted Shi Yan or mentioned her, she always felt that Qin Xiuhan's interest was lacking, as if he was remembering something. She hated Shi Yan in her heart, and that's why she wanted to show her love again to stimulate Shi Yan once they met, making her envious and jealous. Although the process was a bit unexpected, the result was surprisingly good. So what if Shi Yan was a clever talker? It's still no match for her pampering and misery. Until he boarded the airplane, Qin Xiuhan didn't even look at Shi Yan again. During the entire flight, he was showing love to Lu Ruyan. After getting off the plane, Qin Xiuhan arranged for Lu Ruyan to leave from a separate channel, letting Qin Zhuo come to send her back. He and Shi Yan, on the other hand, took the VIP channel, sat in the car sent by the old mansion, and went directly back to the old mansion. The two people who originally looked at each other and hated each other immediately transformed into a loving couple when they returned to the entrance of the old mansion. Shi Yan held Qin Xiuhan's arm, and despite her inner dislike, the smile on her face was sweet and shy. Qin Xiuhan glanced at her sideways and snorted in contempt. Every time you go back to the old mansion, you can take advantage of me openly and honestly. You're happy, aren't you? Chapter 33 Pregnant. The smile on Shiryan's face remained unchanged, her lips barely moved as she squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth, stupid. While she was cursing on this side, the old man over there who walked out on his crutches had a knocked-out look on his face. It seems that young couples still need to go out from time to have a two-person world. You guys went out to play for a period of time, and it looks like your relationship has gotten a lot better. Look at Yin Yan's rosy complexion and plenty of vitality. Xiaohan surely didn't take care of you much, it's so much better than the past 3 years. Not bad, not bad. In the future when you guys have time, go out more often to have a two-person world, don't always be busy with work, huh? Elder Qin waved at them as he laughed loudly. Shiryan walked into the living room with a big smile on her arm as she held Qin Xiaohan. She had cursed Qin Xiaohan 800 times in her heart, but on the surface, she still let people think that she and Qin Xiaohan had a strong bond. She felt that the Oscars owed her a small gold medal. The Oscar-winning actress wasn't even as good as her. Shiryan collected her mind and greeted Elder Qin with a smile. Grandpa, we're back. During the time Xiaohan and I were away, did you listen to the doctor and take good care of your body? Elder Qin glared and said, I listened to the doctor the most. Don't believe me, ask old Zhou. Housekeeper Zhou smiled and said, the old master did listen to the doctor's words. Every day he took the recording of the doctor's instructions to him and listened to it once. After listening to it, he leaned back in his recliner and watched short dramas, and the number of WeChat steps in a day was less than 100. Elder Qin didn't have the good sense to say, old Zhou, how old are you and you're still tattletaling? Grandpa, Uncle Zhou is also doing this for your own good. Shiryan walks over to help him pound his shoulders. The doctor recommended that you walk at least 3,000 steps a day to get the blood flowing so that your body will be good. If you don't take care of your body, you won't be able to hold your great-grandchildren when they come out in the future. Elder Qin's eyes lit up as he anxiously inquired, you're pregnant? Shiryan drops her head and puts on a shy face, glancing at Qin Xiaohan before sheepishly saying, I haven't checked yet, but I think 9 times out of 10 I'm already pregnant. We've been working pretty hard this whole time. Ha ha ha, well, I'll be able to hold my great-grandchildren in no time. I'm going to start my workout tomorrow. Elder Qin was very happy. Qin Xiaohan, however, frowned tightly and glanced at Shiryan unhappily. Elder Qin knocked a cane onto his leg. What kind of expression is this on you, brat? Aren't you happy that Yin Yan is pregnant? Does your brat owe a beating? Qin Xiaohan retracts his eyes and helplessly says, I'm not unhappy, it's just that she's talking about something she's not sure of yet, and I'm afraid that I'll let Grandpa have empty joy. Elder Qin said, Yin Yan has said that 9 times out of 10, so it's a sure thing. I believe Yin Yan. Qin Xiaohan dismantled the situation without understanding. We've been out for less than a month, even if there really is one, it's impossible to know so quickly, she's just talking nonsense here to make you happy. Elder Qin huffed, I don't care, if Yin Yan doesn't get pregnant, let's see if I don't break your legs, you useless thing. Qin Xiaohan. Forget it, it doesn't make sense with this old codger. Shiryan's own bragging, let her solve it on her own. Shiryan gave the old man the gifts she had bought, they were all trinkets, not worth a few dollars, but old man Qin was very happy, and told butler Zhou to take them to his room and set them up on the bed. Then he looked at the empty-handed Qin Xiaohan, what about yours? Qin Xiaohan said, I forgot, if you want anything, you can just tell me and I'll send someone to give it to you. Elder Qin was on fire, get lost, go find your mom and let her scold you to take the edge off. Shiryan and Qin Xiaohan went up to the second floor to find Gao Yejin. She was playing a game in the lounge. Probably lost, put to the phone, the opposite side of the elementary school student was scolded by her wow cry, called to his mother to passionate spray. The kid's mom, a grown-up, is still bothering with children. Are you unable to give birth to children? So child-hating? Gao Yejin, so this little brat has a mom? I thought it was a wild one, so uneducated, he harmed the whole team and cursed first, I thought he died out of his household book, no one taught him, now it seems it's hereditary, the whole family evolved towards the beasts, it's understandable to be of low quality, after all, most of the beasts don't have enough brains to use. Kid's mom, bitch I ex your mom, are you fucking tired of living? If you have the guts, let's have an offline date and watch me rip your mouth off. Her super male son screams and growls in the background, a old woman. Boss mom. I'm gonna kill you. Gao Yejin, may all of you and your family not live to be big mom's age. Oh. Then she reported the other party. Shiryan and Qin Xiaohan listened to the whole thing in silence and got a little sweaty. Qin Xiaohan said unhappily, Mom, don't play online games in the future, you've been sparring with elementary school students on the internet every day, how humiliating it would be if it got out. Gao Yejin crossed her legs, picked a pile of boogers and flicked it at him, it's only humiliating if you didn't win, what is humiliating if I won? Shin Shohan's face instantly darkened, looking down on his body for traces of that pile of boogers, his temples jumping straight up. Mom! You're a noblewoman of a luxurious family, can you watch your words and behavior? Gao Yejin rolled her eyes widely and shivered her booger-picking fingers. Leave me alone, lower head man. Shin Shohan. Gao Yejin looks to Shi Yan standing to the side and asks expressionlessly, you really let this shit stirrer touch you? Are you really pregnant? Just now, the old man yelled too loudly downstairs and she accidentally heard it. Shi Yan said, I think so, I'm not 100% sure yet. Shin Shohan gritted his teeth and said, I haven't stirred shit, I'm not a shit stirrer. Gao Yejin said, didn't you stir up Lu Ruyan? She is shit in my eyes. Shin Shohan frowned, I forbid you to say this about Ruyan. Gao Yejin snorted coldly, what? Want to kill your family for your mistress? Shin Shohan clenched his fists in anger, forget it, I can't communicate with you. Shin Shohan directly turns around and leaves. Shi Yan put down her gift and also took the opportunity to follow along. After leaving the old mansion, Shin Shohan drove off alone, leaving Shi Yan alone at the entrance of the manor. Shi Yan took a car by herself and went directly to the hospital for a blood test. Without any surprise, she was pregnant. However, the time was too short, the doctor suggested that she wait for another month, around 45 days to do an ultrasound, to be able to learn more about the development of the embryo, and the gestational sac was not yet visible for half a month. After coming out of the doctor's consultation room, Shi Yan immediately called Xiao Chunyan for $1 million. He accompanied her for less than a month, she gave him according to the cost of a month, and the extra was taken as a tip for him. Then sent him a message, let's end it here, don't contact again in the future. Then pull all his contact information black. Chapter 34 She can't see the future. Out of the hospital, Shi Yan took a taxi to the prison in the suburbs. She charged her great-uncle's card with 3,000 yuan for him to improve his life inside. It was quite difficult to be inside with great-uncle's status. Many people hated the rich. Seeing the former tycoon reduced to a prisoner, although there are sorry, but there are also a lot of gloating, and even go up to step on a few feet, as if to go to the well, can prove that he is bullish. Big uncle just went to prison that time, a month time lost 20 pounds. He used to be full of confidence and became afraid. But at that time, they didn't have any money to give to the great uncle. It wasn't until she married into the Qin family and didn't have outside private debtors watching her every day that she was able to fill up her great uncle with some money every month. As long as she had value to be utilized, her great uncle would at least not be bullied too much. After charging the money, Shi Yan applied for a prison visit. There were fewer people coming to visit the prison today, and she was soon in line. Through the glass, the two looked at each other without words. Uncle's eyes were numb and lifeless, as if he no longer had any expectations and was only a walking corpse. Shi Yan choked and said, take care of your great uncle, I will find a way to reduce your sentence. Shi Jiahe pulled the corner of his mouth, don't worry about me, take care of your grandpa and the others, this is all I have in my life. The only way to get a reduced sentence was to pay back all the money owed to the bank. But that was impossible to do. How could one pay back a debt of several $100 billion? Even if he paid it back, it would be hard for him to get out. He was convicted of an economic crime. Before those shareholders rolled up their money and ran out of the country, they victimized their shareholders, victimized their partners, maliciously deceived the truth, and took out large loans from the bank, and all those debts and crimes ended up on his great-uncle, the company's legal person. Shi Yan was silent for a while before she said, don't give up, as long as you are alive, there is still hope, the families are still waiting for you to go out for a reunion. In the past, Grandpa and the others were imprisoned and bullied, but now haven't they regained their freedom and reopened the company? It will all be fine. Great-uncle covered his face and cried bitterly. If it wasn't for the fear that his death would hit his already desperate family, he would have wanted to end himself long ago. He couldn't get better. But his family could still get well. This was the only motivation for him to live on. Coming out of the prison, Shi Yan looked at the blue sky and felt her breathing become extra heavy. She couldn't see the future. There is a saying that is right, you can't see the future because you see the future. In the Shi family's case, even if the Qin family, who was the richest in the capital city, tried their best to help, they couldn't help her erase those debts. The Shi family's company was originally valued at only about $100 billion, but those shareholders with bad intentions, using their positions to create false financial reports, and certain departments to collude with forgery, so that the market value of the false increase of nearly 10 times, and then to use this to a large amount of money, and finally in collusion with the people who have run abroad. They not only harmed the Shi family, but also many companies and individuals. At the time of the accident, 10 live debt collection jumped to their deaths every day. It caused a huge social sensation. Therefore, even though they all knew that the Sher family was also a victim, the great uncle who was a legal person was also severely punished, and the Sher family who did not run away became a punching bag. But even though she had already seen a future without a future, she had no choice but to continue walking so hard. Sher Yen withdrew her sight, rubbed her somewhat sore eyes, and took the car back to the city. She didn't go back to her wedding house, but went to her grandpa's house. After she and Qin Shohan got married, Elder Qin helped them buy back the old Sher family house. So despite being in debt, their living environment was all right. Yen Yen, you're back? Second Aunt Li Minhui saw Sher Yen enter and immediately greeted her with a smile. Cousin Sher Yao jogged over and pushed past her to run to the door, her eyes shining brightly as she probed outside. Where's cousin husband? He didn't come back with you? Sher Yen nodded. Well, he's busy with work and doesn't have time to accompany me. Sher Yao immediately collapsed her face and walked back to the living room with a cold snort. He's not busy with work at all, he doesn't want to come back with you. You're useless, you haven't even captured his heart after being married to him for 3 years, in the beginning if the person who married him was me. Yao Yao, shut up. Li Minhui scolded sternly, interrupting Sher Yao's words. Then she turned her head to Sher Yen, full of apologies. I'm sorry Yen Yen, Yao Yao, she's been naughty since she was a kid and likes to play pranks, she was just talking nonsense to tease you, don't take it to heart. Shohan, he manages such a big company, he must be very busy, we can all understand. Sher Yen smiled. Yao Yao wasn't wrong, I am indeed useless, even if he wasn't busy, he wouldn't have come back with me. The matter of her and Qin Shohan's marital discord was not hidden from Sher family. After all, lying to one elder Qin was already tiring enough, there was no need to add extra workload to herself. What the Sher family cared more about was also not how her and Qin Shohan's relationship was, but whether her position in the Qin family was stable and how many benefits she could get. Li Huimin said, don't say that, you and Shohan have spent 3 years together night and day, even if he didn't have feelings for you in the beginning, after spending so much time together, he would definitely have developed feelings for you, it's just that he didn't notice it himself. You need to continue to work hard and get on good terms with Shohan, don't always try to curry favor with that old man Qin. Old man Qin doesn't have many days left to live, the Qin family will all be handed over to Shohan in the future, if you curry favor with Shohan, your position will be more secure in the future. Although old man Qin is protecting you now, if you only focus on pleasing him, when he passes away, no one will protect you anymore, and what will you do if Shohan abandons you for the mistress outside? Only by hugging Qin Shohan's thigh tightly would the Qin family continue to help the Sher family when elder Qin passed away. Every time she came back, second aunt would explicitly and implicitly advise Sher Yen to please Qin Shohan. In the past, it was just a matter of time. Now that she didn't love Qin Shohan anymore, she only felt tired of hearing these words again. Second uncle Sher Jialong put down the newspaper in his hand and rebuked unhappily, alright, stop nagging, every time you are so nagging, Yen Yen doesn't like to come back. Yen Yen, she's not a child anymore, she knows how to do it herself, don't be a pain in the ass here. Li Huimin glared at Sher Jialong. Second uncle ignored Li Huimin and said to Sher Yen with a smile, Yen Yen, you just take her as farting, don't listen to her, you can live how you like. Your grandfather is meditating in the backyard, go see him. Sher Yen nodded her head, put down her gifts and headed to the backyard. As soon as Sher Yen left, Li Huimin couldn't help but angrily rebuke, I've said so much to her, but it's still not for the sake of this family? Do you still want to be abused and bullied like when you first went bankrupt? Sher Jialong said, but this is not Yen Yan's responsibility alone, you also know that Qin Shohan has a mistress outside, Yen Yan has already committed herself for 3 years for the sake of the Sher family, what more do you want from her? Yen Yan, she doesn't owe the Sher family. Li Huimin snapped, how do you not owe? She was thrown to Skull Island by her real father when she was a child, it was us who gave her a home, and it was also her real father's handiwork that our Sher family was counted out of bankruptcy, we were bullied back then, and her real father was one of the culprits, so it's time for her to repay us, to give us everything for the Sher family, even if it's her life. Chapter 35, Robbing Her Life. Sher Jialong's face was gloomy, you also said that Yen Yen was sent to Skull Island by her real father when she was very young to be left to fend for herself, she is also a victim, why are you still blaming her for what her father did and asking her to make amends? If she had been favored by her father, you would be able to blame her more or less, but she hasn't been favored by her father since she was a child, and instead she was victimized. And yet you're still going to blame her, isn't that too heartless and unreasonable? Li Huimin said with a stern face, as long as she has her father's blood flowing in her body, she has to take the responsibility, the father's debt is paid by the daughter, I didn't bully her. Shi Jialong was so angry that he laughed. You are simply being unreasonable. Li Huimin was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. You actually said I was being unreasonable for an outsider? Where am I being unreasonable? The calamity that befell the Shi family was originally unrelated to her father. Shi Jialong said, I didn't say it had nothing to do with her father, but her father is her father and she is her. Li Huimin said angrily, okay, even if it has nothing to do with her, then there's always something to do with her mom, right? If her mom didn't go and provoke her father back then, and let her father hate her so much that he even hated the Shi family, there wouldn't have been so many things behind. Shi Jialong's face turned blue. My sister passed away so many years ago, and you're still dragging her out to make accusations? Back then when that brute looked at my sister, you didn't try to persuade my sister not to be ungrateful, telling her to hold on to that brute's thighs. The Shi family was able to squeeze into the circle of rich people, also because after my sister followed that brute supported it. Why don't you remember the benefits that my sister brought? The Shi family was originally only considered an ordinary family. Shi Yan's grandparents were from the same village, and back then, Grandma's fiancé, Old Man Qin, swept away the compensation money from Grandma's father and his comrades and fled. Grandma worked everywhere to raise money, and her family's land was all compensated out, so she barely managed to pay back most of the money. But in the end, there was one family that she couldn't pay for, so she went to the door to apologize, and tried to get a note to pay for it. The boy of that family jokingly said, why don't you pay yourself as my daughter-in-law, and you won't have to pay back my father's compensation. Grandpa was just trying to make Grandma happy because he saw her suffering all day long. I didn't expect Grandma to take it seriously, and moved to Grandpa's house that day with a few clothes. Later, Grandpa and Grandma went to the city to work together, and they entered the factory to work for a year, and Grandma felt that there was no future in the death of a dead laborer, and Grandpa discussed it, and Grandpa continued to work to earn money for her to go to study technology. Grandma went to study fashion design for 3 years, and after she finished her studies, she went into a large company as a designer, making money while making contacts. Later, she and her grandfather opened their own design company and production line. At that time, it was the early stage of reform and opening up. They rode the wind of the times without much difficulty to do business. However, as times changed, Grandma's design concepts could not keep up with the changing trends of the times, and she was unable to recruit good designers, coupled with Grandpa and Grandma's weak relationship network. The company naturally went from strength to strength. By the time the children's generation got married, the company was only earning about $100,000 a month. This income is already very good for an ordinary family, but it is not relevant to the rich. Later on, Shi Yan's mother was looked at by her father. Her father is the old famous family in the capital city, although his apparent wealth is not comparable to the Qin family, but in terms of background and strength, the Qin family and he is completely incomparable, the Shi family, not to mention. With Shi Yan's father's help, the Shi family's business grew bigger and bigger, and their wealth accumulated more and more. At its peak, it was making tens of billions of dollars in profits every year, which was a great sight to behold. Until Shi Yan's mother and father had a falling out, those who used to work with the Shi family in order to please her father and facilitate the Shi family's business all left one by one, and the Shi family's business once again fell back. But at first, it was fine, although the business is not as good as before, but there are still nearly $10 million of profit every year. Until 8 years ago, the shareholders collectively mutinied and fled with all the money. The Shi family was directly trampled into the mud, and Shi Yan's mother even died an extremely humiliating and tragic death. It's hard to say that Shi Yan's father didn't plan all this. The whole family knew about these things. Li Huimin had enjoyed the glory of the Shi family at its peak, and those were all brought about by Shi Yan's mother. She also knew very well what Shi Yan's mother had gone through, what Shi Yan had gone through. But she actually went on to blame the two victims. It was really infuriating. The phrase pick up the bowl to eat, put down the bowl to curse your mother had never appeared so vividly in front of her eyes. The more Shi Jialong thought about it, the more angry he became, and threatened in a fierce voice, don't say this kind of words again in the future. If you don't think it's shameful, I still think it's shameful. Shi Yao on the side couldn't help but help her mom. Dad, how can you blame Mom? Mom is also right, even if we don't go to blame auntie and cousin and their mother and daughter, but we let cousin change her last name to Shi, let her live in the Shi family, and gave her the warmth of a home, isn't it only natural for her to repay us? Besides, 3 years ago she snatched away my marriage. If it wasn't for her, the one who married into the Qin family would be me. Even if she snatched away my marriage, she still can't hold on to brother Xiuhan's heart. She's trying to kill the Shi family. Shi Jialong angrily said, you unfilial daughter, what are you babbling about? When did Yan Yan steal your marriage? It was Elder Qin who took a liking to Yan Yan and asked Yan Yan to marry Qin Xiuhan. Shi Yao was even angrier than him, but Grandpa Qin chose me at first, then he saw Shiyan's picture and switched to Shiyan. That's not robbing, then what is? Shiyan looks like her grandmother. As soon as Grandpa Qin saw Shiyan's photo, he immediately decided to change the object. No matter how much Shiryao messed around, it was useless. Shi Jialong's face turned blue. You also said that it was Master Qin who took the initiative to ask for a replacement. What does it have to do with Yan Yan? She wasn't even with us at the time and didn't say a word to Elder Qin. Shiryao roguishly said, I don't care who asked her to put her own photo on our family's photo wall. If she didn't put the photo in the house, how could she let Grandpa Qin see her foxy face? The more Shiryao thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. Originally, it was herself who married into a rich family, but she let Shiyan take advantage of it. Shiyan was only Grandma's granddaughter, she was Grandma's own granddaughter. Why should Grandpa Qin's compensation to Grandma fall on Shiyan, that granddaughter? The compensation should go to her as her own granddaughter. Nowadays, the Shi family's situation is such that no rich family is willing to get involved with them. She lost the chance to marry into the Qin family, and will never be able to marry into a good family in her life. It could be said that Shiyan had stolen her life and ruined the rest of her life. Chapter 36, Trying to Seduce Qin Shohan. The more Shiryao thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, and shed tears. Dad, I'm the one who's your daughter, why are you always toward Shiyan? With our family's current condition, there is no good family that dares to marry me. If I miss the Qin family, I will miss my only chance to marry high, my whole life will be ruined, and you still don't feel sorry for me. Li Huimin walked to her daughter's side and wiped her tears in pain. Then she looked up at Shi Jialong. You also know that Qin Shohan doesn't like Shiyan, and when Elder Qin passes away, he will definitely divorce Shiyan. If they do get divorced, the Shi family will have an even harder time if they lose the Qin family as a backer. We need to plan ahead. Why don't we let Yao Yao take Shiyan's place and let Yao Yao be the Qin family's youngest grandmother? What do you think? Shi Jialong immediately objected. What's this like? A younger sister going to steal her elder sister's man, it will be ridiculed for the rest of her life if it gets out. No way, I don't agree. Besides, Yan Yan is so pretty and Qin Shohan doesn't even like her. Would he like Yao Yao instead? Don't go and make a fool of yourself. Shiryao's face was full of defiance. Other than my looks being inferior to her and my body being a little bit worse than hers, the rest of it, where am I not better than her? Li Huimin patted her daughter's shoulder and pacified her before saying, although Shiyan's looks and figure are a bit better than Yao Yao's, she has had a dishonorable past. More than looks and figure, a clean life history is the best dowry for a woman. Shiyan, she's a raggedy thing that thousands of people ride on. I'm too dirty to eat with her at the same table. Isn't it normal that Shohan doesn't like her? Shi Jialong's face changed as he stood up and angrily slapped Li Huimin in the face. Yan Yan is your own niece, how can you talk about her like that? Don't say anything without evidence. What's the difference between you and rumor mongering? Making yellow rumors about your own niece, how can you say that? Li Huimin was filled with disbelief. For all the years they had been married, Shi Jialong had never hit her. But now he actually hit her for an outsider. Aggrieved and angry, she retorted angrily with red eyes, where did I start a rumor? In the first place, if she didn't go to sell her body, with how could she earn millions of dollars a month abroad? Sometimes even millions of dollars. A month is more than what our family made in a year before we went bankrupt, don't you think it's strange? Shi Jialong said, Yan Yan said that she plays ring games outside, and the more people bet on her the more prize money she gets. Li Huimin sneered, this explanation is only believed by fools like you. The ring tournaments are just platforms for soliciting customers. After getting out of the ring she goes to bed with those tycoons, otherwise it's impossible for her to earn so much money by playing in a crappy ring. Shiryao also said, the ring that Shiyan went to fight in was an erotic gimmick, mom's speculation is justified. Li Huimin continued, my family's Yao Yao is younger than Shiyan and has a clean body, maybe Qin Shohan will like it? Ask yourself from a man's point of view, do you like a woman who looks pretty but has been played with, or do you like a woman who doesn't look too bad and is young and clean? Shi Jialong's face turned green and red for a while, and he didn't say anything for half a day. Husband, I know that you are partial to Shiyan, thinking that she is pitiful for lacking love since she was a child, and favoring her in every way, but you can't not think about the Shi family. For the sake of Shi family's future, you let Shiyan help Yao Yao get close to Qin Shohan. Yao Yao is well behaved and understanding. If she marries Qin Shohan, she will definitely be able to firmly grasp his heart and sit firmly in the position of Qin's young lady, so that the Shi family can at least maintain the status quo. Shi Jialong mumbled for half a day and angrily flung his hand back to his room. I don't care about this matter, you guys can do whatever you want. This was considered an agreement. On the other side, Shiryen arrived at the backyard and saw her grandpa, who was past his prime, sitting cross-legged on the grass and meditating. She didn't disturb Grandpa, but quietly stood to the side, waiting for Grandpa to finish. After half an hour, Grandpa took a deep breath and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before slowly opening his eyes. Grandpa! Only then did Shiryen walk over to greet him. Elder Shir had a surprised look on his face as he stood up while asking, "When did you come? Why didn't you call me?" Shiryen laughed, "Haven't been here long." She helped Grandpa to sit down in a side pavilion. "How is your body feeling these days? Have you been going to the hospital regularly for rechecks?" Ever since the family's accident and grandmother's death, grandfather's body had begun to deteriorate rapidly, with frequent coughing and problems with his heart. Shirlauzi waved his hand and said, "Some old problems are just that, they don't bother me, you don't need to worry about me, just take care of yourself." Shiryen smiled and said, "I'm fine, Grandpa doesn't need to worry about me." Elder Shir patted the back of her hand, "I saw all the news on the internet a while ago. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, let everything take its course, no matter what happens to the Shir family in the future, it's the fate of the Shir family, not your responsibility. You haven't enjoyed much in the Shir family, so I shouldn't put the future of the Shir family on you. In the future, you should put yourself first in everything, and stop compromising yourself for the sake of the Shir family." No one's face was shown in the news, it was all mosaicked, but he could recognize his own granddaughter even if her face was covered. Although the news below all felt that Shiryen, the original wife, had ruthlessly slapped the junior's face, and felt that this was a cool plot. However, he only saw Shiryen's heartache, completely unable to see where the coolness was. Shiryen's husband took her mistress on a trip with her and even bought expensive gifts for her. This was slapping Shiryen's face and stabbing her in the heart. Even though Shiryen had received a more expensive gift from someone else, it was impossible to ignore the damage Qin Shohan had done to Shiryen. "Alas, I didn't expect Qin Shohan to be so excessive, to actually bring a mistress to you, to trample on your feelings so much, not caring about your feelings." Shiryen pretended to laugh easily, "Grandpa is at this age, why do you still read these gossip news?" Shirlauzi said, "The kids at home were talking about it, so I asked a couple of questions, I didn't expect to see something that bad. I look at the heart are not comfortable, let alone you. Really cannot live, you and he left it. After you leave, you will go abroad, don't worry about your family's affairs." Shiryen said, "I won't let myself be aggravated, what to do, I know in my heart, Grandpa, you don't need to worry too much, the doctor has said that you need to think less and less, so don't think so much." Elder Shir sighed. Shiryen stayed at Grandpa's house for dinner. There was no maid in the house, and usually the 3 meals a day in the house were prepared by second auntie. But every time Shiryen came back, this errand fell on Shiryen. In the name of letting her fulfill her filial piety, Shiryen did not reject it. Shiryen did not reject, she used to cook 3 meals a day for Qin Shohan at home, and when she went back to Grandpa's house, it was nothing to cook a meal for him. She felt that it was quite difficult for second auntie to prepare meals for such a large family. Everyone else was used to enjoying themselves and wouldn't be able to do that kind of work, only second auntie had a bad family before she got married, and she would do any kind of housework. So ever since the family fell into disrepair and there were no more maids to wait on them, all the work in the house has fallen on second auntie. Shiryen had asked them to hire a nanny, but the family was still in debt, so they didn't for fear of getting a reputation. "The people who can suffer will have endless sufferings," this sentence on the body of the second aunt is more appropriate. Half of the meal, Shiryen received a phone call from Qin Shohan. "Where the hell have you been? Why don't you come home so late?" Shiryen said in a faint voice, "I'm going back to my grandpa's house to stay for the night, I'll go back tomorrow, in the future, except for things related to your grandpa, call me less, I don't want to talk to you." After saying that, she hung up the phone. But when she was done with dinner, there was an uninvited guest at Grandpa's house. Chapter 37 The Obstinacy. Shiryen looked at Qin Shohan who appeared in the house, her face didn't look too good, "Why are you here?" Qin Shochan smiles coldly, "Thanks to your nonsense in front of Grandpa, he asked me to stay with you more, it's best to watch over you 24 hours a day." Shiryen. Without waiting for Shiryen to say anything else, Shiryao had already run to Qin Shohan cheerfully, staring at him with her 2 eyes bright as light bulbs. "Brother-in-law, my cousin hasn't been able to speak since she was little, don't take her words to heart, you can come to our house anytime you want." Then he turned back to Shiryen, his face full of displeasure, "Cousin, you are really too, the young couple is living their life, why are you still running to Grandpa Qin to complain? Is there anything you can't discuss with your brother-in-law?" Shiryao felt that Shiryen must have gone to Grandpa Qin to complain in front of him before Qin Shohan would say that. In order to appear that she knew how to be sensible, she deliberately accused Shi Yan of being wrong. Li Huimin also said, Yao Yao is right, things between husband and wife should be resolved between husband and wife behind closed doors, always looking for someone to sue, it hurts the couple's feelings. What's more, Xiuhan's grandfather's health is not good. If you are still bothering his old man with that little trivial matter between husband and wife, won't it make him labor and hurt his mind, and his health become even worse? I know that you must have done bad things unintentionally, but even if the wrong things you did unintentionally caused serious consequences, you cannot escape responsibility. Shi Yan lightly glanced at the two of them. You all haven't even understood what happened yet, so you're convicting me and assuming that I went to sue. Don't you think you're missing the point? Li Huimin laughed and said, You child, adults say a few words to you for your own good. Why do you still talk back? I'm not teaching you these truths for your own good. If you don't like to hear it, I won't say it. She sighed and looked at Qin Xiuhan again. Shi Yan, she lacked parental education since she was young and her grandparents couldn't bear to discipline her because they felt sorry for her suffering, so she was not as understanding as my family Yao Yao since she was young. It's hard for you to tolerate her bad temper. Shi Yan said, Let's not talk about whether I have a good upbringing or not, first answer me, why did you guys decide that I made a mistake without knowing the specifics of the situation? Li Huimin's smile stiffened a bit. In the past, because she relied on Shi Yan's relationship with the Qin family to preserve the Shi family, although she had small thoughts in her heart, on the surface, she had always been very polite to Shi Yan, and would not be so obvious as to lecture her for the sake of someone else. However, after deciding to let her daughter replace Shi Yan, and even getting her husband's approval, she felt that she didn't need to be afraid of Shi Yan anymore, and at the same time, in order to use Shi Yan to set off her daughter's understanding, that's why she purposely stepped in to teach Shi Yan a lesson, and at the same time, lift up her own daughter a little bit. This behavior of hers was indeed a bit hasty. But there was nothing she could do about it. They usually couldn't come into contact with Qin Xiuhan. Now that it was hard to get a chance, they naturally wanted to behave as best as they could like a peacock in bloom. It was also Shi Yan's fault for being useless. After 3 years of marriage, this was still the first time Qin Xiuhan had come to their Shi family. If Shi Yan could bring Qin Xiuhan home more often, they would have plenty of chances, so they wouldn't have to be in such a hurry, and she could definitely behave more appropriately to please Qin Xiuhan without offending Shi Yan. Although she no longer counted on Shi Yan to preserve the Shi family, but we are relatives in the end, she didn't want everyone to make too much of a mess in the open, that would be too undignified. Li Huimin laughed awkwardly for a while, sighed, and said with a helpless face, all right, let's pretend it's my fault, I apologize to you, don't hurt the family's peace because of such a small matter. Shi Yan originally wasn't angry, she just didn't want to admit to something she hadn't done. But after hearing these words from Li Huimin, she was infuriated and laughed. This hopeless tone of hers was as if she was saying that she was being irrational, and that she was being catty over a small matter. It's true that things are small, but when small things accumulate more, they become big things, so it's better for us to take care of small things when they happen. What does Second Annie think? Li Huimin laughed awkwardly. Shi Yao said with a face full of unhappiness, Is it necessary for you to be so unreasonable? My mom has apologized, what more do you want? Shi Yan glanced at her, I can't accept that apology of hers, her tone seems to be saying that I'm being unreasonable. Shi Yao sneered, Aren't you? Shi Yan stared at her and said seriously, I am reasonable. Shi Yao, can you make a scene just because you are reasonable? We are all family, don't you know that you can forgive others when you have to? Shi Yan, when you didn't know the truth, you put a label on my head, and you even intended to say that I wanted to harm Grandpa Qin. Why didn't you think about the fact that we are a family at that time? Shi Yao's face flushed green and red, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. She looked at Qin Xiuhan aggrievely, brother-in-law, say something fair, cousin, is she being catty and unreasonable? Obviously it's just a harmless little thing, my mom also apologized to her, and everyone just laughed and got over it, but she just grabbed onto it and made the family unhappy, it's too hurtful. I can now understand why brother-in-law you don't like her, she's like this, it's a person who can't stand it. Brother-in-law, you've put up with her for 3 years, it must be very heartbreaking, right? I can't help but feel sorry for you. Qin Xiuhan raised his eyes to Shi Yan, you are indeed a bit too serious, they are not diplomats, they just accidentally say the wrong 2 words once in a while, why be so aggressive? You apologize to the elders, this matter will be settled, don't continue to make trouble. Shi Yao was filled with joy. Qin Xiuhan was on her side, was it a proof that Qin Xiuhan was more favorable to her than to Shi Yan? Shi Yan looked at Qin Xiuhan, I know you lost your male dignity because of your inactivity, so you go around manifesting your machismo, I can understand it, but I don't accept it. Qin Xiuhan's face instantly darkened, what are you talking nonsense? Shi Yan said with a wry smile, I'm not a diplomat, I just say a few wrong words once in a while, why are you angry? Getting on the bandwagon would be too undignified. Qin Shouhan. This one boomerang left him speechless. Shi Yanri looks at Li Huimin and Shi Yao and says word for word, "I've never gone in front of Grandpa Qin and said a single bad word about Qin Shouhan, you guys can confirm it with him. Of course, if he shamelessly lies, there's nothing I can do but call Grandpa Qin to testify for me. The truth of the matter is not the point is that I want to tell you all that in the future, don't maliciously speculate about others, make up false facts, and educate others with a grand gesture of righteousness for the good of others just because of a plausible remark. It's just a small thing to you guys, but the people you rumorize and misunderstand will be upset for a long time." Chapter 38, Climbing into Bed in the Middle of the Night. At this time, Shi Jialong walked over and reprimanded his wife and daughter with a serious look on his face. "You guys don't have a handle on your mouths. Usually I tell you to pay attention to your words. If you don't know how to speak, then speak less. And now that you have made things so ugly, you guys don't have time to apologize to Yan Yan." Li Huimin and Shi Yao's faces turned green and red, very embarrassed. But they didn't dare to continue making a scene and could only lower their heads to apologize to Shi Yan. "I'm sorry Yan Yan, second auntie didn't mean it. You also know how second auntie treated you in the past. This time it's because her brain was confused that she spoke nonsense. Just forgive second auntie." "Cousin, I didn't mean it either. I'm sorry, don't be angry." Shi Yan glanced at Grandpa who was walking back from the back door on his crutches, not wanting Grandpa to worry. She didn't say anything else. Nodding her head, she accepted their apology. The girls were like amnesties and immediately ran to the kitchen to help bring the finished dishes to the table. When Elder Shi saw Qin Shouhan, his face did not look too good. But thinking that his granddaughter and him are husband and wife, and that the Shi family is still being helped by the Qin family, he can't say anything, he just slates his face and doesn't have a good look for him. "Grandpa, how has your health been lately?" Qin Shouhan took the initiative to greet him. Qin Shouhan's upbringing was actually very good, having been educated in aristocratic etiquette since he was a child, and was the most satisfying piece of work for Elder Qin. All of his bad attitude was directed at Shi Yan alone. He felt that Shi Yan was sinister and vicious, always hurting Lu Ruyan, an evil person who shouldn't be respected. However, when facing Shi Yan's relatives, he maintained all the politeness and decency he should have, so that no one could pick a single fault. If he didn't know that he treated Shi Yan badly and kept a mistress outside, just by looking at Qin Shouhan's appearance and etiquette and temperament, Elder Shi would have been very satisfied with him. But knowing that he was so contemptuous of his granddaughter, he really couldn't like him. He only felt that Qin Shouhan was dead loaded. Elder Shi didn't scold him, but he didn't pay attention to him either, and walked straight to the dining table. Shi Jialong busily rounded up the conversation. "My daddy's old and his hearing is a bit bad, he probably didn't hear your greeting, don't mind." Qin Shouhan nodded, not taking it to heart. Shi Jialong said, "Have you had dinner yet? If you haven't, eat with us, our family eats dinner late and we're just getting ready to eat now." Qin Shouhan's stomach suddenly made a gurgling sound, answering the question for him. He blushingly touched the tip of his nose and looked for a remedy. "I was rather busy at work, so I haven't had time to eat yet." Shi Jialong laughed, "Then it's just right to eat together." Shi Jialong arranged for Qin Shouhan to sit down next to Shi Yan's seat. Shi Yan went to the kitchen with her second aunt and the girls to serve the dishes. After serving the dishes, Shi Yao took the lead and sat down on Shi Yan's exclusive seat. Just as she sat down, she was reprimanded by Elder Shi. "Have you forgotten where your seat is? Go back to your own seat." Although he was old, he wasn't stupid. He could tell at a glance what this little ninny was playing at, and was so angry in his heart that he only felt humiliated. Shi Yao had never grabbed Shi Yan's seat before, and now as soon as Qin Shouhan arrived, she couldn't wait to grab the seat. It was simply Sima Zhao's heart that everyone knew. It was hard not to see it. Shi Yan opened her mouth. "It's all right, Grandpa, just let Yao Yao sit beside you, it's the same wherever I sit." Shi Yao has a happy face. "Look Grandpa, cousin doesn't mind, don't mention me, I want to sit next to Grandpa and help Grandpa with the food, Grandpa just give me this chance." Elder Shi glared at her without any good humor, but in the end, he didn't say anything else. Qin Shouhan, however, frowned, then got up and walked over to sit next to Shi Yan. The Shi family's dining table was large, and a large portion of the people weren't at home, leaving a large portion of the seats empty, so it was easy to change seats. Shi Yao saw Qin Shouhan leave and bristled in aggravation. Li Huimin smiled and waved at her. "Yao Yao, you child, don't go and disturb your grandfather's meal, come to Mom." Next to Li Huimin is Qin Shouhan, which is close by. Shi Yao immediately farted back. Shi Laozi's face was green and red for a while, and before he even started eating, he was pissed off and half full. It was simply a disgrace. Such an obvious purpose, think others can't see it? taking the initiative to stick it to his own cousin's husband. He doesn't even want his face. Due to the presence of outsiders, Eldersher couldn't say anything and could only eat in a depressed manner. Qin Shohan ate a bite and realized that the dish was made by Shuriyen. He originally ate in a very civilized manner, but gradually turned into a big mouthful of food, itching to stuff his mouth. By the time the whole family stopped their chopsticks, he was still eating, almost finishing all the dishes. When he finally put down his chopsticks, he burped contentedly. It had been a long time since he had eaten so heartily. His stomach had already adapted to Shuriyen's handiwork, and for the past half of the month, everything he ate tasted like chewing wax, so today his stomach was finally satisfied. This trip tonight, he hadn't come in vain. The reason why he ran over was also with the intention of coming to rub his nose in Shuriyen's handiwork. Although he hadn't returned to Shuriyen's house with Shuriyen before, Shuriyen had mentioned to him before in order to talk to him without words that she would personally cook for the family every time she returned to Shuriyen's house. At night, Qin Shohan stayed for the night. Li Huimin helped Qin Shohan prepare a separate guest room. Although Qin Shohan and Shuriyen were husband and wife, in some places, even if a couple went back to the woman's side of the house, they couldn't sleep together. So Li Huimin arranging it this way wasn't considered a deliberate target. In the middle of the night, Shiryao quietly came out of her bedroom, walked to the door of Qin Shohan's room and paced back and forth, raised her hand several times to knock on the door, then timidly put it down. Second aunt woke up in the middle of the night and went downstairs to look for water. Then she saw this scene and hurriedly pulled Shiryao back to her room. After closing the door, she pointed at her temple and scolded her face. "What are you doing? Just show yourself in front of him and give him a good impression. Why are you knocking on his door in the middle of the night? Is this something a good girl would do? You're not afraid that he'll think you're a frivolous woman?" Shiryao looked aggrieved. "I don't want to cherish the opportunity to make love with him. Maybe he will fall in love with me after making out with me." Li Huimin said, "What kind of women has he not seen before? Do you really think you can make him fall in love with you just by sleeping with him? You are too naive. You let him slowly see your flashpoint, let him fall in love with your soul first, and then use the body to consolidate his love for you. This is the right way. If you do it the other way around, what's the difference between you and a lady who sells her body? This is still at home. If your grandfather knew, he'd be furious with you. If this gets out, our whole family won't be able to hold our heads up for the rest of our lives. Although I support you to squeeze out Shuriyen and become that Qin young lady, but you can't use any underhanded tactics. If you go crawling into bed now, you won't be respected even if you enter the Qin family's door in the future." Shiryao was made to blush, muttering in a low voice, "I know, Mom, stop it, I'm so ashamed I can't even see others." Chapter 39. I've been raised by you to be difficult, you're responsible. The next day Shiryao got up early in the morning to cook breakfast herself. She wasn't a very good cook, so she let Li Huimin teach her on the side. But a lot of the time it was Li Huimin who did the work, and she only occasionally went to stir-fry a couple of times, so she considered it as her own cooking. When Qin Shohan woke up, she attentively brought the breakfast in front of Qin Shohan and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, I personally made the breakfast, do you taste it to see if it suits your appetite?" Because she saw that Qin Shohan ate a lot last night, she thought that Qin Shohan had a big appetite, so she made a lot. And in order to show how much she values him, she deliberately made some expensive and complicated dishes, such as Buddha jumping wall, steamed fish, and so on. Breakfast was even richer than the main meal. Qin Shohan looked at the table full of sumptuous dishes, his eyelids jumped. Who was a good person to eat so greasy and sumptuous early in the morning? Out of politeness, he still sat down. But after taking a bite, he put down his chopsticks. "I'm full, thanks for the hospitality." The anticipation and smile on Shiryao's face froze as she looked at Qin Shohan incredulously. "Brother-in-law, you've only had one bite, how can you be full? You clearly ate so much last night. Was it not made to your liking? Tell me what you like to eat and I'll go make it for you again." Qin Shohan said, "I'm really full, there's no need to make it. Say a word to Grandpa and second uncle on my behalf, I'll go back first." Until Qin Shohan walked out the door, Shiryao finally couldn't help herself and cried out in aggravation. "Uho, Mom, what are you doing? Why did you make the meal so bad that brother-in-law refused to eat it? I'm actually saying that I made something so awful. Will brother-in-law think that this is the level of my cooking skills and be disappointed in me?" Even if Li Huimin spoiled this daughter no matter how much, she couldn't help but get angry when she heard these words from her. "You eat my cooking every day, don't you know if it's hard to eat? You don't know what level of cooking you have? You still blame me for not cooking well. Do you think you can cook better than me? I've advised you not to make breakfast so complicated, but you don't listen. Look whose breakfast is like a full banquet." Shiryao stomped her foot. Then why don't you be more forceful and stop me? At this moment, Shi Jialong walked down from upstairs. After roughly understanding the situation, he said with a sullen face, "Don't fight amongst yourselves." He obviously just can't get used to eating other people's handiwork, and last night he ate so much because it was Yan Yan who cooked for him personally. Shi Yao couldn't accept it. How could that be? He hates his cousin so much, how could he possibly like eating her cooking? Shi Jialong said, "Have you guys forgotten? For the past 3 years, Yan Yan helped him prepare 3 meals a day every day. If he didn't like it, why did Yan Yan still do it for 3 years? Maybe he loves but doesn't realize it, and is just being tongue-tied?" Shi Yao's face flushed green for a while, surprisingly unable to think of where the rebuttal point was. Yes, if Qin Shouhan hadn't eaten Shi Yan's cooking even once, how could Shi Yan cook for him every day? It was because he would eat it that she made it every day. Shi Yao covered her face and ran back to her room in tears. Shi Jialong shook his head inside. Shi Yan took Grandpa to the hospital for a set of tests in the morning and sent him back before returning home in the afternoon. She turned on her computer in her room and started revising a script in her hand. She couldn't go out for regular work in China, and her own father would ruin all her chances of getting a job. After she got married, she did want Master Qin to help her arrange a position in the Dingsheng group, but Lu Ruyan wouldn't allow it, fearing that she would use her work time to seduce Qin Shouhan. In order to reassure Lu Ruyan, Qin Shouhan directly warned her that she was not allowed to appear in Dingsheng group. Shi Yan didn't want to lose her ability to make money, so she started writing novels online. In the past 2 years, short dramas have become so popular and so big that they have made countless people red in the eyes. Many veteran directors and actors who have been out of action for many years have come back to shoot short dramas in order to get a piece of the pie. Shi Yan is naturally no exception. As early as when the skit first came out, she was keen to smell the business opportunity, wrote the script herself, became an investor, found a college student majoring in photography to be the director, and then invited some newcomers who were still in art school to shoot. The cost was very low, the shooting was completed in a week, and the movie was online within a month. Due to the quality of the content, coupled with the competitiveness was not too competitive at that time, she is considered to have eaten the dividends of the wind. The first drama earned more than 200 million. Although later on, with more and more capital entering the market and more competition, she didn't earn as much, but she was able to accurately capture the taste needs of the target group, and the earnings from each one of them to her own hands ranged from a few million to tens of millions. Shi Yan has now basically idled away writing novels, focusing on scripts, and then investing in her own team for filming. The script in her hand has been almost written, and only needs to be touched up a bit, then it can be prepared for shooting. Shi Yan was so busy that she forgot about the time until the door to her room was opened and she snapped back to her senses. Qin Shouhan questioned her unhappily, "Why haven't you made dinner? It's not even a problem if you don't go to deliver lunch, now you don't even make dinner, why are you getting lazier and lazier?" Shi Yan glanced at the time and realized that it was already 7 in the evening. She saved the document, closed the computer, stood up and walked outside. Qin Shouhan saw that she didn't pay attention to herself and held a breath in his heart, but when he saw her going downstairs and thought that she was going to help him make dinner, that breath subsided again. Mouthy woman. He knew that she had been playing with his temper before, trying to irritate him by retreating. Seeing that it didn't work, she started to use her only advantage of cooking to please him again, just like before. He followed Shi Yan downstairs, lecturing as he walked, "Don't be so childishly temperamental in the future, do your part and I won't treat you poorly when the divorce is finalized. That borscht I haven't had for a long time, make one tonight, where are you going?" Qin Shouhan's brows instantly furrowed when he realized that Shi Yan didn't go to the kitchen after she went downstairs, but headed for the door. Shi Yan sat on the shoe-changing bench and changed her shoes while replying back to him, "Going out for dinner." Qin Shouhan's frown tightened, "Why go out to eat? There's food at home, you can just cook it casually, there's the time between going out and coming back, it's enough time for you to get the food ready." Shi Yan said in a faint voice, "Don't want to do it." Qin Shouhan was filled with displeasure, "How did you become so lazy? Idling around the house all day long, not even cooking." Shi Yan said perfunctorily, "Well, I'm just lazy." She stood up and prepared to go out. Qin Shouhan walked up quickly, grabbed her arm, and said through gritted teeth, "I wanted to eat your cooking, you went to make me dinner, didn't you just want to force me to say this? Now that I've said it, are you satisfied? I've given you a step down, don't be grumpy." Shi Yan shook off his hand and rolled her eyes speechlessly, "Giving me a step down so that I can serve you as a nanny? How do you have the face to say such shameless words? So I serve you and have to thank you for giving me the opportunity, right?" Chapter 40. He came to the door. Qin Shouhan laughed coldly, "Isn't it? You used to beg me to eat your cooking. If it wasn't a good thing to be proud of, why would you grab it? Shi Yan said, in the past it was me who had my head in the clouds, rushing to serve you as a maid, treating you well without any bottom line, not caring even if I was badmouthed by you, and happily sticking to it for 3 years. I admit that it was my problem. It has nothing to do with you. After all, it was me that rushed to be humiliated by you. Everything was self-inflicted. I don't blame you. But I'm shaking the water out of my head now. I don't want to be a bitch anymore. If you force me to serve you as a maid, then that's you being a bitch, and it's you who deserves it if I scold you. Shi Yan wanted to turn around and walk out, but Qin Shohan grabbed her arm again. You purposely let me get used to your cooking and now you're going to spill the beans. Why are you so irresponsible? I'm telling you, you're the one who made my stomach difficult. You have to be responsible for me to the end. You have to continue cooking for me in the future. Shi Yan was so angry that her breathing was a little messy. She thought she was already indifferent to him, but she was still provoked by his anger now. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Although I had requested you to taste my cooking in the first place, have I ever forced you? Ever forced you to eat it? You're the one who put the food into your mouth one bite at a time. What's it to me if you're used to eating it? I also go to the bank to withdraw money to get accustomed to it. In the future there is no money. Cannot get out of the money. Do I still want the bank to be responsible for me, saying that he made me accustomed to every day to the bank to get the money, and now I cannot get it is his fault? Even if there is no money in the card, he has to continue to give me money? I've seen shameless ones. I haven't seen one as shameless as you. You're so damn talented to say such shameless words. Shi Yan was so angry that she exploded and kicked him away. Qin Shohan dodged in time and was not kicked by her. His face was cloudy. Gritting his teeth, he said, the situation is different. You went to the bank to withdraw money as you went by yourself, but I ate your meal. It was you who made it and served it in front of me, forming a seductive behavior towards me. Of course you are responsible. Shi Yan was silent for a moment and began to roll up her sleeves. Qin Shohan's eyes brightened slightly. Are you going to cook? Be obedient, I can help you from the side. He felt that he had already given her face by being willing to help. If she knew how to raise her head, she should take advantage of the slope, so that everyone would be able to save face. Shi Yan said, I'm going to beat you up, so be obedient and I can avoid the face punch. Ah! A miserable scream from Qin Shohan came from the villa. Shi Yan had fought in a fighting tournament and knew how to hit someone in pain without making visible injuries. Shi Yan didn't want to hear his miserable screams, ripped off his tie and stuffed it into his mouth. He could only let out muffled grunts of pain. After beating him for about 10 minutes, Shi Yan took a breath, kicked him, and went out the door. Shi Yan went to a Sichuan restaurant and had a simple dinner, after which she drove to her private villa. She really didn't want to face that big idiot Qin Shohan, afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist hitting him again. The car was parked in the garage, then took the elevator in the garage and went straight up to the 3rd floor. As soon as she exited the elevator, the sensor lights in the corridor were on, so she didn't notice that the 1st floor was also lit. Shi Yan entered the bedroom and went to the bathroom in the bedroom to take a shower. Thinking that she was alone, she came out naked straight away. Ah! The sudden extra person in the room startled her and subconsciously let out a scream. After seeing the person clearly, a surprised and complicated look appeared in her eyes. Xiao Duanyan. Why did he come? She had only sent him a text message yesterday morning saying that she wanted to end it, and today he appeared here. Did he take a plane to come to her immediately after receiving the text message? Xiao Chuanyan stood up and approached her step by step. His handsome face looked like it was covered with a layer of cold ice, heavy and cold, and the powerful air pressure on his body filled the entire room, making the air thin and depressing. Shi Yan subconsciously stepped back. She wanted to go into the bathroom first and take a towel to wrap her body. Although she had done everything with him, being naked against him still made her a little embarrassed. It would be fine if both of them were naked. She was naked alone. There was a feeling of being judged that made her uncomfortable. But Xiao Duanyan quickly walked up to her, his long arm wrapped around from her side to behind her, and pulled the bathroom door closed. Her back was against the door, and she could not retreat. Xiao Qinyan propped his hands on her side, using his sturdy arms to confine her in the cage he had circled. He looked at her with downcast eyes. In his deep dark pupils, there was anger and questioning, but more than anything else, there was hurt and sadness. What was the meaning of the message you sent me yesterday? Xiao Qinyan forced the question in a deep voice. His low voice was too muffled to be true and carried a slight tremor. Shi Yan's heart followed and trembled. Her heart felt like it was being gripped, surging with a taste that was hard to hide. She turned her head sideways, not daring to meet his eyes. With her hands against his chest, she reached out and pushed, but did not push. She could only open her mouth and say, "Get out of the way and let me get dressed first, so I can't think." Xiao Chenyan looked at her sullenly for a few seconds before withdrawing his hands and taking a step backward. Even when he was furious to the extreme, he kept his sanity and maintained his respect for her. Shi Yan immediately turned around and opened the bathroom door, quickly dodging into the bathroom before closing and unlocking the door. She went and grabbed a bathrobe and put it on. The wrapping of the fabric gave her body a sense of security, but her heart was even more messed up, and her mind was even more disorganized. She sat on the side table of the bathtub and reached out to cover her face, not knowing how she was going to face Qin Shaoqian banquet. That one calm question from him had already overwhelmed her. She originally thought that they were considered a good get-together. Both parties were very happy and satisfied when they got together, and she not only took the initiative to pay when they got apart, but also gave an extra portion as spending money. Everything is so smooth. How he came to the door. Those who didn't know thought that she had toyed with the feelings of a young boy and was a bad woman who had abandoned him. Shi Yan sat for 10 minutes, her mind was still messed up. "Come out and talk, escaping won't solve anything." Xiao Chenyan's voice came from the doorway. It was still so heavy that people couldn't resist. Shi Yan pulled her hair hard and gritted her teeth. "What am I afraid of? He and I were just in a trading relationship. I have already paid the money. It's not like I owe him any money. What the hell am I afraid of?" Shi Yan took a deep breath, stood up and opened the bathroom door. Xiao Chenyan looked at her wet hair and whispered, "Blow dry your hair first. Now that the weather is turning cold, it's easy to catch a cold." He pulled her over to the dresser and in silence picked up the hairdryer to help her blow dry her hair. Just like when she was on Moon Island, he was the one who helped her blow dry her hair every day. The breath Shi Yan had just raised was unloaded again. The more considerate he was, the more she looked like a cold-blooded, heartless scum of a woman. Chapter 41. I want to return to my family. Xiao Duanyan's fingers passed through her hair and gently caressed her scalp, the warm wind blowing up through the parted hair slits, warm and comfortable. His fingertips carried thin calluses that tingled and numbed when they touched her scalp. Shi Yan couldn't help but recall the feeling of those hands caressing her body. The coarse fingertips roamed over the soft skin, and when they exerted themselves, they would feel a gentle pain, but more than that, it was the ultimate experience. Shi Yan's face was a little hot, and she hurriedly collected her mind, not daring to continue thinking about it. However, this could not be blamed on her. Most of the time when she and Xiao Chuan banquet were together, they were doing something pornographic, and it was understandable that the moment she saw him, her mind would automatically conjure up relevant images. Her hair was long and thick, and it took her half an hour to blow dry it. The sound of the hairdryer disappeared, and the room became so quiet that one could almost hear each other gasping for air. Xiao Chenyan hung his eyes and looked at her peacefully. Shi Yan couldn't stand his eyes that looked like he was scrutinizing a negative woman, and took the initiative to open her mouth and asked, "Didn't you say you were going to be busy for a while? Why did you suddenly come to the capital city?" Xiao Chenyan said quietly, "I saw the text message you sent and immediately came to look for you." "I can't understand. What does it mean to end it there? What do you mean don't contact again? What did I do wrong? Even if it's a death sentence, you have to give me a reason, instead of kicking me out without saying a word, and pulling all my contact information black, so I can't even contact you if I want to." Shi Yan lowered her eyes and said calmly, "Before we started, I told you that our relationship would end when I said it would. Now I'm tired of it and want to end it early, and I've already paid you. I don't think we have anything more to say. There's no need for you to question me like I'm playing with your feelings. There's no feelings between us, it's just a pure money deal. I hope you abide by your professional ethics and don't harass me again. Let's get together and part ways." Xiao Chenyan squatted down and raised his eyes to meet her lowered line of sight. Shi Yan immediately tried to avoid his line of sight again, raising her eyes to look at herself in the mirror. "Why don't you dare to look at me? Don't want to look. Is it because you don't want to look, or you don't dare to look?" Shi Yan was silent. She indeed didn't dare to look, afraid to see the raging emotions in his eyes. She had always been a pretty ruthless person, but when facing Xiao Chenyan, it made her unable to bear to say anything too cruel. It was probably because he had never hurt himself, whether it was in his behavior or in his words. He had given her enough respect and care. If he treated her like Qin Shouhan, even if it wasn't like Qin Shouhan, even if her attitude was a bit more frivolous, she could make herself even more ruthless. "We obviously got along so well on Moon Island, and you were still enamored with me before we parted, so why do you want to end it with me after only one day?" Shi Yan said in a deep voice. "I said, tired of it, isn't that reason enough? I'm spending money to enjoy myself, it's normal to get tired of playing with this one and switch to the next one." Xiao Duanyan stared at her for a few seconds. Then, he grabbed her hand and pressed it to his chest. Almost out of muscle memory, Yan's fingers moved with a very own idea. Was most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Look, you still like my body so much, your reasons don't hold water at all. Yan continued to mouth off, playing the cell phone too much makes your hands prone to cramps. Xiao Chenyan put her hand into her clothes, giving her unobstructed access. From top to bottom. The lines of bright muscles were presented one by one under her hand. Yan took a deep breath and forced her hand back, looking at him sullenly. Do you have to have a reason? Fine, I'll tell you. I want to return to my family and live a good life with my husband, so I'm going to break off contact with you. Is this reason good enough? Xiao Chenyan shook his head. I don't believe it. Your husband has a mistress, he doesn't love you at all, he will only embarrass you and make you hurt. Yan said, it doesn't matter, I love him just fine, love can stop the pain. Xiao Chenyan grabbed her hand, veins bulged on the back of her hand, but the strength released into her hand was small. You're lying, you don't love him at all, you didn't even mention him when you were with me, when he called you, you also looked impatient. I love him very much. Yan interrupted him and said seriously, I've loved him for years, I looked for you to be angry with him, and being impatient with him was a desire to get rid of him. The effect is remarkable, he said he is willing to give me a child, my purpose has been accomplished, so I am going to break it off with you. Don't be so quick to retort, I'll find evidence to show you. Yan stood up, went to the bedside to pick up her own cell phone, opened the QQ space that was set to prohibit anyone from accessing it, which recorded a lot of her feelings for Qin Shohan, as well as her curiosity and desire to please him. Although it wasn't recorded every day, there were hundreds of entries over the past 3 years. Any one of them was her love for Qin Shohan that was about to overflow the screen. Yan turned the screen towards Xiao Chenyan. Xiao Chenyan pursed his lips, trembling as he raised his hand and scratched the screen. October 1, 2021, I didn't expect the person who married me to be him the moment I saw him from the surveillance 5 years ago. I thought of him from time to time, I never fantasized about marrying him, I just hoped that I could see him again, and say thank you in person. I didn't expect that I would become a husband and wife with him. I feel that I am the happiest woman in the world, and God has finally favored me once. October 1, 2021, I feel like the sky has collapsed, just returned to the new room, he handed me a divorce agreement, said he has a sweetheart, and I married all because of the pressure of his grandfather. He said that when his grandfather passed away, we went to the divorce. I did not have time to be happy, it was stabbed by fate again. October 2, 2021, the second day of the wedding, I met his sweetheart, turned out to be my high school classmate Lu Ruyan. I have a very bad impression of her, often say bad things about me in school, more excessive as a spring tour. She bribed the driver, so that the driver left me in the middle of nowhere. I walked back in the rain, in a 5-meter deep pit to save up a person, exhausted. Lu Ruyan and have a disease, as well as the same. When I was tired and exhausted, Ruyan Lu, like a sick person, suddenly came back and changed my newly bought skirt, then pushed me into the pit, trying to get me killed just to grab a skirt. How could Qin Shohan like such a bad woman? I don't get it. November 5, 2021, I was really curious about why Qin Shohan would like a bad woman, investigated for a month, and found that he was because Lu Ruyan had saved his life, and the time and place where he was rescued and the few memories he had left of being rescued coincided with the time when I was rescuing people in a deep pit. I sorted out the truth. Lu Ruyan left me halfway across the country that year, and on the way back to her home, she saw that the Qin family bodyguard looking for someone on a large scale. She could see that the Qin family was distinguished, so she tentatively turned back to look for someone, and finally saw me and Qin Shohan, who I had saved from the deep pit. I came up from the deep pit with a person injured to the point of not being able to stand, my fingernails were scratched over a few times, and my stamina was severely depleted, so I lay down on the ground to recover my stamina. When Lu Ruyan approached, she heard Qin Shohan murmuring in a low voice that he didn't see my face, and he could only see a splash of yellow, which was the color of the skirt that I wore that day, so Lu Ruyan had a crooked idea, and she switched the skirt away from me. And then she pushed me, who was tired and deflated, out of the deep pit, and she took Qin Shohan to the Qin family, and became Qin Shohan's lifesaver. I was both angry and excited to know the truth. Qin Shohan liked Lu Ruyan because of the favor of saving his life. If he knew that the person who saved him was me, wouldn't he like me? I'm going to tell him the truth. But he accompanied Lu Ruyan out for a walk and refused to answer my calls, so I can only wait for him to come back before telling him. Chapter 42 must be broken with him. November 8, 2021, after waiting for 3 days, he finally came back. I can't wait to tell him the truth of the year, but he didn't believe me, and said that Lu Ruyan had mentioned me to him long ago, saying that when I was in school, I liked to fight with her and lied sexually. Ruyan Lu even told Qin Shohan in advance that if I knew that she had saved his life, she might shamelessly lie and try to steal the credit. Lu Ruyan knew when and where he was rescued back then, knew what clothes he was wearing, and the only yellow dress he had memorized was snatched away by Lu Ruyan, so I couldn't defend myself with 100 words, and I simply couldn't prove that what I was saying was the truth. November 21st, 2021, after thinking about it for a few days, I figured it out, because the love that comes from kindness is fake. Let him see my goodness and really like me. Such love is real. I will try to make him love me. The internet says, want to catch a man's heart? We have to catch his stomach. From today onwards I want to start learning to cook. The dozens of entries in the middle are records of Shiryen learning to cook and changing the recipes according to Qin Shohan's appetite. January 5, 2024, after more than 30 times of improvement, I finally formulated a stomach tea that perfectly matches his physical condition. I'm happier than him when I see that he finally doesn't have to wrinkle his brow so often because of his stomach pains. Shiryen pressed the cell phone screen to black and looked at Xiao Chenyan expressionlessly. Do you believe it now? I've always loved him, I'm just more capable of pretending, deliberately pretending that I don't love him. I waited for so many years for a man, now he is willing to give me a child, I definitely can't miss it, I will live a good life with him in the future, so I don't want to have contact with you anymore. Xiao Chenyan pursed his lips tightly, his eyes were bloodshot, but his expression looked like it was about to shatter. He thought that she and his husband were in a form of marriage and did not have any emotional foundation. He didn't expect that she would love her husband so deeply. Their half-month's feelings and her feelings for her husband for several years were not comparable at all. He was just a tool she used to piss off her husband. You lied to me. When I first said that I didn't want to be a spice between your couple, you said that you had no feelings for him. Shiryen let out a laugh. You believe in all the guests' bullshit. Do you want to be so naive? Xiao Chenyan was still undeterred. You said you are infertile, how can he give you a child? Shiryan's eyes flashed. I'm not lifelong infertile, it's just that some of my body's functions are poorer, so I can conceive if I condition it well. For his sake, even if it's tough, I'll condition my body well and have a child with him. Shiryen stood up distractedly, went to the closet to find a set of clothes out, went to the bathroom to change into her clothes. When she came out, she found Xiao Chenyan still leaning in front of the vanity mirror with his head lowered, a layer of depressing aura shrouding his body. Shiryen glanced at him and said nothing before lifting her feet and walking out. Have you ever been attracted to me? Shiryen stopped walking, the air froze for a few seconds, then she calmly said, No, I won't fall in love with a man who sells his body outside. Xiao Chenyan said, If I am not. Shiryen interrupted him, There is no if, love is the throbbing of the soul, there are not so many preconditions. After saying that, she walked out of the room. She originally wanted to come over here to hide in peace and quiet, but Xiao Chenyan's appearance disrupted her heart. She would rather go back and face that idiot Qin Shohan than stay here and look at him who was about to shatter. To be precise, she didn't dare. She was afraid that after a long time, her heart would soften. Her feelings for Xiao Chenyan were not as deep as what she once had for Qin Shohan, but she couldn't say that they were completely absent either. The parting kiss at the airport had already betrayed her heart. Who could not be moved by a man who was handsome, had a perfect body, and was considerate and centered on her in every way? But she also knew clearly what her purpose was in being with Xiao Chen Feast. The purpose is achieved, she must be separated from him. Otherwise, in the future, Xiao Chenyan knows that she is pregnant, guesses that the child is his, and makes a big deal out of it, then all her plans will be in vain. In this world, only she and Qin Shohan can know the secret of her stomach. Qin Shohan for his grandfather, it is impossible to disclose half a word, will also help to fake, she herself is even more unlikely to let anyone know. To cut off a relationship that has just begun to emerge, although there is also reluctance in the heart, but it is not too difficult. Xiao Chenyan followed her all the way to the garage. When Shiryen was about to get on the car, he reached out and pulled her back, his voice low, I don't want money, I'll accompany you for free. No, I'll give you money, let's not break it off, okay? Shiryen drew back her hand and said indifferently, It's not necessary, I'm afraid that my husband will be disappointed in me when he finds out, it's not easy for him to give me a chance, I don't want to leave any hidden dangers. She got into the car and drove it away. Shiryen drove around outside and adjusted her mood before driving back. Just as she entered the front door of the villa, Shiryen heard a sickening sound coming from the living room. Hubby, why don't you eat? You said on the phone that you didn't have dinner, so I immediately came over to make it for you, and it wasn't easy to make it, so why are you eating so little? Oh, I know, hubby wants me to feed you with my mouth. I'll feed you now. Shiryen felt her goosebumps fall all over the place. She changed her shoes and walked inside. Glancing in the direction of the restaurant, Lu Ruyan approaches Qin Shohan with a beansprout in her mouth. Qin Shohan's brows furrowed in a look of resistance. He originally wanted to push Ruyan Lu away, but suddenly saw Shi Yan, who had returned, and immediately changed his mind. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Lu Ruyan's waist, opening his mouth and biting the beansprout she handed him, while watching Shi Yan's reaction out of the corner of his eye. Shi Yan faintly withdrew her gaze and walked upstairs. A hint of disappointment appeared in Qin Shohan's eyes. Right at this moment, Lu Ruyan had already sat on his lap, her body paralyzed into his arms as if she had no bones, looking at him with winking eyes, and her lips pressed up along the beanstalk. Qin Shohan reacted and immediately pushed her away. Due to too much force, Lu Ruyan was actually pushed to the ground. "Ah, husband, what are you doing?" Qin Shohan's face was cloudy. He reached out and pulled Lu Ruyan up and said in a deep voice, "I suddenly remembered that there is still some work left to be done, so I'll go to the study first to take care of it, so go back when you're done cleaning up." Lu Ruyan bites her lip. "It's late, I'm scared to be alone, can I stay over tonight?" "Husband, please." Qin Shohan thought about it and said, "Well, it's okay." Lu Ruyan is full of joy. "Thank you, hubby, then where will I sleep tonight?" Qin Shohan said perfunctorily, "You can sleep wherever you like." After saying this, he strides up the stairs. He didn't go to the study right away, but went to the master bedroom where Shi Yan was, and said to her mockingly, "Do you think that if you lose your temper and don't cook for me, there's no one else to cook for me? There are people who want to cook for me." Chapter 43. How dare you say you don't like him? Shi Yan glanced at him faintly, her tone perfunctory. "Oh, then congratulations, so many people want to be your mom to take care of you, an imbecile." Qin Shohan was so angry that his face turned blue. "You're simply incorrigible. When you find out that you can't please me, you become annoyed and start to physically attack me. Do you think that you can just saber rattle your way to my attention?" People would really want to laugh when they were extremely speechless. Shi Yan managed to laugh at his oddball theory. "If you think that this is my little trick to get your attention, then just don't bother with me, that way I'm useless no matter what tricks I play. Look at what you've been doing lately, anyway. I ignore you, you take the initiative to stick up to me, I scold you and beat you, you think I love you so much that I'm switching tactics to attract you. These behaviors of yours make me have to think more. Do you not hate me as much as you say, and even care about me? Otherwise, how could it be that you can't stand it when I ignore you, and try to find ways to make low-intelligence remarks in front of me to try to provoke me into hitching a ride?" Shi Yan certainly didn't really think that Qin Shohan cared about her or liked her, but she knew that deliberately misinterpreting Qin Shohan's feelings for her would make Qin Shohan avoid her like the plague and wouldn't continue to bother her. It was a fact that Qin Shohan was furious because of her staying away, but the odds were that it wasn't love, it was just being uncomfortable. Sleeping on a pillow for a long time and suddenly changing it, one would still have insomnia. What's more, in the past 3 years, she took care of his clothes, food, housing, and transportation like an old mother. The meals he ate every day, the tea he drank, were all prepared by her. His clothes and shoes, she would also iron and organize them for him, and at night, she would also light up the incense that helped him sleep. She also specialized in learning massage. Every night before he went to bed, will help him massage his shoulders and back to let him relax. So good at taking care of people, nanny, suddenly one day no longer care about their own, who else would not be accustomed to? He is just not used to it, not like her. Qin Shohan instantly became angry, so angry that he clenched his hands into fists. "You're talking nonsense, there's no way I like you, I'm just here to warn you, don't use tricks on me." Shi Yan snorted, "I still say the same thing, if you think I'm using tactics, just don't take them. After all, my means is to intentionally stay away from you, treating you as heir, you just don't give a reaction, no one will be affected. But why are you so angry? It means you care, you can't stand that I don't care about you." Qin Shohan's face flushed green and red, half unable to say a word to retort. It was because Shi Yan's logic was through and through, and it was his logic that was foreground. In the end, he could only go to the study in annoyance. "No quality, don't even close the door for me." Shi Yan cursed and could only go close the door herself. The moment she was about to close the door, Lu Ruyan suddenly rushed over and pushed the door, her eyes glaring at her sinisterly. "You're really good at this, you even let you seduce Shohan. He used to be nonchalant towards you, never taking the initiative to find you to talk to. Now that he often takes the initiative to find you, and is no longer nonchalant towards you, aren't you very proud of yourself?" The corner of Shi Yan's mouth twitched. What a no longer nonchalant. Coming to scold and humiliate her every day like she had eaten gunpowder, it was not as bad as being nonchalant. What did she have to be proud of? No wonder people could be together, both of them had quite odd brain circuits. Shi Yan said with a wry smile, "Since you think it's a good tactic, do you want me to teach you? You go and shake him twice like me, and it's guaranteed that he'll be impressed with you as well." Lu Ruyan couldn't see Shi Yan being arrogant the most and raised her hand to slap her face. You bitch dare to seduce my husband, I'll beat you to death. Shiyen grabbed her wrist with her right hand, and with her left hand, she threw a slap onto Lu Ruyan's face. The slap was so loud that it echoed in the spacious corridor. Ah! Lu Ruyan let out a miserable scream. Only after a few seconds did she regain her senses, looking at Shiyen with a wide-eyed expression. You dare to hit me? Shiyen shook off her hand. It's not the first time I've hit you, what's all the fuss about? Lu Ruyan was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently, her voice trembled. How dare you be so arrogant? You stole my husband and even hit me with your hands, you shameless junior. Shiyen said with amusement. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Qin Shohan, he's my husband, you're the junior. You junior danced in front of me and tried to hit me with your hands. I just fought back and didn't retaliate, so you should be thankful that I'm kind-hearted. Lu Ruyan said in a shrill voice, although you are Shohan's nominal wife, the person he loves is me, and it's the unloved one who is the junior. Shiyen said in a faint voice, then you're in even less of a position to say these words. Qin Shohan, why he loves you, you know it in your heart. Lu Ruyan clenched her fists hard, her eyes covered with blood, but her heart was very uneasy. Qin Shohan's fondness for her, all because of the year's life-saving grace. And that life-saving grace is what she stole from Shiyen. If the truth is exposed one day, without the support of the life-saving grace, will Qin Shohan still like her? She has been with Qin Shohan for 8 years, starting from the age of 16, when she stole Shiyen's life-saving favor, to now 8 years. Even if there is no such favor, 8 years is enough time to cultivate a relationship, right? But she did not dare to gamble. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan's mind quickly flashed an idea. Since the past that life-saving grace is stolen, then she created a belong to her own life-saving grace not on the line? As long as she had truly saved Qin Shohan once, even if the past events were exposed, she would not be afraid anymore. Lu Ruyan glared fiercely at Shiyen, leaving behind a sentence of you'll see, then ran to the study. Shiyen thought that Lu Ruyan had gone to find Qin Shohan to complain, and that Qin Shohan would come to settle the score with her for his mistress later on. She had already moved her muscles, planning to have a big fight later and beat up those two douchebags together big time. But after waiting and waiting, they didn't come. If the mountain is not me, I will be the mountain. Shiyen rolled up his sleeves and took the initiative to go to the study. As soon as the door to the room was pushed open, she saw Lu Ruyan sitting on Qin Shohan's lap, her hands hooked around Qin Shohan's neck in a shy and timid manner. Hubby, will I help you have a child? Qin Shohan hung his eyes in silence. In the past, he would have pushed Lu Ruyan away at the first opportunity. There was no way he would have gotten an illegitimate child out. But the thought of Shiyen's attitude towards him and the words she said to him made him very annoyed in his heart. He didn't like Shiyen. In order to prove his heart, he encircled Lu Ruyan's waist and his two faces began to move closer together. Right at this critical moment, the door to the study was pushed open. Looking back, he realized that it was Shiyen who barged in. The corner of Qin Shohan's lips hooked up. While her mouth said she was desperate, her body was honest. Seeing him and Lu Ruyan in the same room, she couldn't wait to come and wreak havoc. How dare she say that she doesn't like him? Chapter 44, Why is Xiaoduan banquet here? Lu Ruyan was furious at being interrupted in her good deed and glared angrily at Shiyen. But without waiting for her to question, Shiyen spoke preemptively. What's wrong with you today? Why don't you complain anymore? I waited so long for you to bring Qin Shohan to settle the score with me. Do you know how much this affects me? It's making me miss my optimal sleeping time. Lu Ruyan? Qin Shohan? Shiyen walked towards them while rolling up her sleeves. Forget it, we're all old acquaintances, let me sue for you this time. Shiyen looks to Qin Shohan, look at the slap mark on the right side of her face, I hit her. You know that she was beaten by me, you would definitely be angry and want to stand up for her. Now I'm going to assume that you're going to stand up for her and try to beat me up, and I'm starting to act in self-defense. Qin Shohan? Without waiting for him to react, Shiyen's slap had already landed on his face. You crazy person, stop it. Uhu, you can't hit me if you hit him. Qin Shohan and Lu Ruyan's miserable screams rose and fell. Shiyen greeted the two of them fairly and impartially, not being patriarchal or favoring one over the other. When she stopped, Qin Shohan had a chance to catch his breath and looked at Shiyen angrily, gritting his teeth and questioning, you're treating me like this now, offending me completely. Aren't you afraid that in the future when Grandpa doesn't care about things and the Qin family is handed over to me, I'll no longer be of any help to the Shi family? Shiyen said sarcastically, even if I curry favor with you, it's useless. As long as Ruyan Lu is by your side, she won't let you help me, and you'll disregard the Shi family's life and death for her, and even go ahead and step on it, making me as miserable as I need to be, as a way to curry favor with your mistress. She had already figured out that as long as there was a day where Lu Ruyan was around, it would be impossible for her to rely on Qin Shohan. When Ruyan Lu cried, he would do whatever Qin Shohan was told to do. Now that Master Qin was there, he didn't dare to mess around, and as soon as Master Qin was gone, Qin Shohan would definitely stop caring about the Shi family. Therefore, the only way she could go was to get the shares herself. As long as she got the shares, it didn't matter if Qin Shohan liked her or hated her. If she had to rely on Qin Shohan's favor to keep the Shi family, but if Qin Shohan withdrew his affection one day, the Shi family would suffer as well. It was still safest to keep the chips in one's own hands. Shi Yan yawned and turned around to go back to her room to sleep. She locked the doors and windows and put on noise-canceling headphones, so she couldn't even hear them when they came to break down the door. Shi Yan did not have a restful night's sleep, repeatedly dreaming of Shaochen banquet in her dreams, with images of them on Moon Island. But the happy picture did not last long, then appeared his sad accusing eyes, making her feel weak and ashamed in her dreams. The next day when she went downstairs, Shi Yan found someone moving things into the villa. When she was puzzled, she saw Ruyan Lu wearing sunglasses and a mask, directing the people to be careful. Seeing Shi Yan, Ruyan Lu raised her chin, and even through the mask and sunglasses, her smugness and arrogance could be seen. "My husband asked me to move in, you pack up the things in your room and move them to the other rooms, I'm going to live there." Husband said, "Since you don't treat him as your husband, there's no need to treat you as the mistress of this place. From now on, I'm the mistress of this place, the master bedroom should be occupied by me, and you'll have to listen to me as well." Shi Yan said in a faint voice, "If you want to move in and live here, it's up to you, but I won't let you have my room." Lu Ruyan angrily questioned, "Didn't you hear what I just said? I'm the mistress of this place from now on. If you don't let out the master bedroom, then where will I sleep?" Shi Yan said, "You can go sleep with Qin Shohan, he and I sleep in separate rooms." Lu Ruyan was so angry that she clenched her teeth. She also wanted to sleep with Qin Shohan, but Qin Shohan refused, preferring to agree to her robbing Shi Yan's room rather than letting her sleep in a room with him. "I don't care, I want to sleep in the master bedroom." Shi Yan nodded, "Well, it's fine if you want to sleep in a room with me. Don't worry, I won't violate you, I'll only offend you, like I did last night." Lu Ruyan was so angry that her liver and gall bled. When she thought of the beating she received last night, she was furious. She hadn't even complained, Shi Yan actually took the initiative to do so, and even beat her up. She was simply not human. Lu Ruyan couldn't say anything to Shi Yan, and directly ordered to the bodyguard who was helping her with her luggage, "You guys go pack up everything in the master bedroom and throw it to the dump." Shi Yan walks towards the kitchen while saying, "You can let them throw them away, but for everything they throw away, I will slap you. Think about how many slaps your face can take before you consider how many things you want them to throw away." Lu Ruyan was so angry that tears were welling up in her eyes. "Why are you so excessive? It was my husband who let me stay in the master bedroom. This is my husband's house. What gives you the right to occupy the master bedroom and refuse to let it go?" Shi Yan had already walked into the kitchen and started picking ingredients from the refrigerator. "This is mine and his matrimonial home, half of it belongs to me. I don't even mind that he let you live in it without my consent. What else do you have to be upset about?" Lu Ruyan yelled, "This is paid for by the Qin family, you didn't contribute a dime, this house has nothing to do with you." Shi Yan started washing and cutting vegetables. "Then what? Grandpa is willing to share half of it with me." Lu Ruyan's ability to withstand it was not too good. She directly cried in anger, her sobbing was so loud that it could be clearly heard in the kitchen. Shi Yan opened fire while saying, "What's there to cry about? If you want it, just ask Qin Shohan to let you have his half, and let this be our new room." Lu Ruyan felt that Shi Yan was deliberately trying to disgust her. How could she possibly open her mouth when she knew that she was going to play the persona of treating money like dirt, and deliberately encouraged her to go and open her mouth with Qin Shohan? Once she opened her mouth, all her 8 years of acting would be for nothing. When Shi Yan cooked a bowl of noodles, Lu Ruyan was still crying. Shi Yan didn't care about her, finished breakfast and went upstairs to work. In the evening, when Qin Shohan came back from work, he originally thought that he would see Shi Yan looking for him to question, but Shi Yan not only didn't look for him, her expression was very calm, and she didn't seem to have any opinion about Lu Ruyan moving in. Qin Shohan only feel upset, the heart of the missing feeling more and more obvious. Shi Yan seems to really don't care about him. Qin Shohan was upset, and Lu Ruyan, who had been speaking softly to him in his ear, he felt annoyed. "Shut up." He couldn't help but let out a low growl. Lu Ruyan was shocked and tears quickly welled up in her eyes as she looked at him sadly. Qin Xiuhan reacted and hurriedly said, I wasn't yelling at you, I heard Shi Yan cursing me in her heart, I was yelling at her. Shi Yan? Not giving them a chance to question, Qin Xiuhan flings out an invitation and says to Shi Yan, my grandfather's 70th birthday is in half a month, you will accompany me to attend. Before Shi Yan could reply, Ruyan Lu said in a hurried voice, hubby, I'll accompany you, okay? Qin Xiuhan frowned, Shi Yan is my wife, it's reasonable for her to accompany me, what's it like for you to accompany me? Other people will look at the joke, and my grandfather will also be unhappy. Lu Ruyan bites her lips in aggravation, it's not like I'm going as your wife or girlfriend, just say that I'm your good friend. Qin Xiuhan thinks about it and agrees, I can take you there, but you should pay attention at the banquet, so that people don't see the clues. Qin Xiuhan's grandfather used to be a diplomat, now retired, but still had many connections in the official world. His 70th birthday was not a big event, and all the people who came were some relatives, and some of his former colleagues. Even so, still set up a whole 10 tables, hundreds of people to the scene for him to celebrate his birthday. The location of the birthday banquet is in Qin Xiuhan grandfather's own villa. This villa is Qin Xiuhan's mother married to the Qin family, the old Master Qin gift. Otherwise, with Elder Gao's status, he wouldn't have dared to buy such a luxurious residence. When Shi Yan arrived at the venue on Qin Xiuhan's hand, there were already quite a few people at the scene. Qin Xiuhan led her, one by one, to greet those relatives and elders. When she walked to the rest area, Shi Yan saw an unexpected figure, and her whole body froze in place, her mind going blank. Xiao Chuan banquet. How did he appear at Grandpa Qin Xiuhan's birthday banquet? Chapter 45, calling him brother-in-law. Shi Yan's breathing almost stopped. After missing a beat, her heart began to beat messily and rapidly. How did Xiao Chen banquet appear here? It shouldn't be. He is a duckmaker, it is impossible for him to show up at this kind of upper-class banquet. Could it be that some rich woman had brought him here? Shi Yan was nervous and flustered. She could quietly go out and look for a man, but she must not let people in her circle know about it. If the matter spreads out and gets in front of Master Qin, then she won't be able to get anything. But there was no woman's figure beside Xiao Chen Fei, it didn't look like he was following a rich woman. And there were a few people in the rest area, besides Xiao Chenyan. There was also Qin Xiuhan's grandfather and uncle, as well as a few friends and relatives on their side who were quite high in rank. How could Xiao Chuan banquet sit with the main people if he was brought by a rich woman? Moreover, their attitude towards Xiao Duanyan looked good, with a hint of compliments. Shi Yan only felt a mess in her heart. Because she was too nervous, the hand holding Qin Xiuhan subconsciously exerted force. Qin Xiuhan only felt that his hand bones were going to be crushed by Shi Yan, and couldn't help but open his mouth. What are you doing? In front of so many people, don't make a move on me, it won't end well. Because Shi Yan has been very short-tempered lately and wants to move her hands whenever she moves, Qin Xiuhan subconsciously thought that she wanted to beat him up again, and could only lower his voice to remind her to pay attention to the occasion. Shi Yan returned to her senses and hastily loosened her strength. I'm a bit uncomfortable, I'll go upstairs to my room to rest. Shi Yan is not the first time to come to the Gao family, there is a room reserved for Qin Xiuhan over here, she knows where it is and can find the room herself. But without waiting for Shi Yan to leave, Qin Xiuhan's uncle Gao Huayan saw them. Xiaohan, Xiaoyan, you guys are here, quickly come over, your grandpa just mentioned you guys. Shi Yan could only stop her pace of leaving, turn around, and walk over with Qin Xiuhan to call out to the people. Grandpa, Uncle Wang. Because the ones sitting there were all elders, the two of them, the juniors, needed to greet them one by one. After a round of calling down, Xiao Duan feast was left. Grandpa, who is this? I don't think I've seen it before. Qin Xiuhan glanced at Xiao Duanyan, then turned to his maternal grandfather to inquire. Elder Gao smiled. When I used to work at the Black Bear Country's embassy, I had frequent dealings with his father, and then when there was a conflict over there, it was his father who led the rescue of the embassy's people, and after a drinking session, his father and I became sworn brothers. In the past, when I was in office, it was not good to say this relationship. Now that I'm retired, I don't have that much to worry about, so you guys can just call him brother-in-law. The corner of Shi Yan's mouth twitched. The person who slept together more than half a month ago, in the blink of an eye super plus generation, became her husband's brother-in-law. This contrast is also too big. Shi Yan's mouth felt like it was welded shut. How could she not scream? Wife, what are you gawking at? Qin Xiuhan pushed her, causing the wandering woman to return to her senses. Shi Yan looked at Xiao Chenyan, and he also looked over, a derisive look in his deep, narrow eagle eyes as he looked at her in a lazy, diffident manner. A subtle air pressure came towards her, making her unable to fight it. Yan squeezed out a stiff smile on her face, and with great difficulty, she squeezed out 2 words from her mouth, Junior Uncle. Yan hooked up the corner of his lips, no need to call me brother-in-law, just call me as you did before. If you call me differently, I will feel like I am committing a crime when I recall some things from the past. Yan's heart thumped, and a few drops of sweat broke out on her forehead. Everyone looked at her. Elder Gao curiously asked, Yan, you know Yan? How do you two know each other? Why haven't I heard you mention it? Yan smiled stiffly, I don't know him, today is the first time I've seen him, maybe it's little uncle. He recognized the wrong person. Elder Gao laughed, that's a possibility, Yan rarely comes to China, and he has a special status, it's unlikely that you'll have the chance to get to know each other. Yan smiled politely. Yan stared at Yan, his tone teasing, maybe thin-skinned people all have something in common when it comes to their looks, she looks a lot like a woman who once turned her back on me. Yan hangs her eyes, a little sweaty. Everyone on the sofa looked shocked, especially Elder Gao, who was even more shocked to the point of widening his old eyes when he knew the identity of Yan. There's actually a woman who started a fight against you? Not to mention your family background, just your looks, who would want to give up on you? What kind of person is the other party? Yan raised his eyebrows, why don't you say she's thin-skinned? Elder Gao hurriedly consoled, Yan, don't be sad, for someone as outstanding as you, what kind of woman can't you find? If your father's side doesn't arrange for you, Uncle will introduce you later. Yan smiled lightly, that I'd like to thank Uncle first, if I see one I like on Uncle's side, I will definitely not be polite, I just hope that Uncle won't be angry and won't stand in the way when the time comes. Elder Gao laughed cheerfully, that would be my honor, as long as your father can accept it, I can accept it. Banquet looked towards Qin Shohan and asked with a smile, will my little nephew support me? With his own grandfather's answer in front of him, Qin Shohan naturally knew how to answer, of course, as long as little nephew likes it, I will support it, and I can even help if needed. Yan continued to ask, no matter who I fancy, is it okay? Qin Shohan continued to nod, of course, when brother-in-law chooses his wife, the most important thing is that he likes it, and you liking it is the most important thing. Yan was very satisfied with this answer of his and turned his eyes to look at Yan. Come, you two don't stand, come here and sit. Seeing that the 2 juniors were still standing, Elder Gao moved to the side himself and patted the seat beside him. Qin Shohan pulled Yan to take a seat. Qin Shohan sat next to Elder Gao, Yan sat next to Qin Shohan, and to his right was Yan. Because there are many people, the position is very crowded, she sat down a little careless, her body touched his arm. Yan hurriedly moved a bit to Qin Shohan's side. She just moved a little bit, she felt a cold line of sight from the right side, and then a low voice came, in public, you want to sit on your husband's lap? Pay attention to the influence, sit properly. Yan felt a big palm grab her arm, and with a strong tug, her body lost balance and fell to the right, directly into the man's sturdy and broad arms. Her hand subconsciously looked for support and grabbed his thigh. Yan only felt the blood in her entire body rushing to her face, panicked and withdrew her hand, pulling away from him. Yan hooked his lips and said, I'm sorry, I train a lot and have more strength, I didn't expect you to be so weak that I accidentally overused my strength. Yan hung her eyes, her eyelashes lightly trembling. Her heart was already cursing, but her mouth still had to say thank you. Yan's light would touch her from time to time, and after more than a few times, Yan guessed that he was doing it on purpose and secretly glared at him. But he did not restrain himself. He even arrogantly put his hand on the side of her leg and wrote on it with his finger. Yan felt it out, what he wrote was, betraying my love, you carry a debt of conscience. Chapter 46 Pregnancy vomiting, pregnancy discovered. Yan. Can you not play such an awkward game? The corner of her mouth twitched, and using the cover of her dress skirt, she quietly pinched him in the thigh, then wrote, stop it. Yan started to write again, is it okay if we don't part? Yan, I've already made it clear to you that I want to return to my family. Yan, but your husband doesn't seem to want to return, I saw that you 3 came in together, and he brought his mistress with him. Yan, you don't understand our love brain, whether he has a mistress or not, it can't stop me from loving him, I can even love his mistress together if necessary. This sentence directly put Banquet dry silence. After a while, he started to write again, liar, you are not a love brain at all. Yan, I am. Yan, I believe in my vision. The two were having a silent passionate conversation when Qin Shohan suddenly turned back to Yan, what's wrong with you? Got a caterpillar in your body? It keeps moving around. Why is your face so red too? Yan forced herself to endure the itch on her legs and took the opportunity to find an excuse. I'm a bit uncomfortable, I'll go upstairs to rest for a while, you can call me when the birthday banquet starts. After saying that, she stood up and apologetically bowed to the elders before quickly going upstairs. She entered Qin Shohan's room and walked around the room with her heart in turmoil. She thought that she had made things clear with Xiaochen banquet that time, and that they would never see each other again in their lives. But she didn't expect that she would actually see him again at Qin Shohan's grandfather's birthday banquet. From Master Gao's attitude towards Xiao Chenyan, she could tell that Xiao Chenyan's identity was definitely not ordinary. She seemed to have, as it were, messed with someone she shouldn't have messed with. Anyone who could get into this kind of occasion, he wouldn't be able to go as a duck. She had gotten it wrong from the beginning. Just then, there was a rattle from the doorway. Yan thought it was Qin Shohan coming up and didn't care too much, just adjusting her emotions. But when the door to the room opened, the person who walked in was not Qin Shohan. Instead, it was Xiao Chenyan. Without waiting for her to react, Xiao Chenyan closed the door and unlocked it. What are you doing in my room? If someone sees us, we won't be able to wash ourselves even if we jump into the Yellow River. Yan instantly became anxious and said while striding over, reaching out and grabbing the door handle, intending to open the door. Xiao Chenyan, however, grabbed her wrist and reversed her with a tug, pressing her against the back of the door. We weren't innocent in the first place, so why should we wash? We've left traces of each other from head to toe, inside and out, you just remembered to talk about innocence now, isn't it a little too late? Xiao Chenyan confined her in the crook of his arm, his tall body circling her like a wall, the dangerously strong air pressure on his body as if it could suppress the soul. The room that was designed as 3 rooms and 1 hall was originally very spacious, but after Xiao Chenai came in, Yan felt that it was so cramped that it couldn't hold air, making it difficult for her to breathe. Her chest was heaving violently, and her heart was beating furiously, as if it was about to burst through her chest and pop out. Yan took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. I admit, I was the one who provoked you first. I mistakenly thought that you were a duckmaker and offered to adopt you. It's my responsibility, but you obviously weren't a duckmaker, yet you didn't explain yourself and accepted my request to adopt you. You're also at fault. We both have faults, 2 faults against each other, even if it is even, you stop pestering me. Xiao Duanyan said fiercely, my heart has already been abducted by you, how to get even? Unless you give me your heart, then it's even. Yan's heart missed a beat, raising her eyes to glare at him, you're playing a scoundrel. I always thought you were a good person, I didn't realize that you were pretending before. Xiao Chenyan said, what kind of a gentleman are you pretending to be when your wife is running away? Yan gritted her teeth, don't talk nonsense, who is your wife? Xiao Chenyan raises an eyebrow, not now, but in the future, my future wife, you don't want to push me away. Yan reminds him, I have a husband. Xiao Chenyan, I asked your husband's grandfather, he promised to let his grandson's daughter-in-law be my wife. Yan looks puzzled, when did he promise? Don't you try to tamper with my memory. Xiao Chuanyan said with a smirk, I just said in front of him that I will choose a wife from him in the future, I hope he won't be angry. He said that as long as there is no opinion from my side, he won't have an opinion. Oh yes, your husband supports us too, he said he will support whoever I like as long as I like. Which naturally includes you. Yan. Qin Shohan and his grandfather wouldn't have thought that the person Xiao Chenyan had his eye on was her, and if they knew, they definitely wouldn't have agreed. Xiao Chenyan was deliberately digging a pit and inducing them to jump into it. Xiao Chenyan lowered his head and dropped a kiss on her lips, his voice was low and compelling, wife, find a time to divorce that scummy guy. Yan sidestepped her face, don't you call me your wife. Xiao Chuanyan, all are 3, your husband's junior can call him husband, why can't I call you my wife? Yan. Wife, when are you getting a divorce? Give me an answer? Xiao Chuan Banquet pressed forward and pulled the question back again. Yan did not answer. Xiao Chuanyan said, if you don't take the initiative to divorce, then I'll go directly to ask Elder Gao and your husband for someone. Yan was shocked in her heart, and hurriedly stopped, don't you mess around. I need to think about it, why don't we separate first, and then contact you when I'm divorced. She actually did not reject continuing with Xiao Chenyan, but she was afraid that the pregnancy would be known by Xiao Chenyan and ruin her plans. Although Xiao Chenyan might have a high status, and perhaps the elders of his family were also in politics. But political families are usually not too rich, she wanted to rely on Xiao Chenyan to pay back the money for her grandfather's family is not realistic at all. She could only use the child to get the Qin family's property. Master Qin owed her grandmother, this money she also took justified. After getting the property, she could continue with Xiao Chenyan. But not now. Xiao Chenyan rejected her proposal without any argument. I can't wait that long, I want to see you every day. During the time we were apart, I missed you so much, so much. He used his body to tell her how much he missed her. Shi Yan was so kissed by him against the door that she couldn't catch her breath, but Qin Shouhan's voice came from outside the door. Shi Yan, why did you unlock the door? Come out quickly, the birthday banquet is about to start, don't you delay. Shi Yan's fingers pinched hard on Xiao Chuan Banquet's arm, her eyes opened wide, a layer of water mist covering her eyes as she looked at him prayerfully. What are you doing in there? Open the door. Qin Shouhan's voice became impatient while he started to lift his foot to kick the door. Xiao Chenyan finally let go of her lips. Shi Yan reflexively let out a soft cry, then hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth. Shi Yan, what the hell are you doing? If you don't come out, I'll call someone to break down the door. Shi Yan could only pinch herself hard, forcibly resisting the urge to scream, and opened her mouth to say, I was just sleeping, you go down first, I'll be right there. Qin Shouhan asked suspiciously, why does your voice sound so strange? What happened? Shi Yan had tears in the corners of her eyes and said in a trembling voice, I had a nightmare and cried in fear. I'll go down after crying for a while. Qin Shouhan was very disgusted. How old can you be and still cry when you have a nightmare? Quickly pack up and go down. His voice faded away. Shi Yan finally let out a sigh of relief and raised her hand to knock Xiao Chenyan's head. But Xiao Chenyan had already taken a step back first. He took her into his arms and hugged her very, very tightly, his voice carrying a few hints of pleasure. I don't believe in the words from your mouth, I only believe in your body, because the body doesn't lie, it will only give the truest reaction, and your body tells me that you like me a lot. Shi Yan's face turned red with shame, she pushed him away with all her might, put her gown in order and went to the bathroom to tidy up her makeup before opening the door of her room and heading out. Before leaving, she warned, pay attention, wait for me to leave for a while before you go out, don't be seen. Time was too rushed. She didn't have any extra time to reprimand him for his behavior, so she could only go downstairs first to attend the birthday banquet. The process of the birthday banquet was simple, send blessings, eat the seat, then sing the birthday song as a group, blow out the candles and cut the cake. Elder Gao blew out the candles, handed the knife to Shi Yan and said with a smile, Xiao Yan, help me cut this cake is soft, I'm an old man who doesn't know how to get it, if I'm not careful, I'll cut it, a girl's hands are more skillful, you cut it. Shi Yan took the knife and took a step forward to the cake. The sweet and creamy flavor made her, who had just finished her meal, feel her stomach flip and a strong feeling of vomiting hit her. Shi Yan hurriedly turned around, covering her mouth and dry heaving. Everyone looked at her. Xiao Yan, what's wrong with you? Is everything all right? Elder Gao inquired worriedly. An old man with gray hair in the crowd said, this looks a bit like she's in ecstasy, however just looking at the reaction isn't accurate, let me take her pulse and see. Everyone looked at Shi Yan in surprise. Two sharp lines of sight stood out amongst the many. One was Qin Shouhan's. One was Xiao Chenyan's. They rushed up at the same time, grabbing Shi Yan's wrists left and right, and questioned in unison, you're pregnant? Chapter 47 Pregnant with a double birth. Qin Shouhan's face was blue, his eyes full of anger. Xiao Chenyan's eyes were calling out for excitement. The surrounding people all looked at the two of them with surprise. As Shi Yan's husband, Qin Shouhan was just agitated when he heard that his wife might be pregnant. What happened to the other man? What was he so excited about when his wife was pregnant? The more the crowd watched, the stranger they felt. These two men's reactions were just too abnormal. Why do I think Qin Shouhan doesn't look too happy? I also feel that, hearing that his wife is pregnant, even if he's not happy, why does he still look so angry that he wants to spit fire? Who's the other guy? He looks so excited, those who don't know would think it's his wife who's pregnant. I don't know him, but I saw him with Gao Lao and the others before. Maybe he's a relative of the Gao family. The Gao family has a thin air. Knowing that his relative has a newborn to be born, it's understandable that he's a little bit happy. He is so handsome, his temperament is also good. The family that can cultivate this kind of temperament must not be bad. I don't know if he is married or not, if not I would like to make him my son-in-law. The crowd was talking a lot. But Xiao Duanyan and Qin Shouhan seemed to have not heard those comments. They were staring at Shi Yan, determined to hear an answer. Shi Yan's face turned white, a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back, and her heartbeat almost stopped. She was only a little over a month pregnant now, and she was still with Xiao Chen Banquet more than half a month ago. If she was diagnosed with the pregnancy and the time of the pregnancy, Xiao Chenyan must have known that this child was his. Xiao Chenyan's identity is not simple. If she knows that she is pregnant with his child, she will definitely not let the child stray. She couldn't let Xiao Chenyan spoil her plans. Shi Yan wanted to draw back her hand first, but both of them were gripping it tightly, especially Qin Xiuhan, who was itching to pinch her wrist off, and her palm was engorged with blood and red. Shi Yan could only force herself to calm down, squeezing out a smile, pretending to be relaxed and said, I have a bad stomach and didn't have a good rest last night, that's why I'm nauseous and regurgitated. It's not pregnancy, just go back and rest for 2 days, no need to look. Immediately around the people said, this does not look like a bad stomach. Bad stomach is to brush your teeth or have something in the mouth, only will be nausea regurgitation, this smell will want to vomit, more like pregnancy vomiting. From my experience of giving birth to 2 children, this does look like pregnancy sickness. You and Xiuhan have been married for some years, it's normal to be pregnant, let Elder Su help you take a look at your pulse. Elder Su is a famous national old Chinese medicine practitioner. Even if you're really suffering from gastrointestinal discomforts, it's good to let him prescribe you a prescription to regulate it. It's normal for a youngster not to understand this. I used to be drowsy when I was pregnant with my first child and treated it as dizziness. I took medicine without authorization myself, and in the end, the child didn't stay, so don't be as confused as I was. The crowd did not suspect that Shi Yan wanted to hide her pregnancy, or that she was too weak to admit that she was pregnant. They only thought that Shi Yan was young and uneducated, and had mistaken pregnancy for some other disease. Elder Gao also spoke up, these elders of yours are right, let your grandpa Su take your pulse and take a look. Even if it's not a pregnancy and you're not feeling well, you still need to take care of it. Just now when you said you were uncomfortable and went upstairs to rest, I greeted your grandpa Su and asked him to stay later and stay to help you take your pulse and take a look. Now that your symptoms are so obvious, and everyone is so worried about you, let your grandpa Su take your pulse first, it's also good for everyone to feel at ease. Shi Yan was completely racked up, not daring to refuse at all. Right now, everyone was just concerned about her, and if she repeatedly refused to be examined, those concerns would turn into suspicions that she was too weak-minded to do the examination. According to normal logic, a person who has uncomfortable symptoms on her body, and a famous doctor wants to help her check, she will definitely gladly agree, unless she knows that she has an unseemly disease on her body, and she is afraid of being known, that's why she refuses. Shi Yan could only nod her head stiffly, okay, then I'll trouble Grandpa Su. Qin Xiuhan and Xiao Chenyan finally let go of her. Shi Yan politely went to assist Elder Su and went to sit down at a side table. As she helped Elder Su sit down, Shi Yan slightly bent down, lowered her voice, her lips barely moving, and said quietly in his ear, don't say that I'm pregnant, or else I'll go hang myself in front of your house tonight. Su Lao's lips trembled viciously. Looking up, Shi Yan had already smiled and sat down across from him, and took the initiative to put her hand in front of him. Su Lao put his hand on her hand pulse. After 2 to 3 minutes, he let go of his hand. Old Su, how is it? Elder Gao couldn't wait to inquire. Elder Su coughed lightly, not daring to meet his old friend's eyes, his eyelids slightly drooping to cover his somewhat heartfelt eyes. She does have a bad stomach and intestines, wait for me to go back and write a list, so she can personally go to my house tomorrow to get the prescription. Qin Xiuhan was obviously relieved, the anger and gloom on his face disappeared. Xiao Chenyan's face, on the other hand, showed a touch of disappointment. If Shi Yan was pregnant, then there would be one more tugging bond between them. It was a pity. Lu Ruyan stood at the back of the crowd, the anger and jealousy in her eyes surging madly. Throughout the entire dinner, she had been wandering around like a marginalized figure, wanting to make a few connections, but people simply ignored her. Wanting to go talk to Qin Xiuhan, she couldn't find a chance either. Qin Xiuhan had left her out to dry and ignored her, but was so emotional after seeing Shi Yan have a little reaction. Whether Qin Xiuhan was happy or angry when he heard that Shi Yan was pregnant, he had been touched by Shi Yan, proving that he cared about Shi Yan. If he didn't care, no matter what happened to Shi Yan, he shouldn't be so agitated. The sense of crisis in Lu Ruyan's heart grew heavier. She had to bring forward the plan she had thought of earlier and create a life-saving favor of her own. No, this is not enough. If she had the chance, she wanted Shi Yan to disappear. The party continued without any more mistakes. At the end of the banquet, Shi Yan and Qin Xiuhan stayed at the Gao family home for the night. Leaving from the Gao family the next day, Shi Yan went to buy a fruit basket and visited Elder Su's home alone. Entering Elder Su's study, Shi Yan immediately apologized with a sincere attitude. I'm sorry Grandpa Su, I didn't mean to threaten you last night, it's just that my pregnancy is too short, I'm afraid that the baby won't be able to keep it, and that it will cause Grandpa to go from a surprise to a disappointment. You are aware of Grandpa's body, his emotions can't fluctuate too much, I want to wait for 3 or 4 months, when the pregnancy is stabilized, then tell Grandpa the good news. Elder Su said, it's rare that you have a piece of filial piety, I don't blame you. But your worries are not unreasonable, your pregnancy is indeed not too stable. Shi Yan's heart lurched. How could her casual excuse still be prophetic? Grandpa Su, can I keep this child? I need this child very much, please you must help me. Elder Su said, you've been thinking too much, you have a pulsive liver qi stagnation, the mood of a pregnant woman has a great impact on the development of the fetus, not to mention you're still a twin child, so it's all the more important to be careful, you need to relax and stay in a happy mood. Even if you're not pregnant, overthinking can affect your health, many illnesses are actually emotional illnesses, don't think that just because it's not an organ lesion, you won't pay attention to it, it's very serious. Shi Yan was astonished, she was actually pregnant with twin babies? Although she had never given birth, she had read on the internet how hard it was for pregnant women carrying multiple babies, and how much it affected her body. Great, one more thing to make her anxious. Shi Yan barely managed to squeeze out a smile, thank you Grandpa Su, I will pay attention. Elder Su sighed, it's medicine that's 3 times poisonous, you've only just gotten pregnant not long ago now, I don't dare to prescribe you medicine, you can go to a psychiatrist for some enlightenment. Shi Yan thanked Elder Su and left from Su's house. She didn't go to see a psychiatrist and went straight back home. After she saw the familiar figure in the living room, her entire being was bad. Xiao Chenyan. How did he appear in her and Qin Shouhan's wedding room? Chapter 48 Chasing to the House. She quickly walked over and questioned in a deep voice, are you crazy? How did you find your way here? What the hell do you want? Xiao Chenyan raised his eyes to look at her and hooked his lips. Although he did not say anything, the answer was obvious. He was rushing towards her. Shi Yan bit her lip and warned. I'm serious with you, get out of here and don't show up around the people around me in the future either, what I told you, our relationship can't be known. Xiao Chenyan said, that was a requirement during the deal, now that you ended the deal early, I naturally don't have to abide by those rules. Shi Yan was furious, if I had known that you were so shameless and difficult to deal with, I wouldn't have looked for you in the first place. Xiao Chenyan's face sank as he grabbed her wrist and pulled hard, her body instantly lost balance and fell into his arms. Shi Yan subconsciously wanted to cry out in alarm. But before she could scream out, Xiao Chenyan reminded her, Qin Shouhan went to the collection room to look for tea, if you're not afraid of being heard by him, go ahead and scream. Shi Yan quickly bit her lip and urgently withdrew a scream. You know he's at home and still dare to fool around, aren't you afraid of being discovered by him? Xiao Chenyan was unimpressed, discovering is discovering, anyway, he doesn't dare to beat me, even if he dares, he can't beat me, what are you afraid of? Shi Yan said angrily, he doesn't dare to deal with you, but he dares to deal with me, do you disregard my life so much? Xiao Chenyan said, don't worry, I won't stand by and watch, if he dares to hit you, let's partner up and get rid of him, what do you think? Shi Yan felt bad, what do you mean by get rid of? Xiao Duanyan said in a faint voice, let him turn from a people to a people's fragment. Shi Yan only felt hair on her back, crazy. Xiao Chenyan tightened his arms, hoisting her firmly in his embrace, it's all because you drove me crazy, during the time I was separated from you, I wanted you to go crazy. Shi Yan felt that she was about to go crazy as well. Footsteps came from the side of the collection room, the sound getting louder and louder. Qin Shouhan was about to come out. But Xiao Chenyan had no intention of letting go of her yet. Shi Yan was so anxious that tears were coming out of her eyes, and ruthlessly, she bit his lips hard. Shi Yan immediately stood up and wiped her mouth hard. Looking down at Xiao Chenyan, he was sticking out his tongue and licking off the bloodstains on his lips. At this time, Qin Shouhan also came out from the collection room, holding a tea canister in his hand. I don't know how this can of rainy day dragon well tastes, I haven't drank it before, the tea I usually drink is all prepared by my wife for me. You taste it first, if you don't like it, I'll find another one for you to try. While speaking, Qin Shouhan walked into the living room and also saw Shi Yan. He saw that Shi Yan's expression was a bit strange, and he just wanted to ask a question, but before he had the chance to open his mouth, Shi Yan took the lead and asked him. Why is he in our house? Qin Shouhan replied, Grandpa said that he's going to stay in the capital city for a while, and it's inconvenient to stay at Grandpa's place, so he asked him to come and stay at my place for a while, saying that we have common topics as people of the same age, and in the meantime, he'll be taken around to have some fun. Elder Gao had arranged this, so she couldn't say anything about it, and could only go upstairs in a depressed manner. Qin Shouhan felt that Shi Yan was a bit strange, but on second thought, ever since he forced Shi Yan to conceive on her own, she had become very abnormal. He put his eyes on Xiao Chenyan and realized that he had an extra bite mark on his lips and asked suspiciously, how did your lips get hurt? Xiao Chenyan licked his lips and said in a faint voice, "Too hungry, nothing to eat, tried to eat myself." The corner of Qin Xiuhan's mouth twitched. "I'll call a few maids over to cook now, so bear with me for a while." Xiao Chenyan nodded. "Okay, can I look around your house by myself?" Qin Xiuhan said, "Of course you can, except for the study, you can visit any other places." Xiao Chenyan stood up. "Then I will not be polite." He walked straight upstairs. Shi Yan went into the bathroom after returning to her room and washed her face with cold water before calming herself down. Xiao Chuanyan was obviously coming for her. She had to think of a way to make Xiao Chenyan die to her and stop pestering her. She had already begun to experience pregnancy reflexes, and she couldn't hide her pregnancy for long. Especially living under the same roof, it was easier to be discovered. She had to get Xiao Chenyan to leave as soon as possible. But how to do that? Shi Yan suddenly thought of a possibility. Last night she said that she was in love brain and deeply in love with Qin Xiuhan, but Xiao Chenyan didn't believe her. Could Xiao Chenyan have seen that she didn't really like Qin Xiuhan and felt that she still had a chance, so she refused to let go? If she showed that she loved Qin Xiuhan very much, wouldn't Xiao Chenyan take the initiative to let go? Shi Yan suddenly knew what to do. She wiped her face clean and came out of the bathroom to see Xiao Chenyan leisurely walking around her room, looking here and there. "Why did you come to my room?" "Your husband asked me to come." "Are you sure?" No matter how much Qin Xiuhan hated her, there was no way he would let a man enter her room. Xiao Chenyan nodded. "Well, I said I wanted to look around and he told me to look around, anywhere." Shi Yan. Xiao Chenyan hooked up the corner of his lips and smiled in a lazy and evil way. "I just smelled your bed, only your scent, no other people's scent. There are also only your clothes alone in your closet. You and your husband don't have a good relationship, you sleep in separate rooms, and what you told me last night, you lied to me, right? He didn't even think about having a child with you." Shi Yan said with a stiff upper lip. "It's not like you can only do things to have a baby in a room." Xiao Chenyan said, "But I just asked him, and he said he didn't touch you." Shi Yan looked surprised. "He even told you this?" Xiao Chenyan raised his eyebrows with a pleasant expression. "He didn't say it, but now you've admitted it in disguise." Shi Yan was angry and annoyed, not wanting to ignore him. She walked over to the dresser, opened her computer, and began to deal with her own affairs. Xiao Chenyan also walked over and picked her up, sitting himself on the chair. Shi Yan wanted to get up, but she was held firmly by him. She didn't want to waste time arguing with him and could only resign herself to her fate. Chapter 49, Was she too greedy? Shi Yan said expressionlessly, "Do you want a personal separation? Clear your head a bit?" Xiao Chenyan buried his face between her neck and let out a low chuckle. "How greedy, it's not enough to give you occasional use, but you still want to take it away and collect it." The corner of Shi Yan's mouth twitched and she elbowed him. "Stop it, I want to work." Xiao Chenyan's face rubbed against her neck, his voice a bit pouty. "Can you stop first? We haven't seen each other for so long, and you didn't say anything about accompanying me." Shi Yan said expressionlessly, "No, when I said no in the past, I didn't see you stop, why should I listen to you now?" Xiao Chenyan laughed so hard that his shoulders trembled. "Then let's do it once now? I'll listen to you all this time, I'll stop when you tell me to stop." Shi Yan then reacted to what tiger and wolf words she had said, her face heating up a bit. "Please behave yourself, we're okay now. You can have it any time you want. Not for a while. Just for the time being, not forever. Looks like you still can't let go of me, I will always wait for you." Shi Yan lazily ignored him again and put her attention on the computer screen. Xiao Chenyan also stares at the screen, somewhat surprised. "Are you a screenwriter? Is this script going to be a TV series or a movie?" Shi Yan said, "Not a TV series nor a movie, a short drama." Xiao Duanyan was puzzled. Short drama? He had lived in Eastern Europe for many years, and although he would pay attention to the general direction of China's economic development, he did not understand some of the popular trends on the internet. The industry of short dramas was somewhat unfamiliar to him. Well, now online is very popular short dramas. Many short dramas are hotter than online dramas and star dramas. 2 years ago when short dramas just emerged, there were several dramas that sold over $100 million. In the past 2 years there are more people entering the scene, not so much money earned, but there is still a not so small market. A lot of veteran stars and directors who have been resting for many years at home have resumed to go out and shoot short dramas. Xiao Chuanyan said, "So compared or TV dramas and movies earn more, how come so many people go to shoot short dramas?" Shi Yan explained, "It's not the same. Short dramas have a small investment and a short filming cycle. Rural subjects or general urban subjects can be filmed with an investment of over $100,000. Short dramas only require the plot to be explosive, the acting skills and lines of the main actors are not required, and the photography requirements are not high. Yan picked up her own phone and opened an app to show him. Nah, there are all short dramas on it. If you're interested, you can take a look. Yan started to watch it. Indeed, as Yan said, the acting skills of most of the actors were only average, and the filming techniques were not comparable to a regular TV series. But the advantage was that the pace was very fast and the emotional involvement was spot on. The selling point was to mobilize the viewer's emotions. People were prone to impulse consumption when they were emotionally charged. And an episode is only 1 or 2 minutes. The money needed to buy an episode is not much, are usually dropped on the ground or unwilling to pick up the kind of small money, but a short drama dozens of episodes, adding up to a lot. Dust Banquet thought for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, have you ever thought of doing overseas markets? As far as I understand, no one has started filming these overseas yet, there's a lot of market space. Yan said, I have considered it, but I don't understand the spiritual needs of the people overseas, so I'm afraid that no one will watch it when it's filmed. Duanyan laughed, no matter where the people are, most of their emotions are similar, grassroots reverse attack, fortune from heaven, the system of getting something for nothing, the imposter beauty of a rich girl and actress chasing after the mediocre me in reverse, the domineering CEO falling in love with Cinderella, reversing the trend after a divorce. And then the other half starts to be unlucky and ends up poor and desperate. When I love him, he is in love with me, and after I leave, after I left, he couldn't regret it. All these are popular in any country, just change the foreigners to make it. You can use this script directly with a little change. Do you want to try? Yan was a bit moved. Overseas market is a big cake, domestic netizens don't even need to change their scripts, if they directly put them overseas, there are a lot of them that sell well. Short dramas nowadays involve very few people, almost negligible. If there was an opportunity, I believe many people would want to go and be the first to eat crabs. I have thought about it, but going abroad to shoot is a hassle, and finding a platform to put it on the shelves after shooting is also a hurdle. I don't know much about the overseas movie and TV industry, I don't know where to start. Yan said, you can cooperate with me, I have movie and television companies in Eastern Europe, and I have investments in Europe and America. Yan asked curiously, when you said you were traveling on business before, were you going over there to handle the company's business? To be precise, it's only called a business trip when I come to China, I spend most of my time over in Eastern Europe. So you're staying over here now, not caring about your side? You can manage it remotely, I have people under my hand to help me do things, I don't need to keep an eye on it every day, and I also intend to enter the Chinese market. I came over to investigate and talk about other business in the meantime, it's not exclusively for your sake. You don't need to have too much psychological pressure. In addition to wanting to expand the market, there was also a batch of weapons orders to talk about, but that was a very private military cooperation project, he couldn't talk too much about it. He hadn't been sent for this negotiation, but he wanted to come to Yan, so he used a bit of unconventional means to fight for it. Yan only pondered for a short while before nodding her head and saying, yeah, since you have the means, let's talk about how to cooperate. I'll provide the script and filming funds, your company will be responsible for the short drama's shelves and publicity, and the split will be in accordance with the 37 split, what do you think? Yan was a little unsure, in fact, the distribution cost of a drama was much higher than the cost of filming, and it was expanding into a new market. Yan's company had a much bigger role to play. Overseas capital has been molding for many years, and will not easily allow foreign forces to enter and grab the cake, relying on her own is by no means possible to do up. I don't know if he will agree to let Yan take 70%. Domestic short drama scriptwriters, take the share of the general will not exceed 0.1%, are within 0.5%. She felt that she was a bit greedy, a non-exclusive script, a share of the soup was considered earned. She was considering whether or not to let another percentage point, when she heard Yan say without any objections, okay, just as you said, I'll talk to my assistant later, let him prepare the contract, when your script is ready send it to me, I'll let that side start preparing for the shooting, you don't have to pay for the shooting funds, I'll pay for it. Yan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that she had taken advantage of the situation, her mood was very happy, and she was more motivated to work. Because she was too happy, she forgot that this was in her and Qin Shouhan's wedding room, and she was still sitting on Chen Banquet's lap. It wasn't until the sound of Qin Shouhan looking for someone came from outside the door that she snapped back to her senses. Junior brother-in-law? Where did you go to visit? I had the maid come and cook, aren't you hungry? You can go down and eat. Qin Shouhan called for a long time, but no one responded. He could also be heard opening the doors of the rooms one by one to look for people. In the end, only Yan's room was left unsearched. Chapter 50, I'm very coaxable. Shi Yan heard Qin Xiuhan's footsteps as he walked to the door of her room, and with a jolt of fear, she immediately stood up. She wanted Xiao Chenyan to go to the bathroom to hide, but she had already heard the sound of the door handle turning, and it was too late as it was a distance away from the bathroom. Without much time to think, she directly pushed Xiao Chenyan under the table and covered him with the blanket that covered his legs. Qin Xiuhan opened the door to the room and looked at Shi Yan, who was sitting in front of the dresser typing on the computer. "Have you seen little uncle? He just said he wanted to visit around. I don't know where he visited. I looked for half a day and couldn't find anyone." Shi Yan says without looking back, "I've been in my room, I haven't gone out, I haven't seen him, you can look outside in the yard." Qin Xiuhan frowned, "I've been downstairs all this time, I didn't see him go downstairs, how could he go to the garden? It's really strange, I've looked in every room, I haven't found him, where the hell did he go?" Shi Yan said expressionlessly, "I don't know, don't ask me." Qin Xiuhan sunk his face and said, "Can you treat me a little better? There are outsiders in the house and you still treat me so little. If he goes and tells Grandpa, and Grandpa goes and tells Grandpa, letting Grandpa know that our love is fake, you'll be in breach of contract." Shi Yan said in a faint voice, "Isn't there no outsider around now? I'm afraid that if I'm too nice to you, Lu Ruyan will see it and say that I'm seducing you." Qin Xiuhan asks with a wry smile, "Are you being so violent towards me this time because you got angry when I let Ruyan live in?" Shi Yan said, "I used to be so violent too, only in the past I only beat Lu Ruyan when she was being bitchy and messing with me. Now that she's living in and you like to protect her when she's being bitchy, I'm going to fulfill your need to be a hero to save the day by letting you share some of the beatings for her." She had originally thought of intentionally acting like she was deeply in love with Qin Xiuhan, so that Xiao Chenyan would think that she was truly still in love with Qin Xiuhan, and thus give up on pestering her. However, when she looked at Qin Xiuhan's beaten face, she really couldn't love him, so she gave up on this intention. She actually didn't really want to break it off with Xiao Chuan Banquet either, only that the timing wasn't right now, and she was afraid that he would do something bad, so she tried to drive him away with a clear conscience. Since she couldn't drive him away, then forget it, she thought of another countermeasure. As long as she hides the first few months, when the month is bigger, she has room to maneuver, she can confuse the month of pregnancy, and then tell Xiao Chenyan that she is pregnant with Qin Xiuhan's child. If Xiao Chenyan was disappointed and broke up with her at that time, she was also willing to let go. If he was still willing to be with her, then all would be happy, and after she gave birth to the child and got the property, she would continue to be with him. After all, a man like him with broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs, considerate and skillful, she was still very satisfied. Thinking about it, she felt her legs itching a bit. That bastard Xiao Chenyan started to be dishonest. Turning around, she impatiently said to Qin Xiuhan, "Get lost, don't bother me, or I'll tell Lu Ruyan that you tried to seduce me while she wasn't around." Qin Xiuhan laughed coldly, It's useless to overdo it with lust, I still find it fresh when you deliberately target me once or twice, but more often than not, it'll only make me sick of you." Shi Yan's face changed like a color palette. One could only say that Qin Xiuhan's brain was hard to assess. To this day, he still felt that she was just lusting after him. It was probably because she had loved him too deeply and without a bottom line in the past, giving him enough confidence. It was her fault. It was the sin she had created before. So now hearing his strange remarks over and over again every day was her retribution, she deserved it. Seeing that she didn't react, Qin Xiuhan felt a bit meaningless and impatiently said, "Since we have guests at home, let's sleep in the same room from tonight onwards, lest outsiders see that we're not in good terms with each other, and if he goes and tells Grandpa, Grandpa will then go and tell Grandpa, and it won't be good if it irritates Grandpa." Shi Yan finally turns her head and looks at him in surprise, "You're not afraid of Lu Ruyan getting angry?" Qin Xiuhan said, "She's a reasonable person, it's about Grandpa, she won't mess around." Shi Yan shrugged, "Since she's fine with it, there's nothing I can say. Hurry up and leave when you're done with the matter, don't delay my work." Qin Xiuhan grunted coldly, "Humph, you can just steal the joy." After saying that, he left, still very unqualifiedly not closing the door by hand. Only when she heard Qin Xiuhan's footsteps descending the stairs did Shi Yan lift the blanket on her legs and angrily glared at Xiao Chenyan. "You are really disregarding my life and death, you dare to mess around in front of him?" Xiao Chenyan lifted his head and looked at her slyly, "Who made you promise to sleep with him tonight? He hangs out with mistresses every day and you don't mind him being dirty." Shi Yan gritted her teeth and reminded him, "It's only normal for me to be with him, it's only abnormal for me to be with you, please put yourself in the right position and get your orientation right." Xiao Chuanyan hummed lightly, the jealousy in his eyes undisguised, "You live in the same house with him, what about me?" Shi Yan said, "There are so many guest rooms in the house, so you can stay in any one of them." Xiao Chenyan said, "You know I am not asking for a room, what I want is you, there are many rooms, but you only have one, if you stay with him, then who will stay with me?" Shi Yan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This straightforward and passionate love, the gods couldn't even top it if they came. Luckily she wasn't a fairy, she was a nerve. Stop it, even if I don't accompany him, I can't possibly accompany you. Although she didn't plan to break it off with him, but during this period of time she and Xiao Chuanyan absolutely can't have a relationship, otherwise it's not good to confuse the fetal month in the future. Xiao Chenyan bit her. Her leg was bitten by him with a neat row of teeth marks. Shi Yan knocked his head. Are you a dog? Stop biting and go downstairs, he might even call the police if he can't find you again. Xiao Chenyan said quietly, coax me a little, I'm very angry now. Shi Yan looked at him expressionlessly. Xiao Chenyan lifted his eyes to look at her, like a puppy longing to be pitted by its master. I'm very good at coaxing. Chapter 51, Plotting Against Him? Shi Yan reached out and rubbed his head. Be good and obedient. Xiao Chenyan lifted his head and moved closer to her, to kiss. Shi Yan, I'll kiss you if you're obedient. Xiao Chenyan, I'll be obedient if you kiss me. Shi Yan could only lower her head and drop a kiss on his lips. The corners of Xiao Chenyan's mouth rose as he finally stood up with satisfaction and walked towards the balcony. Shi Yan was wondering what he was going to do when she saw him roll over the balcony and jump straight down. Shi Yan was startled and hurriedly walked over to look down, seeing that he had landed firmly on the ground, before she let out a sigh of relief. After a while Shi Yan also went downstairs to eat. She saw Lu Ruyan wearing a maid's outfit and was laying out dishes with a few servants. It should be because Qin Shouhan was afraid of being known that he brought his mistress home, so he made Ruyan Lu play the maid. Ruyan Lu is also quite capable of giving and taking, and is still unwilling to move out after all this. Because the maids Qin Shouhan called are from the old mansion side, in order to prevent them from seeing the clues, when they go back to talk to the old master, Shi Yan can only sit next to Qin Shouhan. When she was about to sit down, Ruyan Lu deliberately walked behind her and jerked the chair away. Xiao Chenyan walked over in big strides, grabbed Shi Yan's arm and held her up. Then he sank his face to look at Ruyan Lu. His voice was calm, but it revealed a bone-crushing danger. Like this chair so much, then hold it up and watch us eat from the side. When we finish eating, when will you put it down? Lu Ruyan winced at his tone and subconsciously took a step backward. This man's aura was so scary, those icy eyes looked like they were going to knife her, and uncontrollably cold hairs stood up on her body. But she immediately thought that this was Qin Shouhan's house, and everything was up to Qin Shouhan, and instantly she had her backbone again. Lu Ruyan bit her lip and said to Qin Shouhan with an aggrieved face, hubby, I didn't mean to do it, I originally wanted to set the chair a bit more upright, who knows Miss Shi moves so fast, not even observing a bit before she sits down. She caused me to be blamed by the guests, I'm so wronged. I'm sorry, I'm off or blame it on me being too stupid, I'm used to calling my husband every day at home, and I didn't change it for a while. Lu Ruyan covered her mouth, looking as if she had accidentally said the wrong thing, but her eyes fell lovingly on Qin Shouhan. She was forced to stay here as a maid, and she already had resentment in her heart. The chair she pulled on purpose, and her husband was also called wrong on purpose. She just couldn't see Shi Yan being better than her and secretly wanted to declare her status. In her heart, she actually wants to publicize her relationship with Qin Shouhan, even if she is called a mistress, but as long as Qin Shouhan loves her, she has a way to let people know that she and Qin Shouhan are in true love, and that Shi Yan is the mistress who is destroying their relationship. But Qin Shouhan was not willing to let people know about their relationship, so she can only pretend that she accidentally called her wrong. Qin Shouhan's face was ugly, but he could only symbolically warn, pay attention next time. Then he looked at Xiao Chenyan, his attitude a bit more respectful. Elder brother, she said it was accidental, and Shi Yan didn't fall, so let's forget about this. Shi Yan, what do you say? He warned Shi Yan with his eyes, asking her to cooperate with him. But before Shi Yan could say anything, Xiao Chenyan lifted his foot and kicked in Lu Ruyan's direction. Ah! Lu Ruyan let out a miserable scream, and her body flew out, slamming into the chair that Qin Shouhan was sitting on, knocking Qin Shouhan to the ground with his chair, and the two of them fell into a mess. Xiao Chenyan said without changing his face, I was also careless, my feet were tired after standing for a long time and I wanted to move my muscles. She stood within my range of motion without observing, causing me to be forced to kick someone. Lu Ruyan was almost furious. How could there be such a man with such a bad character? To actually take a shot at a woman like her and hit her so hard. Her left hand seems to be unable to move. Lu Ruyan shed tears and was aggrieved. Old young master, I can't feel my left hand, you have to help me make a decision. Oh. Not waiting for Qin Shouhan to open his mouth, Shi Yan took the lead and said, make a decision about what? He already said it was accidental, and you're not dead, so let's just forget about it. You. Lu Ruyan was so angry that her face was red and her neck was thick, and she didn't know who to throw her anger at. In the end, it was Qin Xiuhan who personally sent Ruyan Lu to the hospital, and only then did the villa quiet down. Only Shi Yan and Xiao Chunyan were left at the table. Shi Yan raised her eyes to look at Xiao Chunyan. "You're also too ruthless. If she sues you, let's see what you'll do." "Ruthless?" Xiao Chunyan was unimpressed. His tone was still calm, but in his careless tone, there were a few moments of bloodthirsty cruelty. "She should be glad that it's in China. If it's in Eastern Europe, and she dares to victimize you in front of me, I will chop her hand into sauce and feed it to the dogs." Shi Yan couldn't help but shiver. "Were you a bandit in Eastern Europe?" Xiao Chuanyan let out a low laugh. The bloodthirsty aura on his body disappeared, and he resumed his usual lazy and casual demeanor, half-jokingly saying, "Of course I'm not a bandit. They affectionately call me the nightmare of Eastern Europe." Shi Yan skimmed her mouth, thinking that he was teasing her and did not take it seriously. It was only at 11 o'clock at night that Qin Xiuhan and Lu Ruyan returned from outside. Ruyan Lu's hand was only dislocated, and she was able to move it after picking it up. She just couldn't lift heavy objects. Back to the villa again. See Xiao Dust Feast. Lu Ruyan, eyes full of fear, the atmosphere do not dare to breathe, has been hiding behind Kingxian. When she was outside, she cried in front of Qin Xiuhan, begging him to help her. But Qin Xiuhan said that she was to blame. If she did not engage in small movements, she would not have been beaten. Moreover, she called him her husband by mistake. If he went to stand up for her again, it would be a confirmation of their uncommon relationship, which would be passed on to Master Qin's ears by the other servants. Therefore, she could only swallow this grievance. "Brother-in-law, why aren't you resting at this late hour?" Qin Xiuhan was a bit surprised to see Xiao Chunyan still in the living room. Xiao Chunyan put down his cell phone, looked at him and said, "I'm scared to sleep alone at night. You sleep in the same room with me." "Ah?" Qin Xiuhan thought he heard wrong. He is a big man with a tall horse, afraid to sleep alone? This isn't appropriate, right? Both of us are men. Qin Xiuhan was a bit resistant. Although he called Xiao Chen Feast a brother-in-law, the two of them were not too familiar in the end. Letting him sleep with a half-baked person would make him very uncomfortable, and he would probably lose sleep for the whole night. Xiao Chenyan said, "It's because we're both men that it's appropriate. A man's yang energy is heavy, it's better at dispelling fear." Qin Xiuhan frowns, "Should I find a bodyguard to guard you?" Xiao Chen banquet, "No one else can, it can only be you." Qin Xiuhan's face instantly changed, subconsciously clenching his buttocks, and his eyes became wary as he looked at Xiao Chenyan. Could it be that Xiao Chenyan was plotting against him? Chapter 52. Hugged all night. Qin Xiuhan felt that his guess was very reasonable. Otherwise, why would Xiao Chenai come to stay at his place? Because he wanted to get close to him to facilitate getting at him. Why else would Xiao Chenyan be so angry when he heard Lu Ruyan call him husband that he kicked Lu Ruyan and knocked him down in the process? Because he was jealous, so he wanted to punish Ruyan Lu. As for knocking him down along with him, it was because he was protecting Ruyan Lu, so Xiao Chenyan wanted to punish him along with him. Qin Xiuhan felt that he had guessed the truth. His heart was greatly shocked, cold sweat broke out on his back and he did not dare to look directly into Xiao Chenyan's eyes. "Brother-in-law, I'm not convenient, I don't play that. I'll help you pick a suitable candidate." Xiao Chenyan interrupted him, "I've said it all. I'm not familiar with other people, I can't accept it. I'm only familiar with you, and I can only accept to sleep in the same room with you." Qin Xiuhan was sweating a bit, "But I..." Xiao Chenyan was a bit impatient, looked at the time and said, "Don't dawdle, it's getting late, go to bed." In the end, Qin Xiuhan still went upstairs with Xiao Chenyan and took him into his room. He was full of wariness, thinking about how he would have to refuse without hurting his pride in case Xiao Chuanyan wanted to go down on him. He soon realized that he was overthinking. Xiao Chenai walked over to the bed and took a look at it, saying with a disgusted face, "I'm not used to the smell of strangers on the bed, I'll sleep on the sofa." Qin Xiuhan wiped the sweat from his forehead. It seemed that he was truly afraid of being alone in a house, not having thoughts about him. He didn't have to worry about his chrysanthemums. When Qin Xiuhan went to wash up, Xiao Chenyan sprayed something on his pillow. When Qin Xiuhan came out of the bathroom, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep in no time. Xiao Chenyan went over and kicked him twice, and he didn't even react. Then he left the room and quietly went to Shi Yan's room. Shi Yan was still rewriting her script in front of the computer, and when she saw Xiao Chenyan come in, she couldn't help but frown. "What are you doing in my room?" Qin Xiuhan said that he's going to sleep with. "Come to my room tonight, aren't you afraid that he'll bump into you? Before he comes over, you should hurry up and leave." Xiao Chenyan walks behind her and bends down to hug her from behind. "I drugged him." "Shi Yan?" Xiao Chenyan rubbed his face against hers. In order to prevent him from coming to you, I told him that I'm afraid to sleep alone and asked him to sleep in a room with me. The corner of Shi Yan's mouth twitched. On top of being well 1.9 m, he said he was afraid to sleep alone? Xin Xiuhan could also believe that? Xiao Chenyan continued, but I didn't want to stay with him. I wanted to come to you, but I was afraid that he would wake up in the middle of the night and realize that I wasn't there and come to disturb our good deed, so I mesmerized him so that he wouldn't wake up until tomorrow morning. Shi Yan said breathlessly, what good thing can we have? Even if you mesmerized him, I won't do anything with you. Xiao Chenyan laughed lightly, being alone with you is a good thing. Shi Yan's heart missed half a beat and her face was a little hot. It's too late, don't change it first, let's change it tomorrow, it's not as bad as this 1 or 2 hours. Shi Yan was distracted by him, and didn't have the heart to change again, so she closed the computer and went to bed. Xiao Chenyan circled her in his arms and let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. Since the day she proposed to end it, until today, he hadn't had a good night's sleep, and tonight he could finally get a good night's sleep. Shi Yan thought that he would be dishonest and had been nervous, but after waiting for a long time, she didn't see him make any small movements. His hands were just holding her, encircling her firmly in his arms, not groping around her body. Soon she heard even breathing coming from above her head. Shi Yan froze. He fell asleep this way? Xiao Chenyan? She called out tentatively, but there was no response. It seemed to be really asleep. She herself, however, couldn't sleep and couldn't help but reach out and touch his abs before gradually finding sleep. During the night, Shi Yan dreamed that she had been racing on the highway all night, her hand had been holding the car gear lever without leaving, and her hand was sore. When she woke up, she realized that her hand's soreness wasn't unreasonable. Taking advantage of the fact that Xiao Chuan Banquet hadn't woken up yet, Shi Yan pretended to withdraw her hand as if nothing had happened. Not being discovered is the same as not having done it. She silently hypnotized herself. However, before she had time to breathe a sigh of relief, she heard Xiao Chenyan's low voice come quietly, what did you dream about last night? After shaking all night, I didn't sleep all night. Shi Yan's face instantly rolled with heat, she couldn't see her own face, but she also knew that it must have been so red that she couldn't see anyone. She buried her face into his chest, her voice as thin as a mosquito, forget about last night, just pretend nothing happened. Xiao Chenyan let out a low laugh, his chest vibrating for a while before stopping. Good, I'll listen to your wife. Shi Yan's face got even hotter and reached out to twist his hand on the side of his waist, no calling me wife. Okay, ma'am. Not even ma'am. Mistress. Not even mama. It's a 3-way street, so you pick one of those 3, or I'll take turns calling it. Can't you just call me by my name? I could, but I don't want to, I just want to call you wife. Is it your wife? You just call it all the time. Sooner or later. Shi Yan snorted coldly and rolled out of his arms with a roll, glancing at the faint light coming in through the cracks in the curtains, reminding him, shouldn't you leave? It's dawn, Xin Xiuhan should almost be awake, right? Xiao Chenyan lay still and said, wait a while, my hands are numb, I'll slow down. Put. Shi Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud, you won't let go of me if your hands are numb? In the past, when they were on Moon Island, although they would hug together when they first fell asleep, they would basically separate in the middle of the night and hug together again afterward, and so on and so forth, so that their arms could rest. How strong Xiao Chuanyan is still a human being, not detached from the normal human body structure, the arm is pressed for a long time, the hand will be numb is also normal. Xiao Chenyan said, it's been a long time since I've hugged, I can't bear to. Shi Yan's face got even hotter, and her heartbeat messed up the rhythm. Xiao Chenai slowed down for a while, his hand finally able to move, and put Shi Yan back, put his face over to kiss her. Shi Yan put his face to avoid, have not brushed his teeth, not allowed to kiss. Can I kiss her after brushing my teeth? You are good at grasping the point. Thanks for the compliment. Xiao Duanyan is a man of action, got out of bed and went to the bathroom, brushed her teeth with her toothbrush, then immediately hugged and nibbled on her. Well, I haven't brushed yet. I don't mind. Chapter 53 Threats. The atmosphere gradually became subtle. Xiao Chuanyan's emotions were also a little out of control. Shi Yan gasped loudly, her heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat's claw, and the longing to break out of her bonds screamed in her head. It was tempting to not care, like on Moon Island. But in the end reason overcame the impulse. As his hand wandered away, Shi Yan reached out and slipped her fingers through his, interlocking her fingers with his while stopping him in his tracks. I want to. No, you don't. Shi Yan used a slight amount of force and pushed him away, you should leave. Xiao Chenyan rolled over and sat up, rubbing his hair vigorously before taking another deep breath and forcing down the urges in his body. He returned to Qin Shouhan's room and kicked Qin Shouhan awake. Qin Shouhan got up and frowned with a puzzled expression. Strange, why did I sleep so deeply last night? His white as my butt hurts so much too. Brother-in-law, you didn't do anything to me last night, right? Xiao Chenyan said, I didn't do it last night, I did it just now. Qin Shouhan suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face full of panic, subconsciously pulling the quilt towards his body. Xiao Chenyan glanced at him and said with a disgusted face, I just kicked you to wake you up, why do you put on this expression? What did you think I would do to you? Qin Shouhan breathed a sigh of relief while being filled with embarrassment. After having breakfast, Xiao Chenyan left the villa and went to busy himself with work matters. Shi Yan, on the other hand, continued to revise the script at home and basically finished it by the afternoon. She picked up her cell phone, intending to add Xiao Chenyan's friends back and send the script to him. She didn't realize that her friends on WeChat had already been re-added, and her phone number had also been pulled out of the blacklist. The corner of Shi Yan's mouth twitched. He was the one who would do great things in a muffled manner, and after showing him his phone for a while last night, he added himself back on his own. Shi Yan sent the file to Xiao Chenyan and left a message. When Xiao Chenyan came back at night, he brought the 2 documents back with him. When he had mesmerized Qin Shouhan during the night, he quietly brought the documents to Shi Yan's room to find her. The contract has been printed out, take a look to see if there are any problems. Shi Yan took the contract and read it carefully, and found that the percentage of the share there was actually her taking 70% and Xiao Chenyan taking 30%. She originally thought that she had taken 30% too high, and thought of making a profit, but she didn't expect that Xiao Chenyan misunderstood her split ratio from the beginning, and actually accepted it so readily. Shi Yan was silent for a few seconds, then said nothing and immediately signed her name. The matter of the overseas version was all handed over to Xiao Chenyan. She didn't have anything to lose if it didn't work out, and she just waited to collect the money if it did. She, on the other hand, began to prepare for the shooting of the domestic script. She contacted the team she had worked with before. In a day's time, she finalized the shooting plan and started recruiting actors, preparing props, and renting venues. All of this was prepared quickly, and the filming could take place in a week. When she was calling her contacts, she was heard by Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan immediately went to Qin Shouhan and begged him to force Shi Yan to give her the role of the female lead. They had always known about Shi Yan's writing scripts for short dramas. In the past, Ruyan Lu couldn't even look at short dramas, thinking that they were only for 18th-line actors and actresses, and that it was an insult to her status for her, a serious star, to go and shoot short dramas, and her fans wouldn't agree with it, and it would also affect the future shooting of mainstream movies and dramas. She has always felt superior because she is a serious star, but Shi Yan can only go to engage in a short drama that can't be on the stage. But things were different now. Lu Ruyan hadn't worked for a while because of the negative news about her mistress. Just a short while ago, she made an attempt to send out a microblog, but the comments below were full of people who came to scold her. Although the news about her being a mistress and still denigrating her original partner had been deleted cleanly, things were too big at the time and there were a lot of people who knew about it. The internet had a memory, and as soon as she appeared, those snarky netizens sniffed and came to scold her. Originally, she had a variety show to record after her break, but they were all scolded and replaced. The Qin family also has an entertainment company, but at a time like this, Qin Shouhan doesn't dare to forcefully promote her. If the pressure of public opinion, strong support, will only be counterproductive, not only Lu Ruyan will be boycotted, the company's reputation will also deteriorate. So Qin Shouhan's opinion is to deal with it coldly, let her rest first, and wait for a year and a half before making a tentative comeback. Or wait until their relationship can be publicized, then create a comeback. But Lu Ruyan was afraid that if she waited a year and a half, her popularity would be completely gone. So after learning that Shi Yan was going to shoot a new short drama, she moved to go for a short drama to create a grounded persona to regain some of her fame. She had seen quite a few artists who had had negative press and had been muddling along for many years go for short dramas, and all of them had quite a bit of attention. She also wanted to try going down this path. After listening to Lu Ruyan's analysis and finding it feasible, Qin Shouhan found Shi Yan and mentioned to her the request of having Lu Ruyan as the female lead. No, I've already found a good person, the money has been partially paid in advance, I can't change the person. Shi Yan decisively refused. Qin Shouhan said, how much was paid? I'll give it to you, quit her and let Ruyan play the role. Shi Yan shook her head. Ruyan Lu was not suitable for short dramas, short drama shooting tasks are tight, she can't keep up with the progress. Ruyan Lu said unconvincingly, "You haven't let me try. How do you know I can't keep up with the schedule? I filmed 10 web dramas and star dramas combined. I can keep up with the filming schedule of those dramas. Is an unimpressive short drama better than a star drama?" Shin Shou said in a cold voice, "You can either let Ruyan do the shooting, or none of your dramas will go online in the future, and I'll make the dramas you used to go online go offline as well, so you can see for yourself." Shi Yan's face sank. The Qin family had several internet apps that had a lot of traffic. All of the drama publicity couldn't be separated from these apps. It was also because she was uploading short dramas onto these apps of the Qin family that her own father didn't continue to target her, and she was able to keep this job. This threat from Qin Xiuhan had indeed hit her 7 inches. This was not something that could be solved by her beating the two of them up. Shi Yan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. "I can promise you, but you have to sign a contract with me. As long as I agree to give him the female first, you can't take down and target my dramas, and you can't use them to threaten me in the future." Qin Xiuhan agreed without hesitation. Shi Yan prepared the contract herself, contacted a lawyer to print the contract and send it over, and signed it after confirming with Qin Xiuhan that it was correct. Lu Ruyan looked at Shi Yan with a smug look on her face. She purposely came to Shi Yan's ear and whispered dejectedly, "See, as long as I open my mouth, no matter what I want, Xiuhan will satisfy me. Even if it's something of yours, he will force you to give it to me. You've gone to great lengths to attract Xiuhan's attention during this time, but it's still me he cares about the most. You've lost to me again." Chapter 54, Believing in Love Again. Shi Yan put away the contract and indifferently said to her, "Remember how you feel right now. The heroine in the drama also has a play with one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. Just act the way you are now." "You scold me?" Lu Ruyan was furious. Shi Yan said with a wry smile, "Complimenting you, your acting skills are very suitable for short dramas. Short dramas want this kind of fake at a glance, very contrived acting skills. Awkwardness is also a selling point." "You." Lu Ruyan was even more furious. Shi Yan not only scolded her for having one thing on the surface and one thing behind the scenes, she also scolded her for her poor acting skills. Shi Yan didn't bother with her anymore and used her cell phone to send the script to Lu Ruyan. "The script is sent to you, memorize your lines and don't fall out during the shooting." A week later, filming began. Shi Yan didn't go with the group because she was pregnant and didn't dare to work too hard. As a result, on the first day of shooting, the director sent her 99+ messages scolding Lu Ruyan. She said that Lu Ruyan played a big game, was late for the shoot, didn't let the makeup artist of the crew help her with her makeup, and the makeup artist she brought with her took 2 hours to do her makeup, which was a huge waste of time. She also looked down on the actors and staff of the same crew, thinking that the male lead's grade was not worthy of her, and that the staff kept rushing her was looking down on her, and demanded that all the staff be replaced in the morning. The shooting progress was very slow. The scenes that were originally planned to be filmed in one day were only filmed 1/10 of the time. The next day, the director couldn't help but call Shi Yan to complain. "What kind of person did you find? She's too capable. Even if she plays a big game and looks down on the whole group, she also seriously affects the filming schedule. Yesterday, we agreed with her that the filming should start at 6 o'clock this morning, but it's already 10 o'clock now, and she hasn't come yet." Calling her assistant said that she only wrapped up last night at 3 o'clock, and that she would not come to the shoot until she had slept enough for 8 hours. "If we go on at this pace, we won't be able to finish filming at all within the scheduled time. The actors and staff in the group have all signed contracts for the next drama, and they'll leave once the time is up, so what can we do then? You're the one who wants to stuff people in, you're responsible for fixing her." Shi Yan also felt a headache. She had guessed from the start that Lu Ruyan would delay the progress, but she hadn't expected it to be so delayed. Shi Yan pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of a good method. "I've thought of a way. You reconnect with the originally scheduled female one to shoot the female one scene. On Lu Ruyan's side, you can just arrange for someone to casually shoot the scene, you don't need to do it after the shoot." The director excitedly said, "You're a genius, this is a good idea. But I heard that Ruyan Lu's Gold Master has a very powerful background. Won't we offend her if we do this? What if she goes and complains to her Gold Master? Her Gold Master wanting to pinch us to death is as easy as pinching an ant." Shi Yan laughed. "Don't worry, nothing will happen, just follow the method I said." After ending the call, Shi Yan thought about it and still drove to the shooting location. She didn't feel comfortable with Ruyan Lu, fearing that she would make a mess and delay the shooting. She personally went to watch Ruyan Lu. According to Ruyan Lu's work and rest with the group, should not be tired. When she arrived, Ruyan Lu had not yet come. She waited until almost noon. Lu Ruyan came late in the nanny car. Seeing Shi Yan present, Lu Ruyan was a bit unhappy. "Why are you here? Yan said, my script, the drama I invested in and shot, why can't I come? Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, did that photography complain to you? He called dozens of times in the morning, urging like hell, shooting so late at night, and the shooting has to start so early in the morning, who can get up? Yan said, starting today I'll be in charge of your shooting, you don't have to follow their pace, and I've reworked the script, so take a fresh look. She handed the censored version of the script to Lu Ruyan. This new script, which she had adjusted according to Ruyan Lu's shooting speed, was just enough for her to play for 7 days. Yan said, it's already lunchtime, let's eat first, read the script after eating, there's no rush at this moment. Yan went to bring the boxed lunch. Lu Ruyan looked disgusted, this kind of thing is more like feeding a dog, I won't eat it. Yan wasn't angry either, and went along with her, well, I'll order a 5-star hotel meal for you. After ordering, she backhandedly asked Qin Shohan for 10 times the price. The extra money was considered a spiritual compensation for her. Qin Shohan was not a stingy person and immediately hit her with $100,000. During the filming process, as soon as Ruyan Lu made a scene, Yan asked Qin Shohan for the mental damage fee. Because Yan was there, Ruyan Lu never realized that there was anything wrong with the cruise group shooting. Yan would distract her so that she didn't even have the chance to pay attention to what was being filmed on the other side. The week came to a successful end. Everyone was happy on the day of the finalization. Lu Ruyan deliberately called Qin Shohan to pick her up. Qin Shohan was afraid of being photographed, so he didn't come himself and asked Qinzhua to drive his Rolls-Royce Phantom to the set to pick up Lu Ruyan. As soon as the car appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Countless people cast envious eyes. Lu Ruyan walked towards the car in the envious eyes of the crowd. When she passed by Yan, she even cast a provocative look at Yan and walked to the car with her head held high like a victorious hand. Qinzhua got out of the car and helped Lu Ruyan open the car door, and there was a bunch of red roses on the back seat of the car. Qinzhua said, the president has something busy, can't spare the time to pick you up, let me buy a bouquet of flowers for him to send to you as an apology. The president said that he will accompany you to dine again in the evening. Lu Ruyan had a look of joy on her face as she held out the flowers and hugged them in her arms. He is also really, all old married couple, still engage in these. A girl in the crew curiously asked, Ruyan, are you married? Is this your husband's car? Is this bouquet of flowers also from your husband? Ruyan said shyly, yes, this is from my husband, I told him not to be so high profile, but he didn't listen, I really can't do anything about him. The girl said tornly, but the news a while ago is not that what is going on ah? Lu Ruyan laughed, that is all blind rumors, I and my husband at the age of 16 set for life. The girl asked, then why don't you explain? Ruyan Lu sighed, I'm afraid that once I explain, someone will pick up my husband's information, he's just a vegetarian, I don't want to bring him trouble, I'd rather get scolded myself. The surrounding people began to talk. Tian, so the truth is like this? Lu Ruyan is also too great, in order to defend her husband, she didn't even explain when she was scolded so badly. But how could that foreign rich man lie? Only rich people are full of lies, maybe that person admires Ruyan but can't get her, so he purposely denigrates Ruyan? I really envy Ruyan Lu, her husband is rich and loves her. Ruyan Lu and her husband were set for life at the age of 16, and now they are still so in love, this is too sweet, I believe in love again. Lu Ruyan hooked up her lips, her heart was greatly satisfied. Just at this moment, a jeep whistled over and directly hit the Rolls-Royce's cars but, the entire rear end was deformed. Then a handsome and flamboyant man came down from the car. When Yan saw that person, her scalp went numb and she immediately wanted to hide. This asshole, don't mess with her. Chapter 55 Then I will forcefully marry. My God, he is so handsome, this is the most handsome man I have ever seen. Tall, handsome and white, the only drawback on him is the drawback me. He's coming our way, it can't be the peach blossom that I went to the lunar temple to beg for half a month ago manifesting itself, right? Don't daydream, such a superior man is not something we can match. A high-class man should be matched with a low-class me. High-end goods and cowards are the perfect match, it helps balance yin and yang. In the midst of the crowd's flirting, Shaoqin Banquet stepped away from his long legs and walked straight towards Yan. Yan started to step back when he walked towards her, intending to escape first. However, her legs were not as long as Xiao Chanyan's, and she was pulled back by him by the collar of her coat. What's the point of running? It's not like I'm going to eat anyone. Xiao Chanyan said with amusement. Yan lowered her voice and asked him, what are you doing here? Xiao Chanyan raised his eyebrows, taking a walk. A walk can be taken here? Do you think I'm stupid? Then why are you still asking? What else can I come for besides looking for you? Sure Yen. The surrounding people were looking at them. Sure Yen didn't want to be mobbed and could only follow him towards the car. When they reached the car, Xiao Chenyan didn't get into the car immediately, but opened the trunk. A faint fragrance floated out. Immediately after that, a light yellow color came into view. Surprisingly, it was a carriage full of sunflowers. The sunflowers, blooming uncontrollably, were full of vigor and hope. Sure Yen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't roses. Qinzhua and Lu Ruyan were still here. If Xiao Chenyan gave her roses, they would go back and talk to Qin Xiuhan, and she wouldn't be able to explain it with 10 mouths. Although even if her affair with Xiao Chenyan was discovered, she wouldn't feel guilty. But one more thing was better than one less thing. I overheard your husband asking his assistant to buy flowers to pick up Junior in the morning, so I went and bought flowers to pick you up as well, and you should have what others have. Sure Yen said, thank you, you are really a good person. Xiao Chenyan laughed, I wanted to buy roses, but I didn't for fear that you would be shy. Sure Yen glared at him, it's good that you didn't buy them, otherwise it would have ended badly. While the two were talking, Qinzhua walked over. Young lady. Qinzhua greeted Sure Yen first, then looked at Xiao Chuanyan, Mr. Xiao, you this. Xiao Chuanyan interrupted him, I'm sorry, I'm used to driving a right-hand drive car, I'm not accustomed to left-hand drive cars, and I accidentally bumped into your car, I'll pay for the repairs, so you should call for someone to come to tow the car away first. Qinzhua knew that Xiao Chen Banquet knew his own president, so he couldn't say anything, answered and started to call someone to tow the car. Then walked to Lu Ruyan and apologized, Miss Lu, the car broke down, I'll call a taxi to send you back, I still have to wait here for the tow truck to come and tow the car away. Lu Ruyan was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She originally thought that she could make a spectacle of herself, but the spectacle was not enough for 30 seconds, it was like being slapped in public. She felt that Xiao Chenyan was doing it on purpose. But before Xiao Chenyan kicked her that kick, already kicked her out of the psychological shadow, even if she was angry, she did not dare to go forward to provoke. She could feel that Xiao Chenyan really had a murderous intent towards her, unlike Sure Yen, who also had a hand on her, but didn't dare to really hit her hard. Xiao Chenyan went to open the passenger door and let Sure Yen get on the car. There were snack bags on the passenger seat, as well as milk tea. When the car drove away, the crowd came back to their senses and started talking excitedly again. Man, that big handsome guy actually came to pick up Sure Yen. Should I say no? They are so well matched in appearance, handsome man and beautiful woman, they are too friendly to my eyes when they stand together. They should just be ordinary friends, right? If they were boyfriend and girlfriend, they wouldn't send sunflowers. Who says lovers can't send sunflowers? Sunflowers represent adoring reticent love, firm and persistent, never giving up. So it feels like the flower language of sunflower is so romantic, that handsome guy must be interested in Sure Yen, right? Everyone's attention was attracted away by Sure Yen and Xiao Chen Banquet, no one paid attention to Lu Ruyan anymore. Lu Ruyan was so angry that she stomped her feet and could only take a taxi away with a belly full of resentment. Damn Sure Yen, always stealing my thunder, I won't let you go. Xiao Chenyan did not send Sure Yen home, he was going to leave the capital city tomorrow and make a trip back to his country, this time he was going back for a slightly longer period of time, about 2 to 3 months. Before leaving, he wanted to spend some time alone with Sure Yen. Sure Yen agreed to his request. She asked Xiao Duanyan to drive the car to an ancient town on the outskirts. It was a tourist attraction with beautiful scenery and a lot of cultural heritage. It was now the off-season for tourism, and there weren't many people in the ancient town. They went and bought handbags to change into and also put on ancient makeup. They walked down the ancient rhythmic alleyways in their handbags, as if they had traveled through time and space. Xiao Chuanyan suddenly grabbed her hand, broke her fingers one by one, clasped her fingers together, put them to his lips and kissed them, then held her hand and continued walking. There is a Moon-Old temple in the old town, specializing in seeking marriage. Moon-Old temple door and a 2 people open arms cannot hold a large tree, it is said to have lived for thousands of years. There are a lot of red ribbons hanging from the tree, and it is said that these red ribbons are tied by couples who come to pray for blessings. Xiao Duanyan had to pull her inside to worship the Moon Elder. Neither of them knelt down. But Xiao Chuanyan kept saying to her like a mantra in her ear, you ask the Moon Elder to cut the red thread between you and Qin Xiuhan, tie it to me, and then tie a dead knot. It's best to tie a steel wire inside the red rope, the kind that won't break even if your hand breaks the rope, and the 2 of us praying together has a higher probability of fulfillment. Sure Yen glanced at him, you grew up abroad, you also believe in this? Xiao Chenyan, I usually don't believe in it, but I shallowly believe in it when there is a need. This time, if he is sincere enough to let me see the effect, I will always believe in it in the future. Shi Yan was speechless. This was more or less the reverse of the Big Dipper. Asking for things should be about offering sincerity yourself, not acting like a grandpa and asking others to give their sincerity. Under his strong request, Shi Yan could only pray according to what he said, and by the way, she asked the Moon Elder to help solve her family's debt. Although it was a bit beyond the scope of the Moon Elder's business, the Moon Elder could talk to the god of wealth next door when he was stringing her along. No matter what god she went to worship now, she would always ask for wealth in passing, regardless of whether this business belonged to this god or not. Anyway, it was just a matter of saying one more sentence, and she wouldn't lose anything if it didn't work out. After worshipping the moon god, Xiao Chenyan went to get a red ribbon, but instead of hanging it on the tree, he tied it on his and Shi Yan's hands. It's better to beg than to ask. If the Moon Elder doesn't help, then I'll force myself to marry. Shi Yan only felt as if her heart had been struck by something, a tingling sensation spreading like all her limbs, and her heartbeat lost its rhythm. But she quickly calmed down. Even if she divorced Qin Shouhan, it was impossible for her to get married to Xiao Chenyan. At most, she would just keep the relationship with him as it is now. Her family has such heavy debts, marrying anyone is a drag. She didn't want to drag Xiao Chenyan down. Chapter 56. Why can't you accept him? The fluttering mood instantly calmed down, and a trace of sourness surged in her heart. Shi Yan stared at the red ribbon wrapped around her and Xiao Chenyan's hands for a few seconds before raising her eyes to meet his. There was a smile in his eyes, the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a nice arc, and his entire person exuded a pleasant aura. She didn't want to be a party pooper and ruin his good mood. But she felt that she couldn't give him too much hope, couldn't let him get too deep in this doomed relationship. Shi Yan put her eyes back on the red ribbon and raised her other hand, going to untie it in silence. Xiao Chenyan quickly grabbed her hand, his tone a little displeased. What are you untangling it for? So you don't want to be with me? Shi Yan raised her eyes and looked at him. I won't marry you, we will never become a couple. Xiao Chenyan's eyes cold. Is it because of Qin Shouhan? He has brought Junior under your nose, thinking of Junior in every way, treating you like heir, and you still can't part with him? Shi Yan shook her head. It has nothing to do with him. Even if I divorce him, I won't marry you. I will only keep this relationship with you now. If you can accept it, then we can continue. If you can't accept it, then break it off as early as possible. Go and find someone else that you can fix things with. Don't waste your time on me. Xiao Chuanyan gripped her hand tightly. His voice was a little deep. Why? Is there something about me that isn't good enough, or do you have any concerns? Shi Yan didn't dare to look into his eyes, her sights emptied to look into the distance. It's not that you're good enough that I have to marry you. I only want to enjoy physical pleasure, I don't want to talk about feelings. Xiao Chenyan was so angry that he breathed a few times heavier, his eyes looked at her with a deep color, and he didn't say anything for half a day. Shi Yan said, I should have made it clear to you when you followed me to the bridal chamber. I blame my poor consideration for delaying you for such a long time, sorry. Stop in time, you deserve better. She broke away from Xiao Chenyan's hand and once again wanted to go and untie the red ribbon that tied their hands. Xiao Chuanyan, however, clasped her hands and pressed her against a large tree, his eyes staring at her fiercely. Bullshit, old me is so excellent and deserves the best. In my eyes, you are the best, I only want you. Shi Yan's heartbeat was once again messed up, her face flushed green and red. Can't you understand my words? I said I won't marry you, even if there's no one else. Understood. Xiao Duanyan gritted his teeth and said, physical pleasure is fine, who said physical liking is not liking anymore? I'll go back to practicing my techniques hard, so that your body can't leave me. How is that not a victory? Anyway, as long as you don't separate from me it's fine, I'll slowly explore the strategy of your heart. Shi Yan. Why is this person so stubborn? She didn't understand why Xiao Chenyan was so obsessed with her. Although she was good looking and had a good body, the world was so big that she could always find someone better than her. With Xiao Chenyan's physical condition, it wasn't hard to find one. Why did he have to be so persistent, hitting the south wall and still refusing to turn back, with a look of wanting to break the south wall? But for some reason, she actually felt a trace of pleasure in her heart. Being chosen so firmly by someone made her happy, but she also wanted to cry a little. Looking at Shi Yan's appearance of being on the verge of tears, Xiao Chenyan collected his body's aura and hurriedly explained, don't worry, I won't look for someone to practice with, I'll be the one to watch the documentaries and delve into them on my own. My body only belongs to you, won't let others touch your exclusive lance. Shi Yan. Emotions were instantly destroyed, she didn't want to cry now, she just wanted to find a pit to kick him into. It seems like it's going to rain, let's go find a hotel to check in first. Don't go back tonight, I'm leaving tomorrow, I want to spend more time with you. Shi Yan nodded. The two of them held hands and left the Moon Lord Temple. Not long after they walked, rain did fall from the sky. Xiao Qinyan took off his clothes to shield Shi Yan from the rain. His perfect body was exposed, and the people who sporadically passed by around him couldn't help but stop and stare. After arriving at the hotel, when Shi Yan went to take a shower, Xiao Qinyan also followed along into the bathroom. Shi Yan originally wanted to kick him out, but looking at his body wet, and afraid of delaying too long, he will get sick, can only let him wash with himself. His stomach hadn't shown, so he couldn't see it yet, so he wasn't afraid. Coming out of the bathroom, Xiao Qinyan carried her to the bed, his face buried in her shoulder, his voice muffled. Really can't? Didn't you say you want physical enjoyment? Why don't you allow enjoyment now? Shi Yan gasped and pushed him away. I don't want it now, wait until later. Liar. Xiao Qinyan hummed lightly, you clearly want it, what exactly are you holding back now? Shi Yan reddened, stop it, go get a hairdryer to help me blow my hair, it's uncomfortable when it's wet. Xiao Qinyan obediently got up and went to get the hairdryer. A person who clearly looks very bad to be messed with, but unexpectedly very obedient. Shi Yan was a little sleepy and was too lazy to sit up, lying directly on his lap and letting him figure out how to blow. In the last few days, she felt that her pregnancy reaction was becoming more and more obvious. In addition to the occasional nausea and regurgitation, she was also always sleepy and wanted to sleep. She fell asleep before her hair was even blown dry. At this time inside the wedding villa, Qin Shouhan was late waiting for Shi Yan to come home and couldn't help but frown. It's so late, why isn't Shi Yan back yet? Did she go to a dinner gathering with the crew? Qin Shouhan asked as he turned his head to Lu Ruyan who was sitting beside him. Lu Ruyan's eyes rolled as she asked him in return, hubby, haven't you noticed that your brother-in-law hasn't come back either? Qin Shouhan said, he's busy with work and has been coming back late the other day, so why are you mentioning him? I'm asking you about Shi Yan. Lu Ruyan said quietly, is he busy at work? But how did he have time to pick up Shi Yan from the theater today? Shi Yan and brother-in-law seemed to be on good terms, did they know each other before? When he went to pick up Shi Yan, he even bought her flowers and prepared snacks and milk tea for her, just like a couple in love, and everyone on the set said they were a couple. Qin Shouhan's pupils shrunk, and he questioned in a cold voice, what did you say? Brother-in-law went to the set to pick up Shi Yan? And sent her flowers? Shi Yan went with him? Lu Ruyan reached out and covered her mouth with a surprised look, didn't Qinswa tell you? He was there and saw it too. Oh right, I suddenly remembered, that day when I accidentally jerked away Shi Yan's chair, my brother-in-law dislocated my hand by kicking it. I thought at that time that he was just defending his juniors, but now it looks like he's not having an affair with Shi Yan and is standing up for his lover, right? Qin Shouhan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Shi Yan's number. It took a while before the call was connected. Where have you been? Qin Shouhan questioned in a cold voice. A man's voice came from the phone, she's asleep, do you have something to do? Chapter 57, afraid of her accident, or afraid of her cheating? Qin Shouhan's pupils shrunk and he stood up with a pang. He glanced at Lu Ruyan beside him, took the cell phone and went upstairs in big strides. Only when he entered the study and closed the door to the room did he open his mouth to question, who are you? Why is my wife's cell phone in your hands? What did you do with my wife? A man's low laugh came from the phone, vaguely carrying a hint of mockery. What we do is our business, it's not your turn to care, right? Xiao Duanyan deliberately lowered his voice, which sounded a bit different from usual, so Qin Shouhan didn't hear that it was him. Qin Shouhan growled angrily, I'm her husband, she's my wife, how come I can't control it? I'm warning you, if you dare to touch my wife, I'll let you die without a burial place. Xiao Duanyan sarcastically said, when you were with Junior, you completely disregarded your wife's feelings, now that she's with me, why are you angry? Demanding so little from yourself but demanding so much from others, don't you think you're too double-standard? Qin Shouhan clenched his fists and said through clenched teeth, this is between us as a couple, it's not your turn as an outsider to say anything. Tell me where you guys are? I'll go look for you guys right now. Xiao Chenyan snorted, stay well with your mistress. Qin Shouhan was furious, how did you know I have a mistress? Did Shi Yan even tell you this? No, Ruyan is not a mistress, Shi Yan she is really vicious, she is the one who intervened in our relationship and actually smeared Ruyan outside. Xiao Qinyan said, since this is the case, then I will help you out and turn Shi Yan from your wife to my wife, so that you and Xiao San, the bitter lovebirds, will be able to cultivate a happy ending. Ignoring Qin Shohan's impotent rage, Xiao Chunyan hung up the phone. As soon as he turned his head, he saw that Shi Yan had opened her eyes at some point and was looking at him expressionlessly. Xiao Chunyan was a little heartbroken. "Why are you awake? Did I disturb you?" Shi Yan asked him, "That time abroad, when you said that the harassing phone call, it was also Qin Shohan's call, right? Did you deliberately provoke him too?" Xiao Chunyan said, "I don't think it's considered provocation, and this time's isn't provocation either. I'm just communicating with him normally." Shi Yan looks at him and doesn't say anything. Xiao Chunyan's tone is a bit muffled. "Are you angry? Then I'll return a call and explain to him. Tell him that I picked up your cell phone, and because of the extreme lack of love that caused my heart to be twisted, I intentionally wanted to destroy your relationship before I said that." Shi Yan said, "I'm not angry, you don't need to explain, lie down and sleep with me, I want to touch my abs and sleep." Xiao Chuanyan let out a low laugh and lay down beside her in a happy mood, fishing her into his arms, grabbing her hand and putting it on his abs. Shi Yan rubbed hard and then put her hand on his gluteus maximus. At this time, Xiao Chenyan's cell phone rang. It was Qin Shohan calling. Xiao Chenyan picked it up. Qin Shohan's voice immediately came over. "Brother-in-law, Qin's was said that you went to pick up Shi Yan this afternoon? Why did you go pick her up? Where did you take her? Did you see her with anyone?" Shachen Banquet returned to him with a normal voice this time. "When I was out running errands, I saw your assistant bringing roses to pick up the nanny who lives in your house, and said that the flowers were sent by you, and that nanny even called you husband. What is your relationship?" Qin Shohan did not expect Xiao Duan Banquet to ask him back, and was suddenly stuck in his shell. After a long time, he said, "It's just support for the staff, don't think too much about it, brother-in-law." Xiao Chuan Banquet said, "Sending flowers and sending someone to pick up and drop off a maid, and ignoring your wife, is this the Qin family's family style? I've learned." Qin Shohan was a bit embarrassed and directly changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this, brother-in-law, first tell me, where did you pick up Shi Yan? I can't contact her right now and I'm very anxious." Xiao Chenyan said, "Isn't it just right that she doesn't go home? How many days have you and that maid not seen each other? It's just the right time to warm up. It was me who was unintelligent a while ago, not being able to see that she was a lover you kept under your nose, and insisted on sharing a room with you, delaying the time you spent together at night. In order to apologize, I won't go back to bother you guys tonight, so you guys can cultivate your feelings." Qin Shohan said in an urgent voice, "Don't hang up the phone first, brother-in-law, tell me first, where did you take Shi Yan? Who is she with?" Xiao Chenyan lied without blinking and said, "I was passing by and saw that she had no one to pick her up, so I took her back to the city on the way, but I had other things to do, so I left her by the side of the road and told her to take a taxi home on her own. I don't know where she went. I still have things to do, I won't talk to you." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chenyan rubbed Shi Yan's head and asked, "Should I go hide? In case he comes looking and sees us." Shi Yan said, "There's no need to hide, there's Lu Ruyan around, she won't let Qin Shohan come out to look for me." Qin Shohan was indeed haunted by Lu Ruyan. After seeing Qin Shohan leave her behind and run upstairs, Lu Ruyan followed her and kept tapping on the door at the entrance of the study, but Qin Shohan never opened the door. Only after making 2 phone calls did Qin Shohan open the door to his study. Lu Ruyan looked at him with tearful eyes. "Hubby, why did you suddenly leave me behind without saying a word and go upstairs alone? You weren't like this before." Qin Shohan crossed her and walked out with an anxious face, saying without looking back, "I have something urgent to do, you stay at home by yourself, contact Qin's way if something happens." Lu Ruyan sadly questioned at his back, "Are you going to find Shi Yan again? Are you going to leave me again for Shi Yan? When you were abroad you promised me that you wouldn't be like this in the future, but what are you doing now?" Qin Shohan stopped and patiently explained, "If something happens to her, I can't explain to Grandpa, it's not because I care about her that I'm going to look for her, don't think too much." Lu Ruyan choked and said, "She's an adult, what could happen to her? And she's still with her brother-in-law, it's even more unlikely that anything could happen to her. Are you afraid that something will happen to Shi Yan, or are you afraid that she will cheat on you?" Chapter 58 Forcing her to explain. Qin Shohan said, "I called and asked my brother-in-law, he wasn't with Shi Yan, and Shi Yan ran off by herself without knowing where she went, so she might really be in danger." "Don't be so paranoid, I won't like her." Lu Ruyan ran over and hugged him. "I don't care, I just won't let you go find her. To hate someone is not to care about anything about that person, but you've always put your attention on her lately, even if you don't like her now, you'll still be attracted to her because you keep focusing on her. You're my husband, I want you to have me in your heart and eyes, you're not allowed to look at other wild women." If you go to her tonight, then I will ignore you from now on. Shin Shohan could only give up on going to look for Shi Yan by himself in the end. He took out his cell phone and wanted to send a message for Chinsua to find her, but the phone was snatched away by Lu Ruyan. And you're not allowed to tell Chinsua to go look for her. Shi Yan, she can't die, so leave her alone, otherwise I really doubt if you're really attracted to her. Shin Shohan pursed his lips and also gave up the intention of calling someone to find Shi Yan. It's just that this night, his mind always uncontrollably fantasized images of Shi Yan with other men. It was like he was holding a nameless rage in his heart, making him so irritable that he could hardly sleep. Shi Yan, however, had a good night's sleep. After having breakfast at the hotel, she personally drove Xiao Chenyan to the airport. Before boarding the plane, he hugged Shi Yan and nibbled. I'm so sad to leave you, why don't you come with me? Stop it, go quickly, don't miss your flight. Don't delete my contact information, otherwise the next time I come back, I will directly publicize our relationship and directly go to rob people. I know, I promise you won't delete it, you still don't trust me? You're just a little villain who cheats his body and heart, how can I trust you? Shi Yan was speechless, not knowing what to say. Xiao Chenyan lowered his head and kissed her again, finally giving her a deep look, finally reluctantly releasing her. Wait for me, I will come to you as soon as possible. Good, I'll wait for you, go quickly. Xiao Chenyan finally left. Only after sending Xiao Chenyan away did Shi Yan take a taxi back home. At this point in time, Shin Shohan had already gone to work at the company and wasn't at home. In the evening, when Shin Shohan returned, he immediately called her to the study. As soon as the door was closed, he questioned in a cold voice, "Where did you go last night? Who was that man with you?" Shi Yan's tone was light, "The man I adopted, the man I spent so much money to adopt, wouldn't it be a waste if I didn't use him?" Shin Shohan was so angry that his face turned blue, and snapped, "How could you do such a shameless thing? Do you know that this is called cheating?" Shi Yan remained calm and looked at him indifferently. "If I haven't lost my memory, I remember we discussed this topic. It was you who made me find someone to get pregnant on my own, and the money for me to keep a man was also paid by you. Didn't I tell you about it a long time ago? What do you mean you're here now to raise hell? Also, if I call this cheating, then what do you and Lu Ruyan count as?" Shin Shohan said, "How can you be compared to us? I'm not the same as Ruyan." Shi Yan said mockingly, "When did you guys quit the human nationality? So it's not the same set of moral standards that ordinary people enforce?" Shin Shohan was so angry that his face turned green and red. Ever since Shi Yan said she didn't love him, he hadn't won an argument with Shi Yan. With this mouth of hers, the words she uttered were more infuriating than ever. "It's fine, I'm going to go out first, lest your Ruyan will think wildly if I spend too much time alone with you. You see how much I think for you. If I were you, I definitely couldn't help but hit 1,000,000 thank you notes." Shin Shohan rolled his eyes in anger. After scolding him, she still wants him to hit the money? She really dares to think. For the next period of time, Shi Yan supervised the post-production of the short drama while working on preparing the next script. In less than a month, the post-production was completed, and after Shi Yan reviewed it once, she began to put it on the shelves for publicity. The drama quickly gained heat, and because of the exciting plot, it even made it to the hot search a few times, with many people discussing it, and both the male and female lead actors gaining a lot of attention. Lu Ruyan also quickly discovered that there was no figure of her in the drama. Lu Ruyan was furious and brought Shin Shohan to corner her. "Shi Yan, explain clearly to me why I wasn't featured in the short drama I starred in? I've watched all 70 episodes and not a single shadow of me. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, I definitely won't give up." Shin Shohan also questioned her with a dark face, "You promised to cast Ruyan as the female first, I even spent a lot of money on it, and now there's no Ruyan in the drama. You'd better be able to explain it clearly, or else I'm going to take down all your dramas right away, and you won't want to earn a single penny in the country in the future." Chapter 59 Kidnapping. Shi Yan calmly took out the original contract and flung it in front of them. "Look carefully at the contract, it says in black and white that I promised to cast Lu Ruyan in the female part, but I didn't guarantee that it would be broadcasted if she acted in it, and now that I've let her finish filming it, I've already fulfilled my promise, and haven't breached the contract. Oh yeah, it's also written on the contract that as long as I promise to cast her as the female first, you can't target my dramas in the future. If you have to take all my dramas off the air, I can't do anything about it. I'm sure I can't beat you in a lawsuit, but I don't mind exposing our contract, so that everyone can see how Chin always is a man who doesn't keep his word." Shin Shohan's face turned green with anger. He had signed so many contracts after taking over the company, and this was the first time he had been set up in a contract. Blame him for underestimating Shiryen, never putting her in his eyes, thinking that she wouldn't be able to spring for a contract, and also thinking that she didn't have the brains to do so. After all, she hadn't gone out to work in the 3 years since they'd been married, and had always written scripts at home, then spent some money to invest in finding someone to film them. She didn't actually have much negotiating experience. I didn't expect her to actually dare to screw him over. He was able to find other reasons to take all of Shiryen's dramas off the shelves, or not do it himself and let others do it. But if Shiryen made things public, there would also be speculation that she might have been targeted by him. Once the winds of public opinion blew, the impact on both him and Dingsheng Group would not be small. After all, after signing a contract that wasn't even guaranteed, who would dare to feel comfortable working with him? Shin Shohan's eyes looked at Shiryen with a cold and deep look, smiling back in anger. You're really good, you actually dug a hole for me from the very beginning, and I didn't realize it until now. Shiryen laughed lightly. There was no pit dug, everything was written on the contract. It was you who didn't read the contract properly, no one else to blame. Shin Shohan gritted his teeth fiercely and pulled Lu Ruyan away. Hubby, just let it go? She tricked us, we can't just let her go. Lu Ruyan was very unconvinced and wanted to get rid of her anger. But Shin Shohan didn't obey her this time and forcibly took her away. With the contract in place, even if they were unconvinced, there was nothing they could do. They could only blame them for underestimating Shiryen and not looking carefully at the word traps in the contract. They could only eat this dumb loss. In order to appease Lu Ruyan, Shin Shohan bought the script out of his own pocket and found a filming team to let Lu Ruyan act. Because Ruyan Lu refused to suffer, the shooting progress is very slow. But after Shin Shohan paid the money, the whole crew was fine with it and were coaxing her to shoot at her pace. Other people can shoot a week of the play, to Lu Ruyan here, froze shooting for nearly a month. By the time the post-production digs were completed, more than 2 months had passed. The team that Shin Shohan had hired were all professional teams, and the quality of the short drama was made more refined than many movie and TV dramas. It caused quite a bit of discussion after it hit the shelves. Netizens were also talking after seeing Ruyan Lu. How is the female lead Lu Ruyan? Wasn't she blocked for being a mistress? How come she still came out to show her face? It seems that she wasn't blocked, it's just that because of too many curses, no one dares to hire her to shoot, and she doesn't dare to show her face. More than 3 months ago she quietly sent out a microblog, but because of too many people cursing at her, she sent it out for less than half an hour before deleting it. It should be said or not, Lu Ruyan's acting skills are not considered good in professional dramas, but in short dramas, she can crush many people, and her face value belongs to a very high level in short dramas as well. She can lower herself to do a short drama, it feels like she's truly repentant, and she's not that bad of a person. I think it's not all her fault that she's a mistress. Bringing the mistress and the original spouse together is a bigger problem for the man. The original mate to see her husband attended with a mistress, are not quarrel, and so calm and mistress sitting together, feel that they do not look like a normal couple. Maybe they play each other in private? Maybe Lu Ruyan really isn't a mistress. The online debate has really cleared Lu Ruyan's name and saved a lot of roadkill. In the meantime, Shiryen also once again shelved a new short drama. Shooting skills and post-production are not as good as Lu Ruyan's, but the plot is gripping, and quickly Lu Ruyan's drama's hotness suppressed. Lu Ruyan was so angry that she threw her face at Shiryen every day. Shiryen didn't pay any attention to her, focusing on her own business. However, as the months of her pregnancy increased, she became more and more unable to sit still for long periods of time, and she also got sleepy easily. Shiryen looked at the time and thought it was time to announce her pregnancy. At first, she had originally wanted to wait for a month or so, and after she could take an ultrasound, she would go and tell Elder Chin. But because Ruyan Lu and she lived under the same roof, she was afraid that when Ruyan Lu knew she was pregnant, she would do something small to harm her, or purposely annoy her to stimulate her, affecting the development of the fetus, so she thought to wait until the pregnancy was stable and then say it out. Then again, because she was preparing for the second short drama, she had been delaying it until now, more than 4 months ago. Shiryen put on her satchel and planned to go to the hospital to take a picture of the latest ultrasound sheet, and when she went to the old mansion tomorrow, she would bring it to show Master Chin and tell him the news. It was raining quite heavily today, so Shiryen decided to drive herself to the hospital. But when she drove out of the neighborhood not far away, she saw that Shin Shohan's car seemed to be broken down, and he got out of the car in the rain. But in less than 3 seconds after he got out of the car, a van quickly stopped in front of him, and then 2 people wearing black hoods rushed down, covered Shin Shohan's mouth and nose, and dragged him into the car. The door slammed shut and the car quickly drove away. Shiryen's heart sank and she immediately drove up to follow. The license plate of that car was covered by mud, and it was completely impossible to see what the license plate was. The windows of the car were also black, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Shiryen chased after it while using her voice to pull up Chin's number and called him. Special Assistant Chin, I saw that Chin Shohan was kidnapped. I'm now tracking the car that took him away. You immediately call the police and contact the bodyguards on the Chin family's side to rescue him now. I'll share my location with you, so you can follow my course of action in real time, and have the people follow it to rescue him. By the way, I saw him being kidnapped at a location about 500 meters to the left outside of the neighborhood on the wedding house side. In order to prevent me from following the wrong person, you can send someone to follow that route to check the surveillance. Shiryen finished her words in one breath. Shinzwa attached great importance to it and immediately said, "Good, I will immediately go to contact it now. Young lady, you pay attention to safety, don't risk your life." Shiryen answered and hung up the phone, then opened Shinzwa's dialog box on WeChat and sent a shared location over so that Shinzwa could see her location at any time. She couldn't just ignore Chin Shohan's death or life. If something happened to Chin Shohan and no one helped her with the DNA identification of the child in her womb, then even if she gave birth to these two children, she wouldn't be able to get any benefits. Therefore, before the birth of her child, Chin Shohan must live. In the van, Chin Shohan had been mesmerized. The kidnapper on the passenger side glanced at the rearview mirror and said nervously, "Big brother, there's a car behind us that's been following us for quite a while. It can't be that they saw us kidnapping and intentionally followed us, right? What if she calls the police? That Ms. Liu only asked us to put on a show, saying that she won't let this person call the police, but if a nosy passerby calls the police, this is a real kidnapping we're doing, and we'll have to go in and squat for at least a few years." Chapter 60 Taking the opportunity to get rid of Shiryen. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the big brother driving the car. "Didn't I tell you to observe the surrounding situation when you did it? How is it that you're still being spotted and followed? I'll try to see if I can get rid of her first." The big brother of the kidnappers accelerated the speed of the car, weaving around the city streets everywhere. But how could he not lose the car behind him? The big brother kidnapper hurriedly said, "Call Ms. Liu and ask her if she can bail us out if a passerby calls the police. If she can't bail us out, I will directly drive to the police station to turn myself in and explain everything. We are at most accomplices, we can't be sentenced for long." These two brothers usually like to hang around in front of nightclubs, and when they see someone drunk, they will quietly go to engage in a bit of petty theft. They don't dare to do anything big. This time, Lu Ruyan found them and offered them $1 million to act out a kidnapping drama. Although it is said to be a play, but they are really going to kidnap a person, or a status is not vulgar people. At first they didn't dare to beat them to death. Chin Shohan. That was the heir to the richest man in the capital city, they wouldn't dare to give them 10 guts. Chin Shohan is not only the heir to the richest family in the capital, but his grandfather's family is even more connected. His grandfather is a retired diplomat, not to mention his uncle is still serving in the state council. If Chin Shohan was kidnapped, both the Chin family and the Gao family would take it seriously, and the kidnappers would definitely not be able to escape. Ruyan Lu had gone to others before looking for them, but no one else dared to take the job once they heard of Chin Shohan's name. Lu Ruyan really cannot find people before finding the two brothers. They were initially reluctant to accept, but Lu Ruyan gave too much, coupled with her commitment, saying that she would create conditions for them to kidnap, but also to ensure their subsequent safety, will not let Chin Shohan alarm to arrest them, which they did not resist the temptation to take this job. Chin Shohan will suddenly stop on the road to get off. Is Lu Ruyan quietly in the car to do the foot? The car broke down, he had to get off. They also used this opportunity to smoothly tie up Chin Shohan. Who would have thought that it would be seen by a passerby? What's more, I didn't expect that this passerby would be so nosy that he would follow them for so long, like a dog's skin plaster, he couldn't get rid of them. The kidnapper's brother on the passenger side immediately called his employer and relayed his elder brother's words to Lu Ruyan one by one. When Lu Ruyan heard that they wanted to turn themselves in and give her up, she was so angry that she almost spat out blood. How did she find such two cowardly losers? Lu Ruyan suppressed her anger and said, "How could they be seen following them? That neighborhood is inhabited by non-rich or noble people, there are no other residential areas around the neighborhood for a kilometer, there is no business circle. I have also observed, at this point in time no one will usually go in and out of that place, how could you guys be found?" The kidnapper's brother said, "I don't know, that person seems to be coming from the side of the neighborhood, should be the residents inside, driving a white Bentley." Lu Ruyan's eyebrows suddenly jumped. She remembered that Shiryen had a white Bentley that was given to her by Elder Chin. When she first found out about it, she was angry for a long time, thinking that it should have been hers, but was snatched away by Shiryen. "Can you see the license plate number?" "What's the license plate number?" The kidnapper's brother stared at the rearview mirror for a while before vaguely seeing a few words. He said it to Ruyan Lu. The license plate number was incomplete, but Lu Ruyan heard that it was Shiyan's car. She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. This damn Shiyan, did he have a grudge against her in her past life? How come she always spoils her good things? Is she the only one following? Well, there's just one car following us, and only one woman can be seen in the car. Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed with a touch of sinister, then let her follow, lead her to the agreed-upon location. You guys think of a way to kidnap her, and leave the matters after that to me. Since Shiyan was going to follow, let's get rid of her in the meantime. This way she would not only have one more favor to Qin Shohan for saving her life, but she could also get rid of Shiyan as a potential threat. She could even put all the blame on Shiyan, and say that Shiyan tried to harm Qin Shohan, and she accidentally killed Shiyan in order to save Qin Shohan. The kidnapper's brother was a bit scared. She won't call the police to arrest us, right? We usually do a little bit of thievery, but we also have a bottom line. We definitely don't do bad things that have a sentence of more than half a year. Lu Ruyan was a bit impatient. Why are two big men still so timid? You guys just do as I say. I will arrange the follow-up things and won't let you get caught. After talking nicely for a long time, the two brothers were finally relieved. They didn't deliberately try to get rid of the car behind them this time, picking a shortcut to quickly leave the city and drive towards the suburbs. The car drove for more than 2 hours, directly into the deep mountains. Rain has been falling, to the outskirts of the countryside is more and more big, windshield wipers maximum frequency open, but also still by the rain obscured the line of sight. Moreover, the water on the mountain converged and flowed downward, the ground had begun to accumulate water, and there were also rivers around. According to this trend, the water will soon rise here. Shiyan's brows knit tightly. It was dangerous to continue following. She could only stop the car first and redial Qin's number. However, because she had reached the outskirts of the countryside in the bad weather, her cell phone unexpectedly lost its signal. The location she shared was also disconnected. Shiyan cursed in anger and could only continue to drive forward. But after traveling not far, the car broke down. The ground was jagged, with protruding rocks topping the base, and the car was simply unable to drive on this kind of road. Shiyan could only get out of the car and walk forward in the rain. The road wasn't easy to walk, and Shiyan was worried about her stomach and didn't dare to walk too fast. After walking for half an hour, she finally saw the van again. The two kidnappers came down from the van, and after seeing Shiyan, their eyes revealed amazement, followed by an unkind look. You followed our brothers for so long, do you have eyes for our brothers? Shiyan looked at them coldly. Release the person you kidnapped, he is not someone you can touch. The kidnapper brothers smiled wickedly and moved closer to her. Fine, we won't touch him, we'll touch you. If you honestly let us touch him, we'll release him. The kidnapper brothers had already reached Shiyan's face, lewdly stretching out their hands to Shiyan. Originally, they only wanted to follow Lu Ruyan's request and tie up this woman. However, after seeing Shiyan's looks, and the stunning body lines revealed by her rain-wet clothes, they were instantly struck by evil thoughts, and after glancing at each other, they reached an unspoken tacit agreement, deciding to have a good time first before tying her up and handing her over to Ruyan Lu. In the middle of nowhere, calling the sky and the earth, even if they did something, no one would know. Moreover, they were wearing hoods, so this woman didn't know what they looked like. Plus there was Ruyan Lu to help, they were even more unafraid.